Stanley Meyer's water-powered car. They say the most dangerous ideas are not the ones shouted in the streets, but the ones whispered in garages. In the quiet town of Grove City, Ohio, during the late 1980s, a man named Stanley Meyer spent his days in a small workshop behind his house. It didn't look like the birthplace of a revolution. The walls were lined with common tools. The floor was scattered with wires, tubes, diagrams. At the center of it all sat a homemade dune buggy, unremarkable until you looked closer. There were no fuel tanks, no complex wiring typical of electric vehicles. What powered it, Stanley claimed, was something far more extraordinary, something freely available in every home, in every stream, in every raindrop: water. Meyer believed he had created something that could render fossil fuels obsolete. He wasn't selling a dream. He said he had built it, a functioning car that ran entirely on water. He called it the water fuel cell. With this device, he claimed, he could split water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen using a process so efficient that the hydrogen could then be used to fuel a regular combustion engine. The car would emit only water vapor, no gasoline, no pollution, no dependence on oil. It wasn't a fantasy to him, it was real. He filed patents, conducted demonstrations, and showed his vehicle to reporters and potential investors. He didn't stumble over his words. He wasn't evasive. He spoke with the calm confidence of a man who had seen the future. In one interview, he stated clearly, "It works." He even claimed his car could travel across the entire United States on just over 20 gallons of water. But not everyone was convinced. Skeptics pointed out that his theories violated known laws of thermodynamics. Traditional electrolysis, the process of splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, consumes more energy than it produces. Meyer's device, he said, bypassed this problem using high-frequency voltage to achieve what he called resonant electrolysis. He described water molecules shaking apart under a precise electrical vibration. It sounded like science fiction, and yet the car moved. The world should have changed that day, but it didn't. The demonstrations were forgotten by the mainstream press. Scientists dismissed his claims. The energy industry didn't respond at all. But in the background, in whispers, the idea began to grow. Not just that Meyer had done something incredible, but that he had done something dangerous. Because if it worked, if a man in his garage had created a way to power cars with nothing but water, the implications were seismic. The energy sector, built on trillions in oil and gas infrastructure, would be thrown into chaos. Governments would lose one of their most powerful tools: control over energy distribution. Corporations whose profits depended on scarcity would see the ground vanish beneath their feet. A world powered by water is a world no longer bound by markets, pipelines, or politics. That kind of freedom, many believe, could never be allowed. In 1996, Meyer was taken to court by investors who accused him of fraud. The judge ruled against him, stating that he had misrepresented his invention. But to some, that trial wasn't justice. It was a quiet execution, not of a man, but of a possibility. Meyer insisted the court didn't understand his technology. He maintained it was real. He kept working. Then 2 years later, in March of 1998, Stanley Meyer went to a restaurant with his brother and 2 Belgian investors. They were discussing plans for future development. According to his brother, after taking a sip of cranberry juice, Stanley stood up abruptly, clutching his throat, stumbled into the parking lot, and collapsed. His last words, according to eyewitnesses, were chilling. "They poisoned me." He died minutes later. The official cause was a cerebral aneurysm. The case was closed. There was no investigation into foul play. What followed was silence. The car disappeared. His lab was emptied. His patents fell into obscurity. His notes were scattered. And just like that, the man who claimed to have unlocked clean energy from water was gone, along with every trace of his invention. Some say it was a hoax, a delusion that went too far. But others aren't so sure. They point to the perfect timing of his death, the disappearance of his work, the sudden end to everything just as momentum was building. To them, it doesn't look like failure. It looks like erasure. Today, if you search for Stanley Meyer, you'll find fragments, faded newspaper clippings, grainy video footage of his car driving down a quiet road, diagrams drawn by hand, and stories. Stories of a man who believed he had touched something forbidden, something that would threaten every system built on control and consumption, a man who thought he could offer the world freedom and paid for it with silence. In the years since, countless inventors have tried to replicate what he did. Some claim success, most do not. But still, the idea lingers that perhaps somewhere in that garage, in that dune buggy powered by tap water, was a glimpse of what the world could have been. Not ruled by scarcity, but nourished by abundance. Not poisoned by smoke, but cleansed by vapor. Not addicted to combustion, but awakened by resonance. And if that is true, then what happened to Stanley Meyer was not just the death of a man, but the burial of a future. As the world continues to spin on oil and the air grows heavier with each passing year, we return to his story again and again, like a forgotten melody half remembered in the dark. Not because we are sure it was real, but because we are terrified it might have been. And so in the quiet just before sleep, we ask ourselves, what if he was right? Nikola Tesla's wireless energy tower. In the hush of a forgotten field in Shoreham, Long Island, a great tower once pierced the sky. It stood alone, vast, alien, almost mythic in its proportions. The Wardenclyffe Tower, they called it. But to its creator, the visionary inventor Nikola Tesla, it was something more than a structure. It was a beacon to the future, a transmitter of power, a promise. For decades, the story has been passed down like a strange secret hidden in plain sight. That Tesla, the brilliant, eccentric genius of the electrical age, had built a device capable of sending limitless energy wirelessly through the air. Not electricity and cables, not batteries or engines, but energy, ambient, free and universal, drawn from the very earth itself and shared without wires, without limitations, without cost. Tesla was not a dreamer in the ordinary sense. His ideas were not fanciful hopes. They were blueprints, meticulously drawn, mathematically sound, and decades ahead of their time. He imagined a world where towers like Wardenclyffe would stand across continents, forming a grid not just for communication, but for power. Endless, pulsing energy broadcast through the atmosphere. A house in the countryside, a ship at sea, even an aircraft in flight could, in theory, receive power directly through the air. No fuel required, no wires needed, nothing but the vast forces of nature, tamed and harmonized. The tower itself was a marvel, nearly 200 feet tall, crowned with a bulbous dome of copper and steel. Beneath the ground stretched a deep network of iron rods, designed to resonate with the Earth's natural frequencies. Tesla believed the planet itself could act as a conductor, vibrating like a bell, transmitting energy across any distance. The vision was breathtaking. It would eliminate the need for coal plants, for oil rigs, for wars fought over pipelines and power lines. Energy would become as free as air, invisible, infinite, and accessible to all. But not everyone saw a miracle. Some saw a threat. At first, Tesla had the backing of J.P. Morgan, one of the most powerful financiers of the age. Morgan agreed to fund the tower under the impression it would be used to transmit telegraphic signals, a project already proven by Tesla's earlier work in radio. But when Tesla revealed the deeper purpose, that he intended not just communication, but the transmission of power itself, the support evaporated. Morgan famously asked, "Where do we put the meter?" It was not a question of feasibility, but of profit. Free energy, after all, cannot be owned. It cannot be controlled. And in a world built on scarcity, abundance is the most dangerous idea of all. Funding dried up. The press turned against him. The tower, incomplete and abandoned, stood as a monument to ambition unfulfilled. And Tesla, once hailed as a genius, faded into the margins of society, discredited, ridiculed, and slowly forgotten. But was it really impossible, or simply inconvenient? Many who have studied Tesla's work believe he was on the verge of something extraordinary. His notes, some of which remain classified or scattered in private collections, reveal a mind operating far beyond the scientific conventions of his time. He spoke of standing waves in the earth, of resonance, of drawing energy directly from the ionosphere. Even today, aspects of his theories are being re-examined through the lens of modern physics. Was he wrong, or simply too far ahead? What makes the Wardenclyffe Tower so haunting is not that it failed, but that it was never allowed to succeed. The structure was later dismantled and sold for scrap during World War I. Tesla himself died alone in a New York hotel room, penniless and largely ignored. His belongings were seized by the U.S. government, some under the guise of national security, and the world, unaware of what it might have lost, moved on. Powered by oil, driven by wires, bound by the very limitations Tesla had hoped to eliminate. But the memory lingers. Sometimes in the faint hum of electrical lines, in the pulse of radio waves, in the silent language of wireless networks that now span the globe, we can still feel the echo of his dream. He imagined a world where energy would flow like music through the air, touching every life, lifting every burden. Not for profit, not for power, but for progress. It was a vision too pure, perhaps, for a world not yet ready to be free. Today we live in a time where wireless communication is taken for granted. Signals passing through our bodies, through walls, through oceans. Satellites beam information across continents in seconds. And yet, we are still tethered to wires, to grids, to centralized control. Tesla's dream remains unrealized, not because it was impossible, but because the world chose not to see it. The question now, as it was then, is not whether such technology can exist, but whether those who profit from control will ever allow it to be used. Wardenclyffe stands no more. Its steel bones have long since vanished, but in the minds of those who still believe, the tower lives on, not as a relic, but as a symbol, a monument to the path not taken, a glimpse into a world powered not by oil or coal or scarcity, but by the raw, endless heartbeat of the planet itself. And so, in the silence between thoughts, in the invisible waves that surround us, we wonder, what if we had followed that path? What if the sky had been our grid? What if Tesla, strange and brilliant and alone, had been allowed to finish what he started? Sleep now, but remember, some inventions are not destroyed, they are buried. And sometimes the Earth itself still hums with their potential. John Keely's Etheric generator. In the smoky dawn of the industrial age, when steam and coal ruled the rhythm of cities and the heartbeat of empires, a man in Philadelphia claimed to have uncovered something older than fire, something more elemental than electricity. His name was John Ernst Worrell Keely, and the invention he claimed to possess did not hum or churn like the great engines of the era. It resonated. It sang. It vibrated with an invisible force he called the ether. To understand Keely is to step into a different kind of history, one where science brushes against mysticism, and the line between genius and charlatan becomes too thin to see. He wasn't a scientist in the academic sense. He wore no white coat, attended no respected university, and yet in the 1870s, newspapers across America began whispering about him, about his machine, about the way it seemed to defy every known law. Keely claimed that all matter, from the heaviest metal to the lightest breath, vibrated at specific frequencies, and within those frequencies lay a hidden force, a kind of primordial energy that connected everything. He called this energy the etheric force, an invisible medium that filled all space, sound, light, magnetism, gravity. To Keely, they were simply different expressions of this one unified field, and he insisted, found a way to tap into it. His machine, sometimes called the Etheric generator, sometimes the Keely motor, was a bewildering collection of polished brass tubes, tuned resonators, and crystalline chambers. It didn't run on steam, or coal, or electricity. It had no fuel source at all in the traditional sense. Instead, Keely said, it worked by sympathetic vibration. By playing precise musical notes into his device, he claimed he could initiate powerful mechanical reactions, tapping into the fundamental resonances of nature itself. A kind of musical alchemy where sound became force. He demonstrated the machine to astonished audiences. In some displays, he poured a small vial of water into the engine, plucked a string, and suddenly, with no visible power source, massive steel balls spun, pistons fired, and flywheels howled to life. Observers swore that the machine levitated, that it shattered stone, that it moved without any observable input of energy. Investors lined up. Journalists scribbled. Some believed Keely had uncovered a force that would replace steam entirely. Something infinite, something divine. But with each year that passed, doubt began to settle in the air like smoke. Keely was evasive. He refused to share the inner workings of his invention. He delayed the release of his technology year after year, claiming he was refining, improving, evolving. But the improvements never seemed to end. Scientists demanded proof. He refused to give them full access. They accused him of fraud. He accused them of blindness. His lab became a place of secrecy and speculation. No one could deny that something unusual was happening in those demonstrations, but no one could replicate them either. When the courts finally forced Keely to reveal his machine for inspection, the results were strange. Inside the foundation of his lab, investigators found hidden tubes and pressurized chambers. Some said they were part of a secret pneumatic system, a way to simulate power with compressed air. Others insisted it was a misunderstanding, that Keely's machines were more delicate than anyone realized, and that the tubes were simply structural or acoustic in nature. He died in 1898, taking the full knowledge of his work with him. The lab was dismantled. His notes, written in arcane symbolism and poetic metaphors, were nearly indecipherable. His machines, now silent, were put into storage and forgotten. The scientific community moved on. His name faded into obscurity. And yet, a century later, whispers of Keely's engine still circulate. Engineers and fringe researchers revisit his ideas, wondering if perhaps he had glimpsed something real, an undiscovered principle that couldn't be explained with the science of his time. Quantum physicists now speak of fields and frequencies with language not so different from Keely's own. The idea that vibration underlies all matter is no longer dismissed. It's foundational. What he called ether, we now call the vacuum field, the zero-point energy, the quantum foam. The universe at its most intimate level still trembles. So the question lingers, what if Keely was right, just too early? What if buried beneath the eccentricity and the theatrical displays, there really was a mechanism that could harmonize with the structure of the cosmos and draw energy not from fuel, but from the resonant song of the universe? It would be hard to believe, except for the fact that Keely wasn't alone. Across history, from ancient myths of sound-moving stones to the harmonic experiments of later inventors, there have been echoes of the same idea, that sound, frequency, and vibration might do more than just stir the air. They might move the world. We may never know what Keely truly discovered, whether his machines were elaborate illusions or the first glimmers of a new science. But in the hush between waking and sleep, when the world feels like it's humming just beyond perception, we might still hear it. A low, unending tone beneath everything. A tone that once shook the brass bones of a forgotten machine. A tone that still waits for someone to listen again. Edwin Gray's free energy motor. Sometimes the most remarkable moments in history begin not with an explosion, but with a quiet hum. In the early 1970s, in a modest garage tucked away in Van Nuys, California, an inventor named Edwin Vincent Gray unveiled a device that, according to his own demonstrations, could produce vast amounts of usable electricity, more than it consumed. It didn't burn fuel. It didn't rely on solar panels or wind turbines. It ran, as he described it, on the very structure of electricity itself. He called it the EMA motor, short for Electromagnetic Association motor. But those who saw it in action referred to it more simply, the free energy machine. Gray was no backyard tinkerer. He was a veteran of the U.S. military, a trained electrical engineer, and a man who spoke about his invention with absolute clarity. He claimed that his system was not creating energy out of nothing, but rather tapping into a rarely understood aspect of the electrical process. Mainstream science insisted that every watt of power must come from somewhere, from a battery, a generator, a combustion reaction. But Gray suggested something else entirely, that conventional circuits wasted most of their potential, and that he had found a way to split electricity into two forms, one that powered devices and another that could be recycled endlessly with virtually no loss. He demonstrated the motor to engineers, investors, and curious onlookers. In one famous test, he connected the system to an array of incandescent light bulbs. They glowed brightly. Then more bulbs were added, still glowing. The energy source didn't falter. According to witnesses, the motor ran cool, made little noise, and consumed far less energy than it delivered. The implications were enormous. Gray claimed that his engine could drive a car, power a home, or run an entire factory, without fossil fuels, without noise, without pollution. He had filed over 80 patents and had begun forming a company to manufacture and distribute his discovery. He gave interviews in which he spoke plainly about the future. He envisioned neighborhoods with energy independence, vehicles that never needed fuel, entire cities running on self-sustaining systems. His vision wasn't utopian. It was mechanical, electrical, precise. And to those who saw it, it looked very real. But then something changed. Without warning, Gray's laboratory was raided, not by competitors, but by government agents. The reason was vague: violations of regulatory standards, unauthorized use of electrical equipment. But what they took was clear: his prototypes, his notes, his parts, his machines. Everything that made the EMA motor what it was, gone. The seizure sent a chill through the small circle of alternative energy researchers who had begun to believe that a new era of power was dawning. The message was unmistakable. Some inventions are not welcome. Gray was never quite the same after the raid. He tried to rebuild, to refile patents, to continue development, but something had shifted. Investors withdrew. Lawsuits appeared. The media, once mildly curious, turned skeptical. Where there had been excitement, now there was suspicion. He became more reclusive, more guarded, unwilling to share details. And then, like a light quietly flickering out, his name faded from headlines. He died in 1989 under mysterious circumstances. The cause of death was officially heart failure. But to this day, whispers persist that he was silenced. Not by heart, but by hand. That he had, perhaps unknowingly, crossed an invisible line. One that separates conventional innovation from forbidden discovery. What's left of Gray's work is fragmented. A few surviving patents, some photographs, a grainy video or two. Copies of technical schematics passed around in obscure forms, photocopied to near illegibility. And stories. Stories from those who stood in his lab and watched the motor spin, watched the lights glow without heat, watched the impossible unfold in absolute silence. Critics say it was all a misunderstanding, that Gray was mistaken about his results, or worse, that he deliberately deceived his audience. They point to the lack of peer-reviewed data, the absence of replication, the strange secrecy surrounding his circuits. But others see something else, a pattern. Again and again, inventors who claim to discover new ways of producing energy, ways that challenge the financial and industrial structure of the world, seem to meet the same fate. First ignored, then ridiculed, then investigated, then erased. Whether it's coincidence, incompetence, or something far more deliberate, the outcome is always the same. The invention disappears. Perhaps Gray's motor never worked. Perhaps it was an illusion of wires and voltmeters, a misreading of current, a dream built on sparks and hope. Or perhaps in a forgotten garage under a humming fluorescent light, Edwin Gray tapped into something real, something dangerous, not because it failed, but because it didn't. Imagine a world where energy is free, where every home can power itself indefinitely, where the engines of the earth no longer drink oil or belch smoke. It is a world that threatens industries, economies, governments, everything that rests on the scarcity of energy. And it is a world that Edwin Gray may have glimpsed, however briefly, before the door was closed. As you drift further into thought, picture the dim light of a workbench, a man soldering a final connection, the soft hum of magnets spinning without resistance, a motor that shouldn't work, yet does. And then the silence that follows. Not because the machine failed, but because it was no longer allowed to be heard. Some motors burn out, some are shut down, and some simply vanish. But somewhere in a dusty garage or in the margins of forgotten patent files, the blueprints still wait, quietly, patiently, for someone to build them again. Royal Rife's frequency beam device. There are stories that sound too good to be true, and then there are stories that feel too terrifying to be ignored. The tale of Royal Raymond Rife lies somewhere in between, suspended in that uneasy space where hope, science, and silence collide. In the early decades of the 20th century, Rife was not a fringe character. He was a meticulous inventor, a microscopist of legendary patience and skill. Born in 1888, Rife dedicated his life not to chasing profit or acclaim, but to solving one of humanity's oldest enemies, disease. He didn't speak in the language of pharmaceuticals or surgical intervention. Instead, he spoke of frequencies, of vibration, of resonance. He believed that every living organism had a unique electromagnetic signature, a frequency that defined its structure, its rhythm, its life. And if that were true, then it followed that a destructive resonance, carefully tuned, could shatter harmful organisms without damaging the tissue around them. By the 1930s, Rife had built a microscope unlike any other in the world. His universal microscope, as he called it, allowed him to see living viruses, something mainstream science wouldn't accomplish for decades using electron microscopes that destroyed their subjects. Rife's microscope used polarized light, prisms, and a strange harmonic principle that he never fully disclosed. With it, he observed viruses altering shape, adapting, hiding inside bacteria, and he watched what happened when he applied precise electromagnetic frequencies to them. They shattered, not with heat, not with chemicals, but with a subtle, invisible force, a kind of musical death. He called these harmonic attacks mortal oscillatory rates. To Rife, diseases were not mysterious curses. They were patterns, and patterns could be undone. It was around this core idea that he built the Rife beam ray, a frequency generator that he claimed could destroy cancer cells, tuberculosis, even viruses, without harming the surrounding body. In 1934, a clinical trial was allegedly held in California under the supervision of several doctors. Rife claimed that 14 out of 16 terminal cancer patients were cured within 90 days. The remaining 2, he said, were cured shortly after. If that were true, the implications would be beyond revolutionary. It would mean the end of chemotherapy, radiation, invasive surgery. It would mean that diseases long feared as death sentences could be undone by light and sound. But the story doesn't continue with celebration. Soon after his results began to circulate, something began to shift. Rife's lab was mysteriously burglarized, equipment destroyed, documents vanished. Doctors who had supported his work were pressured to recant. Some lost their medical licenses, others withdrew silently. Lawsuits followed, partnerships dissolved. The promising momentum surrounding Rife's machine slowed, then stalled, then collapsed entirely. The American Medical Association, under the leadership of Dr. Morris Fishbein, refused to endorse Rife's technology. Instead, they launched a campaign of discreditation, labeling his work as unscientific and dangerous. Fishbein, whose connections to pharmaceutical interests were well known, dismissed Rife's findings without public demonstration or direct review. The press followed suit. The narrative shifted. Rife wasn't a visionary, he was a quack. In 1939, Rife's primary supporter, engineer Philip Hoyland, was taken to court. Legal battles ensued for years, draining resources, dividing allies. By the 1940s, the Rife beam ray was all but extinct, outlawed, ridiculed, erased from clinical consideration. Rife himself fell into depression. He continued to tinker, to refine, but the momentum had been broken. His health deteriorated. He died in 1971, largely forgotten, and yet his device was never truly gone. Scattered around the world, small groups of researchers held onto blueprints, notes, and memories. They rebuilt what they could. In basements, barns, and backroom labs, machines began to reappear. Crude reconstructions of the beam ray, aimed not at profit but at rediscovery. Testimonials emerged, people claiming miraculous recoveries from ailments after exposure to Rife-like frequencies. But without regulatory approval or scientific acceptance, these stories remained in the shadows, dismissed as anecdotes, not evidence. Today, frequency therapy exists on the outer edge of alternative medicine. Some call it pseudoscience. Others swear by it. Modern physics has confirmed that all matter vibrates, that resonance is real, and that frequencies can indeed affect biological processes. But the bridge between these truths and the claim of a universal cure remains buried in history. What if Rife had been allowed to continue? What if instead of silence there had been support? What if beneath the bureaucratic resistance and economic interests, there was a man who had indeed found a way to heal not by cutting, burning, or poisoning, but by listening, by tuning into the song of life and gently changing the notes? It is difficult to know where the line lies, between belief and illusion, between genius and delusion. But Rife's story leaves behind a peculiar kind of ache. Not the ache of what was, but of what might have been. A machine that sang diseases to death. A microscope that saw the invisible. A man who believed that answers weren't hidden in chemicals, but in harmonics. As you drift deeper into stillness, consider the possibility that truth sometimes arrives before the world is ready to hear it. That some answers come not with thunder, but with frequency. And that perhaps, somewhere, a soft vibration still echoes through time, waiting to be heard again. Not all cures come with a pill. Some arrive as a whisper, and then, like a melody, they vanish. Wilhelm Reich's Orgone accumulator. There are few figures in the history of science as polarizing, as defiant, or as utterly exiled from the mainstream as Wilhelm Reich. Once a rising star in the world of psychoanalysis, a protege of Sigmund Freud, Reich did not walk away from conventional science. He was pushed, slowly, then violently, until his name was no longer spoken in academic halls, but whispered in the corners of fringe literature. And at the center of his exile was a strange idea, in a box. He called it the Orgone accumulator, a device that, according to Reich, could collect and store a type of energy that permeated all of existence. Not electricity, not magnetism, something deeper, something older, something alive. Reich's journey to that discovery was not linear. He began his career exploring the emotional and sexual forces that shape the human psyche. But he soon became convinced that these forces weren't just metaphors. They were physical, tangible, observable in the body and, more crucially, in the surrounding space. He believed that the human body both emitted and absorbed this energy, a vital, glowing field that pulsed through everything. It was not just biological, it was cosmological. He called it orgone. Orgone, according to Reich, was the life force, a universal primal energy responsible for weather patterns, plant growth, human health, even the very motion of the galaxies. It was, he said, the breath of the cosmos, invisible, but not imaginary, and with the right materials it could be gathered, concentrated, and directed. The Orgone accumulator was startlingly simple, a human-sized box built of alternating layers of organic and metallic materials, wood, steel wool, cotton, sheet metal, designed to attract and trap orgone in a confined space. The person would sit inside. No wires, no plugs, no moving parts. Just a silence filled with potential. Patients who used it reported extraordinary effects: warmth, tingling, a sense of vitality, emotional release, even remission of physical illness. Reich conducted experiments with plants, animals, even cancer mice, claiming that exposure to concentrated organ energy accelerated healing, increased cell regeneration, and altered weather patterns. He published his findings, filmed his experiments, documented his procedures with scientific rigor, or at least with what he believed to be such. But the world outside his laboratory wasn't impressed. It was frightened. In the 1950s, the United States government began to take an active interest in Reich's work, not with curiosity, but with concern. The Food and Drug Administration declared that organ energy did not exist, that his devices were fraudulent, that his claims were dangerous. Reich refused to cease his work. He insisted he was not selling miracle cures, only pursuing science. But it didn't matter. In 1954, the U.S. District Court issued an injunction ordering Reich to stop distributing his accumulators and any literature promoting them. Reich refused to appear in court. He said a court of law had no jurisdiction over scientific truth, and so the government escalated. In a stunning and nearly unprecedented act, federal agents burned his books, destroyed his research papers, confiscated his machines, and supervised the incineration of his scientific materials in public dumps. Entire shipments of his publications were ripped from circulation and pulped. To those who watched from the sidelines, it wasn't just a legal dispute, it was a purge. In 1956, Reich was arrested for violating the injunction. He was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. He died there in his cell of heart failure, alone, forgotten by most, vilified by others. And yet, he left behind something more enduring than his reputation, the memory of an idea that refused to disappear. Today, the concept of orgone is still dismissed by mainstream science, but it survives on the fringes. Practitioners, experimenters, and quiet believers still build accumulators, still meditate inside them, still swear by their effects. Modern physics, with its talk of zero-point energy and quantum vacuum fluctuations, sounds eerily similar to what Reich described. A background sea of potential, everywhere and nowhere. Is it the same thing? Probably not, but the echo is undeniable. Reich saw the universe not as dead matter in motion, but as a living field of energy and sensation. To him, storms weren't just collisions of air pressure, but eruptions of emotional charge. Illness was not just chemical imbalance, but a disturbance in the flow of life itself. His language was strange, poetic, defiant, but underneath it lay a conviction that still resonates, that something vital moves through all things, unseen but not unfelt, and that to block it, to ignore it, is to grow sick, silent, numb. Perhaps that is why his work was so feared, not because it was nonsense, but because it demanded we see the world differently, not as a machine, but as a body, a breathing, pulsing, energetic whole. As you fall deeper into quiet, imagine sitting inside that strange box, the world muffled outside, the air thick with stillness. You feel nothing at first, then a sensation, difficult to name, not heat, not sound, not vibration, just presence, as if the air itself is watching you, holding you, feeding something forgotten inside. Was Reich mad or merely early? Was the energy he described real, or was he just too poetic for the sterile language of science? We may never know, but the fire that burned his books could not burn the question he left behind. What if the universe is alive? And what if it's trying to speak? Some energies are not meant to be measured. Some truths are too bright to survive, but still they pulse, silently, stubbornly, just beneath the surface, waiting to be felt again. Thomas Townsend Brown's Electrogravitics engine. There are few ideas more intoxicating than the dream of defying gravity, of lifting ourselves beyond the weight of the earth, not with the roar of fuel and flame, but with silent, effortless motion. For most, this vision belongs to science fiction, but for Thomas Townsend Brown, it was an experiment, a device, a reality that shimmered just beyond the limits of conventional science. Brown was born in 1905, a time when gravity was still seen as a static force, unchangeable, absolute. But as a young man fascinated by both the electricity and space, he began asking strange questions. What if gravity wasn't just a pull from the Earth? What if, like magnetism, it could be shaped, redirected, maybe even canceled? These weren't the questions his professors encouraged, but Brown didn't stop to ask permission. He went straight to the lab. While experimenting with high-voltage capacitors, Brown noticed something peculiar. When he charged a specially arranged set of plates, one small, one large, and suspended them in an insulating medium, the system moved. Not in a chaotic way. It drifted in a specific direction against all expectation. It was small at first, barely perceptible, but repeatable, testable, and haunting. He called the phenomenon the Biefeld-Brown effect, named in part after his mentor at Denison University. But what he really believed he had discovered was something far greater: Electrogravitics, the idea that gravity itself could be manipulated by electrical means. Brown envisioned a world where this principle could be applied at scale, aircraft that hovered silently, spacecraft that rose gently from the Earth without exhaust or flame, transportation systems that levitated, energy systems that required no combustion. His diagrams showed saucer-like designs, curved electrodes, thin disks charged with high-voltage fields. He wasn't guessing. He was building. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, he pursued his experiments quietly, submitting patents, forming research companies, reaching out to the military and aerospace industries. Some listened. Many didn't understand. But the real shift came after World War II, when the Cold War ushered in an era of unprecedented technological secrecy. Suddenly, anti-gravity wasn't just an eccentric idea. It was a potential weapon, a strategic advantage. Brown began working with defense contractors. He submitted his findings to military agencies. His work entered the fog of classified research. And then, like so many before and after him, he seemed to vanish from the public eye. But not entirely. In the 1950s, rumors began to swirl that the U.S. military was conducting tests with electrogravitic propulsion systems, that experimental aircraft had been built based on Brown's designs, that his saucer-like lifters had inspired not just awe, but fear. Some even speculated that this was the source of the growing wave of UFO sightings. Not visitors from another planet, but secret machines born of forgotten American labs. Brown never confirmed these rumors. He continued to work, publish, and file patents, but he became increasingly marginalized. Academia dismissed him. Aerospace giants quietly closed their doors. By the 1970s, electrogravitics had become a word not spoken in respectable engineering circles. Fringe, pseudoscience, a curiosity for basement tinkerers and conspiracy theorists. And yet, behind that public dismissal, the silence grew louder. Declassified documents would later reveal that Brown's work had indeed been studied by the military, that test flights had occurred, that his theories, though never formally adopted, had never been entirely discarded. They were shelved quietly in the shadows of black-budget projects, far from public scrutiny. So what happened? Some say the technology didn't scale, that while Brown's lifters could move under high voltage, they didn't produce enough thrust to be useful. Others suggest a more unsettling possibility, that it worked too well, and that its implications for propulsion, power, and even weapons were too disruptive to reveal. After all, a world where gravity can be neutralized is a world where the rules change. Aircraft become obsolete, fuel economies collapse, space is no longer distant. Power structures, political, industrial, economic, are rewritten. Brown died in 1985, having spent nearly 6 decades chasing an invisible force. He never saw his dream realized, but the echoes of his work remain. Enthusiasts and independent researchers still build lifter devices in their garages, watching as small foil structures rise into the air with no moving parts, powered only by high-voltage fields. Some say it's just ion wind, an effect where charged particles push air molecules and create thrust. Others believe it's something more, a hint of gravity bending in ways we don't yet understand. Modern physics has begun to flirt with similar ideas. Theories of space-time manipulation, quantum fields, exotic propulsion, all dance on the edge of Brown's early work. Once again, the lines between science and science fiction blur. Once again, someone is asking, what if? As you drift deeper into stillness, imagine a craft, smooth and silent, hovering in the night sky. No wings, no flame, just a subtle hum, like the breath of a new world. Maybe it was a dream, or maybe it was real, a forgotten invention, hidden not because it failed, but because it worked. Some machines lift with noise, others lift with light, and some perhaps lift with nothing at all, only silence, and the slow, steady undoing of gravity itself. Hendershot's magnetic generator. It began, as many of these stories do, with a spark, not of combustion, but of curiosity. In the late 1920s, deep in the folds of rural Pennsylvania, a self-taught inventor named Lester J. Hendershot quietly built something that should not have worked. He wasn't a physicist, nor did he wear the robe of academia, but he had an instinct for energy, for motion, for the unseen currents that pulse through space even when everything appears still. and he claimed to have created a device that could tap into those currents, a generator that ran without fuel, without wires, without heat. A machine powered, he said, by the Earth's own magnetic field. The story first surfaced with a whisper, then a headline. Hendershot, working with no formal backing and little money, had created what he called a fuelless motor. It didn't rely on gasoline, coal, or electricity from an outlet. Instead, it used coils, magnets, and capacitors arranged in a very specific pattern, like a tuning fork designed not for sound, but for the very breath of the Earth. He claimed the energy was everywhere, like invisible rivers of force flowing through the ground and air, waiting to be harnessed. He had simply found the right key to tap into it. The machine itself was small, no larger than a suitcase, a tangle of wires and loops, odd angles and hand-built parts. When it was demonstrated to the press, it lit bulbs, powered motors, and hummed softly, all without any external source of power. No hidden cords, no batteries. Witnesses reported what looked like a quiet miracle. Among those watching was Charles Lindbergh, the aviator and national hero, who became intrigued by the possibility of a plane that never needed refueling. If Hendershot's invention worked, the skies themselves would be transformed. For a moment, the world held its breath. But then, as with so many stories like this, the breath was stolen. Almost overnight, the demonstration stopped. Hendershot vanished from the press. There were rumors that he had been threatened. Others said he had been silenced by powerful energy interests, who saw in his work not a wonder, but a threat. After all, a generator that pulls power from the planet without burning anything, without consuming fuel, without creating profit. What would that mean for the world's tightly gripped systems of energy distribution? For oil, for coal, for gas, for control? Still, Hendershot did not completely disappear. In the years that followed, he attempted to revive the invention. He relocated to Detroit, then Pittsburgh, trying to gain traction with various backers. But wherever he turned, the same pattern emerged. Promising beginnings, sudden endings, meetings that went nowhere, machines that vanished, friends who distanced themselves. Even his own prototypes seemed to be taken from him, seized, dismantled, or simply lost. And then, in 1961, the story ended as suddenly as it had begun. Hendershot was found dead in his workshop. The official cause was ruled a suicide. He had apparently electrocuted himself. But those close to him questioned the circumstances. Why would a man who had dedicated his life to building a better world, a man reportedly on the cusp of revealing his greatest breakthrough, suddenly choose silence? And why, once again, was the machine nowhere to be found? What remains today are fragments, scattered notes, blurry photographs, hand-drawn schematics copied and recopied over decades by enthusiasts and believers. Replicas have been built. Some say they work, others say they fail. But the legend persists not because of what we know, but because of what we don't. Because the story of Lester Hendershot fits into a pattern seen again and again. An inventor glimpses something astonishing, builds something impossible, and then vanishes into the folds of history. Skeptics insist there is nothing here, that the laws of thermodynamics hold firm, that energy must come from somewhere, that perpetual motion is a fantasy. But what if the laws we cling to are only approximations, shadows on the wall of a deeper cave? What if Hendershot's machine didn't violate the rules, but revealed ones we haven't yet learned? Modern science now explores zero-point energy, magnetic resonance, and field effects once thought impossible. The idea that the vacuum of space is not empty, but boiling with potential, is no longer science fiction. Hendershot may have spoken in the language of magnets and coils, but the essence of his work speaks to something more fundamental. The notion that the universe itself might be a battery, humming quietly all around us. As your thoughts soften into stillness, picture the small device on a workbench. No smoke, no flame, just a faint magnetic pulse, like a heartbeat, rhythmic and eternal. It doesn't roar to life, it awakens slowly, like something that was always there, something forgotten, something forbidden. A motor that does not burn, a generator that does not consume, A whisper of the earth, captured in copper and steel. Perhaps it failed. Perhaps it never worked. Or perhaps, just perhaps, we chose not to hear what it had to say. Nikola Tesla's death ray. By the time Nikola Tesla reached the twilight years of his life, the world had largely turned its back on him. Once hailed as a scientific prodigy, a man who electrified the world with alternating current and who dreamed of wireless energy lighting up entire continents, Tesla had become a solitary figure, pacing alone through New York hotel rooms, feeding pigeons in Central Park, scribbling equations in notebooks no one would ever see. But Tesla hadn't stopped inventing. Far from it. Even as the world moved on, his mind roamed freely through the fabric of time and space, and among his final, most controversial ideas was a machine he claimed could end all war, not through diplomacy, but through absolute deterrence. A weapon unlike any the world had ever seen. He called it the Teleforce, but the press, captivated by the drama of it, gave it a more ominous name: Tesla's death ray. The concept was deceptively simple, at least in Tesla's own words. It would not be a beam of light or fire, nor a cannon that launched physical projectiles. Instead, Tesla claimed he had discovered a method to accelerate particles, tiny, subatomic pellets of metal, to near-light speeds using a system of high-voltage electrostatic repulsion. These particles, when directed in a focused stream, could travel hundreds of miles through the air, invisible and unstoppable, destroying anything in their path, tanks, planes, even entire armies, without leaving a trace. Unlike conventional weapons, Tesla's design wasn't explosive. It was surgical, clean, silent. The beam would not scatter or decay like light or radio waves. It would retain its energy over distance, cutting through armor, concrete, and steel as easily as sunlight through glass. And it could be deployed from the safety of a nation's own borders. No need for armies, no need for occupation, just a line of defense that no invader could cross. Tesla claimed the weapon would make war impossible, not by mutual destruction, but by making attack futile. If every country had this device, he said, no one would dare fire the first shot. In 1934, he published a brief description in a letter to the New York Times. He said he had already designed the system, that it required no power plants or complex logistics, that it could be built using his patented vacuum tubes, his unique electrical circuits, and his unmatched understanding of resonance and directed energy. But no one took him seriously. At the time, Tesla was nearing 80. He lived in room 3,327 of the New Yorker Hotel, alone and without income. His earlier contributions to science were already being credited to others. His later work considered fringe, even delusional. The world had come to see him not as a genius, but as a relic. A man who once dreamed of lighting the world and now muttered about invisible beams and cosmic rays. Still, he pursued the project. He met with diplomats, military officials, even J. Edgar Hoover. He offered his design as a defensive tool, not to conquer, but to protect. There were reports that the Soviet Union expressed interest, and rumors that Tesla had begun negotiations to share the plans. But before anything could be finalized, Tesla died in 1943, alone, uncelebrated. What followed was one of the strangest episodes in scientific history. Within hours of his death, the US government seized Tesla's belongings. Not just personal effects, but trunks full of notebooks, diagrams, lab journals, many written in his own cryptic shorthand. Officials claimed they were acting under the Alien Property Custodian Office, though Tesla had been a US citizen for decades. What they were really looking for was clear: the death ray. Reports later revealed that the Office of Naval Intelligence and the FBI combed through Tesla's papers, looking for anything of military value. Physicists were brought in to assess the documents. One of them was Dr. John G. Trump, yes, the uncle of future President Donald Trump, who later claimed that nothing in Tesla's notes represented a viable weapon. And yet, the documents were never fully released. Many of Tesla's notebooks remain classified. Others simply vanished. Some of his personal items were eventually handed over to a museum in Belgrade. But the crucial papers, the ones that might contain the details of his final invention, were never seen again. So what happened? Did the death ray exist? Or was it the final vision of a mind that had flown too far from Earth? Those who believe point to Tesla's history. This was not a man who made wild claims without backing them up. He had revolutionized electricity, built the first wireless communication devices, discovered resonance effects no one else could explain. When he spoke of energy and force, it was not from fantasy, but from deep, hard-won understanding. His vacuum tubes had no equal. His ability to shape high-voltage currents without arcing or heat was unmatched. The idea that he could have stumbled upon a new form of directed energy is not beyond belief. It's entirely possible. And yet the silence that followed his death has only deepened the mystery. During World War II, the US and other powers made rapid advancements in radar, microwave weaponry, and even particle acceleration. Projects with goals uncannily similar to Tesla's theories. Some of those advancements remain classified to this day. Perhaps his ideas were too far ahead. Perhaps they worked and were absorbed into military programs behind closed doors. Or perhaps they were simply lost, scribbled on papers no one understood, filed away in a box marked impossible, and left to gather dust. But imagine for a moment that the beam was real, that somewhere in the silence of Tesla's final years, he really did design a machine that could alter the course of warfare, of civilization itself. A machine that made war obsolete. A machine that no one dared to use. As you drift deeper, picture the machine. Elegant, quiet, resting in a forgotten lab. No explosions, no recoil, just a switch, a soft hum, and a beam. Invisible, instantaneous, unstoppable. A machine that worked not through fire, but through force, pure, focused, and absolute. Not all weapons make noise. Some just erase their targets, and some, when their creators vanish, go with them, into silence, into rumor, into history. The Chronovisor. Time for most of us is a river we can only sail in one direction. We drift forward, moment by moment, with only memory to look back and only hope to see ahead. But what if someone, somewhere, had found a way to break that rule? Not with a machine that moves bodies through time, like in stories of science fiction, but with something far stranger, a device that could see through time, to observe the past as if it were happening now, a kind of cosmic television. And what if that device wasn't locked in a government vault or a corporate lab, but hidden beneath the Vatican, guarded not by scientists, but by priests? This is the legend of the Chronovisor, a machine said to capture echoes of history itself. The first whispers of this story came not from tabloids, but from a man of faith. In 2002, Father François Brun, a respected French theologian, published a book titled The Vatican's New Mystery, in which he recounted astonishing conversations with a fellow priest, Father Pellegrino Ernetti, a Benedictine monk and scientist. According to Ernetti, he had been part of a secret project in the 1950s to build a device that could see the past. Ernetti claimed that the Chronovisor was real, that it had been constructed with the help of several prominent scientists, including Enrico Fermi, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist, and Wernher von Braun, the German engineer who helped develop both Nazi rocketry and NASA's space program. Together, they had built a machine that could detect and reconstruct residual electromagnetic waves. The idea being that every moment in time leaves behind a kind of imprint, a faint but eternal signature, floating in the fabric of the universe. The Chronovisor, Ernetti explained, was a complex arrangement of antennae, cathode ray screens, and exotic metals designed to tune into these residual signals. Not just images, but sounds. A full playback of moments long vanished. Voices, faces, actions, all flickering back into view like a live broadcast from history itself. He claimed the device could view scenes from ancient Rome, from medieval Europe, even from biblical times. He said he had witnessed speeches by Napoleon, watched a lost tragedy by Sophocles, and, most shockingly, observed the crucifixion of Christ. According to Ernetti, he and his team had seen, with their own eyes, a moment that had existed for millennia only in scripture and belief. They had heard the crowd, seen the sky darken, watched it unfold as if they were there. For a moment, the boundary between faith and physics dissolved, But then, almost as suddenly as it began, the project was shut down. Ernetti claimed the Vatican had deemed the Chronovisor too dangerous. The potential misuse, by governments, by militaries, by anyone seeking to spy on the unchangeable past, was simply too great. The machine, he said, was dismantled, the parts hidden, the blueprints locked away. Only a few had seen it, fewer still spoke of it, and for decades Ernetti himself remained silent. It wasn't until the later years of his life that he began to share the story. Some dismissed it as the ramblings of an old man. Others, including Father Brun, took it seriously. There was even a photograph, grainy and indistinct, supposedly taken from the Chronovisor, showing the anguished face of Christ on the cross. The image was widely circulated, then widely discredited. Skeptics pointed out its resemblance to a common statue. Others noted inconsistencies in Ernetti's accounts. And yet, the core of the story refused to fade. What makes the Chronovisor legend so compelling isn't just the idea of time travel, it's the way it was supposedly done. Not through breaking the laws of physics, but by listening to the remnants of time itself. Modern physics has begun to explore similar questions. Are events truly gone when they pass? Or do they leave behind an informational residue, faint but recoverable? Quantum theory suggests that time and space are far more flexible than we once believed. Some researchers speak of the holographic principle, the idea that the entire universe may be a kind of projection, where every point contains echoes of every other point. In that kind of reality, a machine like the Chronovisor doesn't seem so impossible, just undiscovered. And then there's the Vatican. Officially, the Church denies that such a machine ever existed. There are no records, no acknowledgments, no confirmations, but the Vatican is also one of the most secretive institutions on Earth. It holds archives that stretch back centuries, documents, artifacts, knowledge that has never been shown to the public. If something like the Chronovisor did exist, it would be the kind of invention that might be hidden, not heralded. Silenced, not celebrated. Why? Because seeing the past changes everything. If we could truly witness history, not through books but through direct observation, our entire understanding of truth would shift. Wars could be re-examined, faith could be confirmed or shattered, myths could be proven or undone. There would be no more guessing, no more interpretation, only a raw, undeniable reality. That kind of power is terrifying. As you rest, imagine such a device sitting in a cold chamber beneath stone arches. Dust gathers on its switches. Screens flicker with half-formed images. A hum pulses from deep within its coils. Somewhere in that silence, the past is still playing, like a movie reel without an audience. Not all inventions move us forward. Some simply let us look back, with perfect clarity and impossible consequence. Perhaps the Chronovisor never existed, or perhaps it worked exactly as they said, and that's why it had to disappear. Because once you can see the truth, you can never close your eyes again. The water-powered car. It was a warm spring day in 1998 when Stanley Meyer, an inventor from Ohio, walked into a restaurant to have lunch with two potential investors. He drank cranberry juice, smiled politely, and then, according to witnesses, clutched his throat, stumbled out into the parking lot, and collapsed. His last words, were spoken with urgency and fear, were, "They poisoned me." Moments later, he was dead. To most, it was a tragic but unremarkable death. The coroner listed it as a cerebral aneurysm, but to those who knew what Meyer had claimed to build, it felt like the final chapter in a much larger, darker story. Because Stanley Meyer wasn't just an inventor, he was the man who said he had cracked one of the greatest technological mysteries of all time: how to run a car on water. Not a hybrid, not a car that needed just a little gasoline to get going. Meyer claimed that with his patented invention, ordinary tap water could be split into hydrogen and oxygen on demand, and that this gas could power an internal combustion engine directly, completely replacing fossil fuels. He called it the water fuel cell, and according to him, it could drive a car across the United States on just 22 gallons of water. At first glance, it sounded impossible, a direct challenge to the laws of thermodynamics. Conventional electrolysis, after all, consumes more energy than it produces. But Meyer said his process was different. He had developed a method using resonant frequencies, pulsing high-voltage signals through water at specific intervals to crack it apart with minimal energy input. It wasn't brute force electrolysis. It was harmonic separation. The water, he claimed, was not just a resource. It was a fuel. His invention was more than theory. He built a working prototype, a modified dune buggy, which he drove around Ohio, inviting reporters and engineers to witness the vehicle running solely on water. Local news segments aired footage of the strange machine chugging along. His car had no fuel tank, only a container of water and his signature fuel cell, which turned H2O into what he called hydroxy gas, powering the engine with clean combustion and leaving nothing but water vapor behind. The implications were staggering. No more gasoline, no more oil wars, no more emissions, pipelines, or pollution. Just a world powered by the simplest and most abundant liquid on Earth. Naturally, the skepticism came quickly. Scientists demanded data. Institutions asked for replication. Meyer declined to share his schematics in full, citing the need to protect his patents and avoid corporate sabotage. He was wary. Some said paranoid, but not without reason. Because interest in his invention didn't come only from environmentalists. It came from oil companies, military contractors, foreign governments. According to Meyer, representatives from the Middle East offered him $1 billion to shelve his invention permanently. He refused. Then came the lawsuits. In 1996, an Ohio court ruled against Meyer in a case brought by two investors who claimed his invention was a fraud. Expert witnesses argued that his water fuel cell was nothing more than standard electrolysis repackaged. The court agreed, ordering him to repay the investors. Meyer protested. He said the tests were flawed, that his technology had been misunderstood or intentionally sabotaged. 2 years later, he was dead. His death was sudden, unexplained, and to those who believed in his work, suspicious. No thorough investigation was ever opened. His lab was reportedly ransacked shortly after his passing. Equipment vanished. Documents went missing. His patents, many already filed, became dormant, and the world, ever so briefly intrigued by the promise of water-powered travel, moved on. But the idea didn't die with him. In the years since, countless inventors around the world have tried to recreate Meyer's device. Some claim success. Others run into the same wall: a lack of funding, a lack of institutional support, or a sudden loss of interest from potential investors once large energy players become aware. The phrase water-powered car now sits in that peculiar place between genius and conspiracy. Too hopeful to dismiss, too disruptive to embrace, modern science continues to investigate hydrogen fuel. Electrolysis, fuel cells, and water-splitting technologies are now common in clean energy research, but none operate the way Meyer described. Off the grid, in real time, inside a moving vehicle, without external power. That remains elusive, or perhaps forbidden. Imagine for a moment the world Meyer envisioned: cities with no exhaust, highways without gas stations, engines powered not by burning ancient fossils, but by unlocking the silent energy within water molecules. A world where a single glass of water held the potential to move mountains, or at least move us past the need for oil. As you drift deeper into quiet thought, picture the dune buggy rolling down an empty road. No smell of gasoline, no heat of combustion, just a soft whir, a bubbling tank, and the cool whisper of vapor rising behind. It wasn't just a machine, it was a message that energy might not be scarce, that the power we seek might already be all around us, or within us. But the louder that message became, the quieter the world grew in response. Because not all inventions are welcomed. Some arrive too soon, and some, like a drop in still water, vanish before the ripples are ever seen. The Searle effect generator. There are moments in history where an idea flickers into existence, strange, glowing, and full of promise, only to be snuffed out before it can catch fire. Not because it failed, but because it didn't, because it worked too well. In the case of John Searle, that idea was a machine, a spinning, humming device that he said could generate limitless energy and levitate on its own. without fuel, wires, or combustion. A device that defied gravity and thermodynamics. A machine so simple in form and so profound in consequence that if real, it could rewrite the rules of physics and civilization itself. He called it the Searle Effect Generator, or SEG. Searle wasn't a university-trained scientist. He was a British engineer, born in 1932, raised in poverty, and trained in electrical work. He said the idea for the SEG came to him not through traditional study, but through a vision. As a teenager, he began dreaming of mathematical symbols and mechanical shapes, repeated again and again each night, like messages carved into his subconscious. He believed they were instructions, a blueprint for something that didn't yet exist in the physical world. And so, he built it. The first SEG was simple in appearance, a set of concentric metal rings with smaller magnetic rollers placed along the outer rim. But when powered correctly, or perhaps when it powered itself, the rollers began to spin around the ring without touching it, suspended in motion by a magnetic force. As they accelerated, something strange occurred. The temperature in the room dropped. A faint glow appeared around the machine. And then, incredibly, it lifted off the ground. Searle claimed that the machine produced both anti-gravity and clean energy at the same time. It didn't consume fuel. It didn't wear down. It tapped into what he called the ambient energy of space, a kind of field or force that existed all around us, waiting to be harnessed. The faster the rollers moved, the more energy it produced, and the lighter the entire system became. Eventually, it hovered. In some tests, it reportedly flew out of control, breaking through ceilings, vanishing into the sky, never to be recovered. Of course, this was the 1950s and 60s. No smartphones, no viral videos. Just word of mouth, a few fuzzy photographs, and a man with an unbelievable story. But that story wouldn't go away. Searle continued building prototypes, claiming success again and again. He said the device could power a home indefinitely, that it had no emissions, no heat waste, and no moving parts in contact, meaning no friction, no decay. He said the SEG had no limit. If scaled properly, it could power entire cities or lift manned crafts into the sky without fuel. He called his creations levity discs and said he flew them in the English countryside. He dreamed of a future where these crafts could carry people, cargo, even serve as interstellar vehicles, riding on the magnetic fabric of space itself. The device, he insisted, was scalable and entirely real. But with each demonstration came more disbelief. Scientists dismissed his work as pseudoscience. Funding evaporated. His equipment was destroyed in a house fire. His workshop was vandalized. He was arrested multiple times, not for fraud, but for supposedly operating without permits or causing blackouts during unauthorized energy experiments. Some claim his home was raided, his notes taken. Others say he simply became a threat to a system that wasn't ready for a world beyond fossil fuels and gravity-bound machines. And yet, he kept going. Decades later, Searle moved to the United States and formed the Searle Aerospace Group, trying once again to bring the SEG to life. Crowdfunding campaigns, interviews, and conference presentations followed. Videos appeared online, showing small-scale demonstrations of the rollers spinning, levitating, resisting magnetic interference. Enough to keep the legend alive, but never enough to satisfy mainstream science. To this day, no major institution has confirmed or replicated Searle's results. No peer-reviewed study has endorsed the SEG, but that hasn't stopped thousands around the world from trying to rebuild it. Hobbyists, rogue engineers, and independent labs continue to experiment with similar designs. Magnetic propulsion, frictionless bearings, toroidal motion, each claims to come close. None claim to succeed fully. And yet the dream persists. Because the idea of a machine that produces infinite, clean energy without fuel, that lifts itself into the sky with no wings, no engines, no heat, is simply too beautiful to abandon. Modern physics is beginning to catch up to ideas once dismissed. Quantum vacuum energy, magnetic flux fields, gravitational wave manipulation, concepts that sound eerily close to what Searle described decades ago. Perhaps he was wrong in the details, but right in the direction. Perhaps the SEG didn't defy physics. Perhaps it showed us we don't yet know all the laws. As you slip further into calm, picture it. A silver disk, humming softly, suspended in the air. No noise, no emissions. Just a glow, blue-white like starlight, flickering at its edges. It does not fall. It does not burn. It floats, serene and indifferent to gravity. Not because it cheats the universe, but because it understands it in a way we don't yet. Some inventions die in obscurity, others are buried on purpose, and some, like the SEG, hover just beyond our reach, like a whisper from a future we almost had.
The Hutchison effect. In the dim glow of a cluttered laboratory in Vancouver, Canada, something began to stir in defiance of physics. Metal objects vibrated violently. A heavy steel ball lifted itself into the air, hovering with eerie stillness. A chunk of wood fused inexplicably with a block of metal. The room was filled with static, a strange electric hum that seemed to emanate not from a single source, but from the very air itself. This was no science fiction scene. It was, according to eyewitnesses and shaky handheld footage, the real-life result of what would come to be called the Hutchison effect, a series of alleged phenomena discovered by amateur researcher John Hutchison in the late 1970s. The effect, if it is real, should not exist. It violates the known laws of inertia, gravity, and electromagnetism. And yet, it has persisted in the margins of science, conspiracy, and curiosity for decades, stubbornly unverified, yet never fully dismissed. Hutchison claimed that by combining multiple electromagnetic sources, including Tesla coils, Van de Graaff generators, and radio frequency transmitters, he was able to open a kind of window through the constraints of Newtonian mechanics. In this window, objects would levitate, materials would melt without heat, and matter would sometimes disappear entirely. These weren't optical illusions or chemical tricks, he insisted. They were the visible fingerprints of untapped forces, anti-gravity, zero-point energy, or perhaps something stranger still. The alleged experiments were filmed, albeit with low-quality cameras and often under uncontrolled conditions. Skeptics were quick to dismiss them as hoaxes, misinterpretations, or wishful thinking. But there were engineers, physicists, and military observers who took notice. According to Hutchison, officials from NASA, the U.S. Army, and even Lockheed Martin visited his lab. Some took samples. Some took notes. Others, he says, took his equipment. Then, without warning, the funding offers dried up. His equipment mysteriously disappeared, stolen or confiscated, depending on who tells the story. Hutchison himself faded from public view, resurfacing occasionally on the fringe circuit, still insisting that the effect was real, that it had been achieved, and that someone somewhere had taken it further. But what is the Hutchison effect, if not a series of parlor tricks? According to Hutchison, it's not just one phenomenon but a collection of anomalies, all arising from chaotic electromagnetic interactions. Objects levitate not because of repelling fields, but because gravity itself is nullified. Materials fuse because their molecular boundaries are broken down by resonant frequencies. In some cases, he claimed to have observed time distortions, clocks running backwards, digital devices freezing as though caught between ticks of the second hand. Mainstream science could not replicate his results. Laboratory attempts, even by reputable institutions, failed to produce anything close to the dramatic demonstrations seen in Hutchison's tapes. The lack of peer-reviewed evidence doomed the effect to the realm of pseudoscience, and Hutchison was cast as a modern-day alchemist, eccentric, imaginative, and ultimately untrustworthy. But there's a darker whisper that lingers around his story, that his discoveries were not failures of science, but victims of suppression. Those who believe in the Hutchison effect argue that it poses a direct threat to the world's energy and weapons industries. If gravity could be manipulated, who would need rockets? If metals could fuse without heat, who would control the future of manufacturing? If matter could be made to vanish, then what boundary of property, safety, or sovereignty would remain? In that light, the effect was never a fringe curiosity. It was an existential threat. And like many threats, it was quietly neutralized. Some point to the disappearance of equipment, to sealed military documents, or to sudden visits by unnamed officials as signs that something truly significant was uncovered in Hutchison's lab. Others believe the videos were simply clever hoaxes. Wires, magnets, and camera tricks dressed up as breakthroughs. But perhaps the most unsettling possibility is the one few dare to voice. That Hutchison stumbled onto something real, but so chaotic and uncontrollable that even its discoverer could never understand it fully. A science not merely unrecognized, but fundamentally unknowable. A glimpse, however brief, into the hidden seams of the universe, where matter softens, gravity blinks, and the very structure of reality hums at frequencies we were never meant to hear. Today, Hutchison lives a quieter life. His early fame faded into internet myth. The videos still circulate, grainy, dreamlike, disturbing in their ambiguity. The scientific community scoffs, and yet, the footage remains, the stories persist, and in the dark corners of classified programs and private labs, one cannot help but wonder, has the effect truly been debunked, or has it simply been buried? Because sometimes the most forbidden inventions aren't erased because they failed. They're erased because they worked. Karl Schappeller device. In the quiet Austrian town of Linz, in the early decades of the 20th century, a man with no formal education began to speak about forces no one could see, and energy that flowed not from combustion or coils, but from the very fabric of space itself. His name was Karl Schappeller, and his claims would ripple far beyond the modest rooms where he drew diagrams of strange spheres, radiant auras, and mechanisms unlike anything the world had seen. He was no physicist. In fact, by trade, Schappeller was a civil servant and an estate caretaker. But what he lacked in credentials, he made up for in boldness. He announced that he had discovered the key to unlocking primary energy, an energy not derived from fuel or sun or motion, but from the ether, the ancient, long-dismissed idea that space itself was filled with an invisible medium, a kind of cosmic sea. His invention, which he referred to as the Schappeller device, was designed to tap into this ether and produce endless power. Free, clean, and without resistance. To many, it sounded like a fantasy. But to those who saw his blueprints and heard his explanations, engineers, military officials, and even political figures, there was something oddly compelling in his vision. The core of the device was a spherical energy emitter, said to be constructed of barium-strontium ceramics and surrounded by an electromagnetic field. At its heart was a peculiar configuration. A cold, motionless core surrounded by a rotating magnetic field, a kind of energetic vacuum. According to Schappeller, this configuration caused the surrounding ether to condense, creating a concentration of force so pure that it could be redirected as mechanical energy, heat, or even levitation. It was a power system unlike any other, not combustion, not electricity, not magnetism. Something older, something primordial. He called it Raumkraft, space power. Schappeller went further. He claimed that the human body itself radiated similar energy, that consciousness could interface with this etheric field, and that once properly understood, the device could transmit energy across vast distances with no wires, no loss, perhaps even through dimensions unknown to modern physics. Word spread. By the 1930s, elements within the German military and intelligence services began to take notice. According to fragmented records and later reports, Schappeller was approached by representatives of the emerging Nazi regime, who saw in his theories a potential strategic advantage. There were whispers that his work was integrated, or at least referenced, by groups like the Vril Society and Die Glocke, secretive research collectives operating in the shadows of wartime science. But Schappeller himself never produced a working model, at least not one that survived the war. His lab was reportedly dismantled. His notes were seized, and the trail of his device fades into silence not long after. What remains is a swirl of speculation. Some believe his device was a pseudoscientific delusion, a byproduct of mystical nationalism and fringe metaphysics. Others argue that the concepts he introduced, tapping into zero-point energy, magnetic vortices, and non-thermal radiation, were simply too far ahead of their time, concepts only now being flirted with in the outer edges of quantum research. But it's the overlap between his device and modern classified technologies that keeps his legacy alive. His theories of energy as vibration, of space as a latent energetic reservoir, mirror oddly with modern explorations in quantum vacuum fluctuation, scalar waves, and torsion fields, terms that remain speculative, yes, but not entirely dismissed. There are also those who point to reports of post-war Nazi scientists working on advanced propulsion systems during Operation Paperclip, where Germany's brightest minds were folded into American defense projects. Did Schappeller's ideas, however embryonic, survive through them? If his device truly worked, even for a moment, it would have rendered nearly every energy system on Earth obsolete. Oil, coal, nuclear, even solar irrelevant. The implications would stretch not just across industries, but across civilizations. Free energy means power beyond governments, and such power is never allowed to remain free. So perhaps that is why Schappeller's invention never saw daylight. Not because it failed, but because it succeeded too well. Because it offered the keys to something vast and destabilizing. Not just new technology, but a new cosmology. Karl Schappeller died in 1947, his name fading from the public mind. His notes, when they surface, are often dismissed as the ramblings of an inspired but untrained man. Yet in some hidden labs, tucked deep behind security clearances and layers of bureaucracy, it's not hard to imagine that elements of his work live on. In devices that hum quietly, unseen, drawing from a space we still barely understand. In the end, the most haunting thing about Schappeller's device isn't that it vanished. It's that someone might still be using it, and we'd never know. Thomas Henry Moray's radiant energy device. It began with a signal not from space, but from the fabric of space itself. In the 1920s and 30s, a young electrical engineer named Thomas Henry Moray, working out of a small laboratory in Salt Lake City, claimed to have tapped into a source of energy unlike anything the world had seen. Came from no generator, no battery, no moving parts. It simply existed, all around us, waiting to be drawn in. He called it radiant energy. Moray described it not as solar power, nor as ambient radio waves, but as a type of cosmic energy, constantly present, pulsating, vibrating, flowing through the universe in ways traditional science had yet to grasp. He said it had no mass, no inertia, and could pass through walls, steel, and even lead. It was not generated, it was extracted, a reservoir of unseen power, hiding in plain sight. His invention, the Moray Radiant Energy Device, was said to be able to draw this energy down from the ether using a specialized antenna and a system of vacuum tubes and semiconductors. No fuel was required, no sound, just a strange electric hum, and an output that could power household appliances, lights, even heating units. Moray demonstrated the device on multiple occasions, powering lamps, motors, and heaters, all from a sealed black box that had no apparent source of input. He invited scientists, engineers, and even skeptical university professors to witness it. Many left convinced that something real, something revolutionary had taken place. But the demonstrations always ended the same way, with fascination and fear. To understand why, one must understand the time. The early 20th century was an era of rising corporate control over energy, dominated by oil, coal, and the emerging infrastructure of centralized electricity. A device like Moray's, capable of drawing free, limitless power from the air, would have been not just disruptive, but apocalyptic to the existing order. According to Moray, attempts were made to purchase his invention, not to develop it, but to bury it. He refused. He believed the energy should be free to the world, a gift of nature, not a tool for profit. That's when things began to unravel. His lab was broken into, equipment destroyed. His notes were stolen. One of his assistants, a man named Bailey, reportedly attempted to extort him, demanding he turn over the plans or suffer the consequences. When Moray refused, Bailey allegedly attacked him with a gun, attempting to destroy the device and force a confession of fraud. The device never reappeared in its full form again. What followed were years of ridicule, suppression, and slow erasure. The mainstream scientific community dismissed his work as delusion or pseudoscience. His attempts to patent the device were rejected, not because it didn't work, but because the principles behind it defied known physics. In other words, the patent office couldn't categorize what they refused to understand. Still, fragments of his research survived. Diagrams, partial schematics, vague mentions in old journals. They describe components that modern engineers have struggled to replicate: vacuum tubes with unusual materials, semiconductors tuned to cosmic frequencies, and antenna designs that resemble no known technology. Moray claimed his device worked by rectifying and converting radiant waves, not traditional electromagnetism, but something more subtle, more primal. He said this energy came in impulses, and that only very specific circuits could capture and stabilize them. Attempts to rebuild the device failed, perhaps because the materials used were no longer available, or perhaps because Moray himself never revealed every detail. There are those who believe the US government eventually acquired his device, that elements of his work were classified, folded into secret energy programs, and suppressed not because they failed, but because they threatened to liberate energy from control. Others point to the eerie parallels between Moray's theories and modern concepts like zero-point energy, vacuum fluctuation, and even quantum field harvesting, ideas once considered fringe but now explored at the outer edge of theoretical physics. To this day, no one has publicly recreated Moray's device in full. But stories persist of quiet research efforts, obscure patents, and basement inventors who claim to have caught brief glimpses of the effect. Devices that light up without wires, circuits that warm with no current. And always, just as mysteriously as they appear, these efforts vanish. Thomas Moray died in 1974. In his final years, he expressed deep regret, not for inventing the device but for trying to share it. He believed the world was not ready, that free energy was too dangerous in a world built on control, profit, and scarcity, that mankind, when offered a gift of light, would rather burn it than be changed by it. Whether the radiant energy device was a real breakthrough or an unsolved anomaly, one truth remains. Something extraordinary passed through Moray's hands, and like so many forbidden inventions, it was swallowed by time. Not because it couldn't work, but because it dared to. Otis Carr's OTC X-1 anti-gravity craft. In the shadows of the 1950s, while the world's attention was focused on atomic weapons, Sputnik, and the Cold War, one man claimed to have already built the future, and it wasn't just a machine. It was a revolution in physics, perception, and power. His name was Otis T. Carr, and he swore that gravity was no longer a barrier. Carr wasn't a scientist in the traditional sense. He wasn't part of NASA, nor did he operate out of a prestigious university. But he was a close disciple of Nikola Tesla, or at least claimed to be, and like Tesla, he spoke of limitless energy, invisible forces, and human potential far beyond the accepted boundaries. His invention, the OTC X-1, a fully functional anti-gravity craft. A saucer-shaped vehicle allegedly capable of traveling not just through space, but through time and dimensions, using principles he described as neutron electricity and space-time harmonics. The craft was said to be powered by a rotating energy system, twin counter-rotating metal disks, spinning around a central axis that created a kind of vortex or electromagnetic field capable of manipulating inertia. Carr referred to it as a fourth-dimensional transport, one that converted electrical energy into levitational force, bypassing gravity entirely. He wasn't shy about it. In fact, he made bold public statements that the OTC X-1 could take humans to the moon and back without rockets or fuel, that it ran on free energy drawing directly from the ether as Tesla once theorized, that it operated silently, cleanly, and with unprecedented speed. In 1957, Carr founded OTC Enterprises in Baltimore and began offering stock in his company. He even recruited engineers and machinists to help construct a full-scale prototype of the craft. A launch date was set. A press demonstration was promised. The world, it seemed, was about to witness the arrival of a technology decades ahead of its time. But then everything unraveled. Just days before the public demonstration of the OTC X-1, Carr was arrested. Charged with selling unregistered securities, he was accused of fraud and misleading investors. His workshop was shut down. His materials confiscated. The craft was never shown again. The timing was suspicious. No technical expert ever testified that Carr's machine didn't work. In fact, no analysis of the device was ever made public at all. What was scrutinized instead was paperwork, not physics. The legal case never debated the science, only the structure of his business. Carr maintained his innocence until the end. He insisted that the charges were fabricated, designed to silence his discovery, that powerful interests, energy companies, military agencies, and government contractors could not allow a functional anti-gravity craft to be revealed to the public. Because what would happen if gravity itself could be controlled? What would happen if energy could be pulled from space? Rockets, fuel, satellites, all rendered obsolete in an instant. Borders would become meaningless. Transportation would be instantaneous. The very concept of scarcity would collapse. That kind of power doesn't go unnoticed. And it certainly doesn't go unchallenged. According to some researchers, Carr's designs mirrored aspects of classified propulsion research happening around the same time, including Project Winterhaven and alleged experiments at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The spinning disk, the rotating fields, the metallic geometry, they appear again and again in rumored accounts of recovered alien craft, black-budget aerospace projects, and suppressed breakthroughs. And there's something else, something more strange. Carr spoke of the OTC X-1 not just as a machine but as a conscious system, that it required mental synchronization, that human intention itself could interface with the ship's control, that space-time was not merely traversed, but navigated through frequency and thought. The ship, he said, was alive in some subtle electromagnetic way, a union of biology, physics, and geometry. These ideas were dismissed at the time as delusional. But today, similar concepts are being quietly explored in fields like quantum consciousness, resonant field theory, and coherent energy systems, all fringe, all speculative, and yet not impossible. Carr died in 1982. His company dissolved. His craft, if it ever existed, was never recovered. All that remains are grainy photographs, fragments of schematics, and the persistent whisper that he built something that worked, and paid the price for doing so. Was he a fraud? A dreamer? Or a man who cracked the code of gravity and found himself standing on a precipice no one else dared approach? We may never know, because in the world of forbidden inventions, the most dangerous are not the ones that fail, but the ones that almost slipped through. Project Blue Beam. It begins with the sky. A glowing symbol appears above the city. Perhaps a cross, a star, a pulsing geometric shape, then another, then a voice, not through speakers, but seemingly inside your own head. Clear, commanding, familiar. It speaks of unity, salvation, and the arrival of a new world. Across the globe, millions witness the same thing, each in their native language, each receiving the same message. To the world, it seems like divine revelation. But to those who have studied the whispers behind the curtain, it is the signal of something else. Project Blue Beam. This theory, terrifying in its scope, surgical in its ambition, was first popularized by Canadian investigative journalist Serge Monast in the 1990s. He claimed that global elites, using decades of hidden technological advancement, were preparing to launch a psychological operation of such magnitude that it would collapse existing religions, destabilize entire nations, and usher in a one-world government under the banner of a false messiah. At the heart of the operation is technology, not fiction, but real, demonstrated, evolving. Three-dimensional holographic projection systems, capable of rendering massive, high-definition images in the sky. Voice-to-skull transmission technology, tested by military organizations, which can project auditory signals directly into the brain using microwave frequencies. Global satellite arrays in low Earth orbit, capable of covering every inch of the planet with coordinated audiovisual data. Monast laid out the plan in 4 chilling stages. Stage 1. The breakdown of all archaeological and religious understanding. This, he claimed, would be achieved through fake discoveries, ancient artifacts, digital scripts, and holographically generated revelations, designed to discredit existing belief systems and confuse the historical narrative. Stage 2. The Great Celestial Show. Using a global satellite system, enormous holographic projections would appear over every region of Earth, each tailored to the dominant religion of that population. Christ over Christian nations, Buddha over Buddhist ones, Allah, Krishna, or other divine forms elsewhere. These deities would merge into one, forming a universal God, who then explains that all religions have been misunderstood, and that now, a new truth has come. Stage 3. The synthetic telepathic connection. Through advanced electromagnetic frequencies, a global transmission would enter the minds of all people, simulating spiritual contact. It would feel real. It would feel divine. But it would not be. Stage 4, the staged alien invasion or the synthetic second coming. The final act. With humanity confused, disoriented, and in awe, a global threat would be simulated. A false alien invasion, or the return of a messianic figure with unimaginable powers. Nations would surrender sovereignty in exchange for protection. The public would beg for control. A new world order would be born not through conquest but consent. Impossible? Perhaps. But peel back the curtain, and the pieces begin to reveal themselves. NASA has long explored holographic technology, both for training and simulation. DARPA has researched synthetic telepathy and cognitive warfare tools. The military has openly tested sky projection systems capable of rendering large-scale illusions, from cloaking aircraft to simulating landscapes. And in recent decades, massive leaps in neurolinguistic programming, AI voice modeling, and brain-computer interfacing have brought us closer than ever to being able to simulate not just what we see, but what we feel. As for satellites, we now live in a world where thousands of satellites, from both public and private entities, orbit overhead, capable of coordinated transmission, synchronized timing, and global reach. The infrastructure for a worldwide projection system already exists. Only the intent remains unseen. Critics, of course, dismiss Project Blue Beam as paranoia, a patchwork of misunderstood patents, science fiction, and speculative fear. They point to the lack of concrete evidence, to the absence of leaked documents or insider confessions. And yet, the theory persists. Why? Because in a world saturated with deepfakes, AI-generated voices, and algorithmic manipulation, the boundary between reality and illusion has grown thinner than ever before. We have seen how narratives can be constructed and believed. We have watched real events dismissed as hoaxes and fabrications embraced as truth. The tools required to manufacture belief are no longer futuristic. They are operational, they are invisible, and they are trusted. Monas died under mysterious circumstances in 1996, shortly after publishing his work. Some believe he suffered a heart attack. Others suspect foul play. Regardless, his theories took on a life of their own, spreading through underground forums, whispered in conspiracy circles, referenced by dissidents, and echoed by those who feared a future in which truth itself could be engineered. So what if Blue Beam isn't a plan, but a template? Not a single event, but a model, a technological framework that could be triggered, modified, or adapted at will. A testbed for future global psychological operations. A blueprint for mass perception control. And if it is real, even partially, then the most dangerous thing about Project Blue Beam isn't that it might happen. It's that when it does, we may not recognize it for what it is. Because when the sky opens and speaks, who dares ask where the wires are? SEG, spinning Electrogravitics disk. In a quiet laboratory somewhere on the outskirts of Moscow, two Russian physicists, Dr. Eugene Podkoltnov Roschin and Dr. Sergei Godin, began to experiment with motion, magnetism, and the strange residual whispers of gravity itself. What they reported defied every textbook, every law, and every expectation of how the universe is supposed to behave. Their invention would come to be known as the SEG, the spinning Electrogravitics disk. At its core, the SEG wasn't just a motor. It was an attempt to manipulate gravity directly using a system of rotating magnetic fields. Inspired in part by earlier, murkier experiments by Western figures like Otis T. Carr and John Searle, the Russian team took the idea further, using mathematical precision, cryogenic superconductors, and powerful neodymium magnets to test whether inertia itself could be influenced by electromagnetic force. The device consisted of a multi-tiered, rotating magnetic disk, designed to spin at extremely high speeds inside a carefully isolated containment field. As it accelerated, the fields began to interact, not just with each other, but seemingly with the very geometry of space. What happened next was unsettling. In published papers, Roschin and Godin claimed that when the device reached specific rotational thresholds, weight began to decrease, not for the device itself but for objects placed above it. Measured with precision equipment, mass was reduced by up to 35%. This wasn't simple magnetic levitation. The effect persisted even with non-magnetic materials. Wood, plastic, water, and there was more. Test subjects reported strange sensations while standing near the machine. Nausea, dizziness, disorientation, and even distortions in time perception. Clocks placed in proximity began to drift, not significantly, but noticeably. Instruments would desynchronize. A local bubble of warped spacetime, it seemed, had been created, however briefly, however faintly. The implications were staggering. If verified, this technology didn't just challenge gravity, it rewrote the rules. It suggested that electromagnetic systems could interfere with gravitational fields, that mass was malleable, and that inertia, that most unyielding property of matter, could be altered with the right rotational force. If true, the SEG could become the foundation for propulsion systems without fuel, vehicles that ignored inertia, and devices that could lift silently into the sky, unbound by Newtonian mechanics. But just as quickly as the reports appeared, they vanished. Funding was pulled. Research halted. The laboratory was shut down. No further publications came. Western physicists who attempted to replicate the results either failed or encountered anomalies they could not explain. Some claimed their experiments were interfered with. Others received visits from officials urging them to cease unverified experiments for safety reasons. Roschin and Godin faded into the background. Their findings were never formally retracted, only buried under a pile of scientific disinterest and bureaucratic silence. So what happened? Skeptics argue that the results were measurement errors, that gyroscopic forces, thermal convection, or magnetic interference could have skewed the data, that without independent replication, the SEG is just another entry in the long archive of wishful pseudoscience. But others see a pattern, a now familiar script, anomalous effect, limited publicity, immediate suppression, disappearance. And there are deeper questions. Why were Russian military officials reportedly seen near the lab? Why was there a sudden push to classify electromagnetic propulsion research in the early 2000s? And why do some of the SEG's principles echo what has been whispered in aerospace defense circles for years about craft that fly without sound, that accelerate without g-forces, and that operate not with combustion, but with the silent hum of rotating fields? Some have drawn connections between the SEG and UFO propulsion theories, especially those involving mass cancellation and gravity lensing. The idea that by manipulating the shape of the gravitational field around an object, one could essentially fall forward through space, rather than push against it. Such theories were once dismissed, but now, they're simply classified. If the SEG worked, it would change everything, not just aerospace but energy, transportation, and even weaponry. A ship immune to inertia could turn on a dime, dodge any missile, defy the atmosphere itself. A satellite that didn't need fuel could remain in orbit indefinitely. A vehicle that didn't interact with gravity wouldn't just fly, it would slip between dimensions. And yet, like so many forbidden inventions, the SEG was swallowed by silence. No patents, no mass production, no open source plans, only rumors. Rumors of labs still testing in secret, of experimental craft seen over deserts, coasts, and frozen military installations, of scientists who remember the name Roschin not as a fraud but as a warning that we may already have the tools to break gravity. We're just not allowed to use them. Lakhovsky's multi-wave oscillator. In the quiet hum of the early 20th century, before the world was swallowed by the noise of global wars and the rise of industrial medicine, one man quietly proposed something radical, that the human body was not just flesh and blood, but a resonant system, vibrating in harmony with the electromagnetic symphony of the universe. His name was Georges Lakhovsky, and the device he built would become one of the most mysterious and suppressed healing technologies in modern history, the multi-wave oscillator. Lakhovsky was not a mystic, nor a salesman. He was an engineer, a scientist, a thinker unafraid of drawing connections where others saw only separation. While most medical minds of the time searched for cures through chemicals and scalpels, Lakhovsky looked elsewhere, into the invisible. He believed that every cell in the human body functions like a miniature radio receiver and transmitter, constantly oscillating at specific frequencies. Health, he argued, was the result of these vibrations staying in tune. Disease, on the other hand, occurred when those oscillations were disrupted by trauma, by toxins, by environmental interference. And if disease was a matter of frequency, could it also be cured with frequency? Lakhovsky's answer was yes. He designed a device simple in appearance, but profound in intention. A central tube generating high-frequency electrical pulses, surrounded by concentric circular antennas, metal rings, arranged like ripples on a pond. When activated, the multi-wave oscillator, MWO, emitted a spectrum of electromagnetic waves, radiating across a wide range of frequencies. Unlike other machines that focused on a single wavelength, the MWO cast a net, allowing each cell to absorb only the frequencies it needed to restore its natural vibration. It was a tune-up for the body, not through touch or chemical interaction, but through resonance. And according to early reports, it worked. Lakhovsky tested his device on plants first. Tomatoes, geraniums, beans, all exposed to viruses or radiation, then treated with the oscillator. The untreated plants withered. The treated ones thrived. Encouraged, he moved to animals, then humans, patients with chronic illnesses, cancer, tuberculosis, skin lesions. Many, he claimed, improved dramatically after exposure to the oscillator's field. Word spread. The device was used in clinics across Europe. Some doctors became believers. Others remained skeptics. But even among critics, the results were difficult to ignore. Patients who had not responded to conventional treatments showed signs of recovery. Energy returned. Pain diminished. Tumors shrank. But then, as with so many stories in this archive silence, Lakhovsky traveled to the United States to promote his work, hoping to collaborate with American doctors and universities. But upon arrival, he encountered resistance. Powerful forces in the pharmaceutical and medical industries, just beginning their rise to global dominance, had no interest in a technology that offered non-invasive healing with no drugs, no recurring treatments, and no patents. Hospitals refused to adopt it. Journals refused to publish it. Lakhovsky was struck by a car on a New York street in 1942. Some believe it was an accident. Others whisper it was something else. He died soon after. His devices vanished from clinics. His name was buried beneath decades of industrial progress. Today, most medical students have never heard of the multi-wave oscillator. And yet, in underground circles, biohacker communities, and fringe clinics across the world, replicas of his device are still being built, sometimes using his original schematics recovered from old notebooks and archives. Users report effects ranging from deep relaxation and increased energy to the alleviation of chronic pain and inflammation. But none of these results are officially recognized. None are allowed to be. Why? Because the implications are too vast. If the body can be tuned like an instrument, if disease is a form of energetic dissonance, then everything we think we know about medicine shifts. Pills become irrelevant. Surgeries become rare. Chronic conditions become solvable not through chemical warfare, but through subtle waves of light, sound, and electromagnetic alignment. That is not a change the modern system is prepared to allow. And so, like so many before and after him, Georges Lakhovsky was left in the margins. His oscillator, a simple device with the potential to rewrite medicine, became a relic, a forbidden invention, not because it didn't work, but because it might have. Because sometimes the most dangerous technology is the one that heals without permission. The Dado ring. In the golden age of post-war optimism, when televisions glowed with images of a bright and healthy future, a man named Giovanni John Dado stepped into the public eye with something both extraordinary and quietly terrifying. He claimed to have discovered a machine that could detect illness before symptoms appeared, stimulate cellular regeneration, and possibly even reverse aging. They called it the Dado ring, a device that, in time, would vanish just as mysteriously as it appeared. Dado was not a traditional scientist, an Italian-American inventor with an enigmatic past. He worked out of a modest facility in California during the 1950s. He told journalists and medical researchers that his discovery came from studying biomagnetic fields in living tissue, subtle electromagnetic patterns that, he believed, revealed the health or disease state of every organ, even before physical symptoms emerged. The key to his theory was DNA resonance. Dado believed that each strand of DNA oscillates at a precise frequency, a kind of biological signature tone. When that frequency was strong and stable, the body was healthy. When it faltered, disease was near. And with the right external stimulus, he believed those frequencies could be measured and corrected. Enter the Dado ring, a circular apparatus about the size of a large chair, designed to surround a seated person. Inside it, a sophisticated coil system that emitted pulsed electromagnetic fields across a spectrum of frequencies. The subject would sit inside the ring for short periods, as little as 15 minutes, during which, according to Dado, the machine would not only scan for abnormalities, but stimulate cellular repair by resonating with the body's own energetic blueprint. Patients described the experience as calming, warm, almost meditative. Some reported improvements in energy, mood, and even relief from chronic pain. A few claimed even more, that scars faded, tumors shrank, and degenerative illnesses slowed. Dado's claims drew attention, not just from the press, but from government officials, military scientists, and representatives of major pharmaceutical companies. His technology was mysterious, but it showed promise. And that, perhaps, was the problem. Because almost overnight, the Dado ring disappeared. In what many have described as an abrupt and deliberate silencing, Dado's laboratory was shut down. He was investigated for practicing medicine without a license, though no formal charges were ever filed. His equipment was confiscated. His patents were blocked. And most bizarrely, he vanished from public life. He would later resurface briefly in France, attempting to revive his work under more lenient regulatory environments. But the momentum was gone. The media had moved on, and whatever forces had pushed him into obscurity had done their job well. His original devices were never seen again. What remains today is speculation, fragments of interviews, hand-drawn schematics, testimonies from those who experienced the ring before it was taken. Some researchers believe the Dado ring may have functioned similarly to modern PEMF, pulsed electromagnetic field, therapy devices, which are now quietly gaining recognition in fringe and alternative medical circles. Others believe it went further, that it was tapping into biofield science, still too esoteric for mainstream medicine. There's also a darker theory that Dado's machine wasn't just a diagnostic or therapeutic tool. It was a disruptor. If one device could detect illness before symptoms, it would upend the diagnostic industry. If it could restore cellular function without drugs or surgery, it would undermine entire sectors of pharmaceutical medicine. And perhaps that is why it vanished. Not because it didn't work, but because it might have worked too well. In today's world of medical scans, invasive tests, and synthetic pills, the idea of a non-invasive vibrational healing device sounds like fiction. But the truth is, we are surrounded by frequencies. Our hearts beat to electrical rhythms. Our brains emit waves. Every atom vibrates. Is it really so far-fetched to imagine a machine that could speak the language of our cells? To those who believe, the Dado ring is not just a machine, it's a lost opportunity. A glimpse into a future where medicine is quiet, intelligent, and attuned to the body's natural patterns. A future that someone, somewhere, decided we were not yet ready to have. And so the ring was closed. Not with fanfare, but with silence. Coral Castle Leedskalnin's magnetic device. Just off a quiet road in Homestead, Florida, stands a monument that should not exist. Massive coral blocks, some weighing over 30 tons, rise from the ground, carved, balanced, and arranged with impossible precision. Gates swing effortlessly, stars align through narrow stone holes, and towering monoliths rest atop others without visible mortar, machinery, or explanation. The place is called Coral Castle, but it is more than stone. It is a question carved in silence. And at the center of it all was a man, Edward Leedskalnin, a reclusive Latvian immigrant who, working entirely alone and mostly at night, claimed to possess knowledge long forgotten by modern science. When asked how he moved and positioned the multi-ton stones, his answer was always the same. I understand the laws of weight and leverage. I know the secrets the ancient Egyptians knew. What those secrets were, Leedskalnin never clearly revealed. But he left behind clues, in stone, in words, and in magnetic devices scattered among the remnants of his workshop. He was a small man, barely 5 feet tall and weighing no more than 100 pounds. And yet, witnesses reported seeing him maneuver colossal coral blocks as if they were light. Truck drivers who delivered materials returned to find them already in place. Moved without cranes, without pulleys, without sound. No one ever saw him work. No one ever caught him in the act. Only results remained. And among those results were strange instruments, pieces of rebar wound with copper wire, rotating wheels made from repurposed parts, and a mysterious contraption believed to be his magnetic flywheel, or what some call Leedskalnin's magnetic generator. To most, it looked like junk, the remnants of an eccentric's failed inventions. But others saw something different. A machine designed not to generate electricity in the traditional sense, but to interact with the very structure of matter. Leedskalnin believed in magnetism as the fundamental force of nature. He rejected the standard electrical models of the day, proposing instead that magnetic currents, not electricity, were the invisible lifeblood of the universe. He claimed that these currents flowed through everything, and that polarity, rather than energy consumption, was the key to understanding movement, cohesion, and even life itself. In his self-published booklet Magnetic Current, Leedskalnin detailed experiments that modern physics largely ignores. He spoke of individual magnetic particles, distinct from electrons, that moved in spiraling motions, creating fields that could be harnessed, balanced, and directed. He believed that matter could be influenced not by brute force, but by tuning into these subtle magnetic harmonics. So when he moved 30-ton coral blocks, was he using pulleys and wedges as he claimed? Or was he doing something else, something ancient? Some theorists believe Leedskalnin rediscovered a form of acoustic levitation, similar to techniques allegedly used in Egyptian, Incan, or Tibetan monuments. Others suggest he was utilizing magnetic resonance, aligning the natural frequency of the stones with that of the Earth's geomagnetic field, temporarily reducing their weight or inertia. And still others point to the strange alignment of Coral Castle's layout. The massive telescope stone points precisely at the North Star. Certain blocks align with equinoxes, solstices, and lunar cycles. It is not random. It is coded. It is also worth noting that Leedskalnin was highly secretive. He built walls around his property. He worked at night. He rarely spoke of his methods, and when he did, it was always wrapped in metaphor or misdirection. But in the core of his workshop, amid the rusted tools and ancient pulleys, stood that strange flywheel, a device with magnetic coils and rotating discs that may have channeled more than mere electricity. Could it have been his true tool? Could Leedskalnin have built a magnetic resonance device, capable of weakening gravitational fields, altering mass, or vibrating stone at frequencies that made it almost liquid? To mainstream science, this is heresy. But to those who have walked the paths of Coral Castle, who have felt the stillness of the stones and the precision of their alignment, it feels like something else, a forgotten technology, a whisper from a time when sound, magnetism, and will were enough to move mountains. Leedskalnin died in 1951, taking his secrets with him. He left no apprentices, no blueprints, no patents, only stones and questions. Engineers, physicists, and alternative researchers have studied the site for decades. None have fully explained how it was done. And perhaps that's the point. Because if one man, alone and untrained, could manipulate mass and magnetism so easily, what else is possible that we've forgotten? And more chillingly, who benefits from keeping us from remembering? Russian Tesla Tower. It rises like a relic from an alternate future. A massive steel structure, crowned with a sphere, standing alone in a field outside Moscow. Known as the Russian Tesla Tower, or officially the High-Voltage Marks Generator Facility in Fryazino, it was built in the Soviet era, shrouded in secrecy and silence. But for those who have looked deeper, this was never just a scientific experiment. It was part of something larger, a forbidden pursuit of free energy and wireless power, inspired by the work of one man, Nikola Tesla. And half a world away, in the quiet Swiss village of Linden, a secluded Christian community known as Mathernatha was said to have succeeded where others failed. Inside their compound, hidden from public access, stood the Testatica machine, a mysterious device that, according to those who saw it, could generate continuous electrical power from nothing, without fuel, without wires, without connection to any grid. 2 machines, 2 continents, 1 idea, that energy is everywhere, and those who know how to speak its language can pull it from the void. The Russian Tesla Tower was not built for television. It has no PR campaign, no branding. It's a tangle of metal, capacitors, and strange symmetry, often mistaken for a weather station or an abandoned monument. In reality, it is a gigantic electrical discharge system, capable of generating lightning-like bursts of up to 150 megawatts, simulating EMPs, and recreating the raw forces of nature. Officially, the tower was meant for testing aircraft resistance to lightning and radiation. But unofficially, some believe it was a Soviet attempt to continue Tesla's dream, the transmission of electrical power through the air, through the Earth itself. Not through wires, but through resonance. Tesla's vision was simple and terrifying. That the Earth itself could act as a conductor. That energy could be sent wirelessly across vast distances, harmonized with the planet's own electromagnetic pulse. He built Wardenclyffe Tower in the US for that very purpose, until it was dismantled, its funding cut, its blueprints confiscated. The Russian tower, many believe, was a resurrection of that vision. A test bed not just for defense, but for energy independence. If a nation could transmit power wirelessly, from a single station to an entire city, then power plants, oil pipelines, and fragile infrastructure would become obsolete. But just like Wardenclyffe, the Russian Tesla Tower never went public. Testing stopped. Research ended. Access was denied. Today it sits in silence, intact, maintained, but unused. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, a small community built something perhaps even more impossible. The Testatica machine looks like a museum artifact, a clear acrylic casing, rotating metal plates, electrostatic components spinning with precision. It's based loosely on the Wimshurst electrostatic generator, a 19th-century curiosity, but Mathernatha's version is entirely self-running. It requires no mechanical input once started. No battery, no outlet. It hums, pulses, it glows. Witnesses, mostly journalists and engineers allowed rare access in the 1970s and 80s, reported that the machine powered light bulbs, heated small appliances, and produced sustained electrical output. But when asked how it worked, the members of the Mathernatha community offered no technical explanation. They called it a gift from God and refused to patent or commercialize the design. They claimed the machine drew power from a higher-order natural field, something akin to the vacuum energy or ether once theorized by early physicists and now quietly resurfacing in the language of quantum field theory. Skeptics called it a hoax, but no one ever disproved it, and no one, outside the community, was allowed to open the machine. Then, just as mysteriously as it appeared, the Testatica faded from public view. The community declined interviews. The device was removed from sight. The world moved on, forgetting that somewhere in the Swiss Alps, a box once glowed with silent, impossible power. 2 machines, 2 silences, each surrounded by whispers of a limitless energy source, each vanishing into the fog of secrecy. Were these machines real, or were they symbols? Physical expressions of a dream humanity has chased for over a century. The dream that energy, the force that drives all civilization, could be pulled freely from nature without pollution, control, or price. And if it was real, why did both projects end the same way? Some believe the answers are simple. The physics doesn't work. Others suspect the truth is buried beneath deeper motives: geopolitical control, economic disruption, the collapse of centralized energy monopolies. Because a world where energy is wireless and free is a world where power, real power, shifts permanently. Governments lose leverage. Corporations lose profit. The old empires crumble. Perhaps that's why the towers are silent. Why the machines are hidden. Why the lights, once flickering with possibility, have gone dark. Not because they failed, but because they succeeded, and that was the most dangerous outcome of all. Chrono-Chaos Engine. Among all the rumors of lost technologies and forbidden inventions, few are as unsettling, or as quietly persistent, as the one surrounding a device known only as the Chrono-Chaos Engine. It doesn't appear in scientific journals. it was never granted a patent. No footage exists of it in operation. And yet, within certain forgotten circles of experimental physics and classified defense research, the name carries weight. Not because it was ever proven to work, but because of what it was allegedly designed to do: manipulate the flow of time itself. The origins of the chrono-chaos engine are unclear. Some trace it to a Cold War-era Soviet program exploring torsion fields and the geometry of spacetime. Others point to obscure references in U.S. defense spending during the 1990s, small line items linked to temporal field stabilization and nonlinear event timing analysis. But what most versions agree on is this: the engine wasn't a time machine in the traditional sense. It didn't send objects into the past or future. Instead, it altered time's behavior in a localized area, creating temporary distortions, stretches, contractions, or irregular pulses within the space surrounding the machine. It was described as a dense, complex configuration of superconducting coils, layered gyroscopes, and oscillating magnetic fields, all arranged in a rotating toroidal chamber. When activated, it generated a faint pulse, barely audible, but one that reportedly caused clocks nearby to drift out of sync. Some slowed down, others sped up. Chronometers that had been calibrated to the millisecond no longer agreed with each other after even brief exposure. The effects weren't limited to machinery. Personnel assigned to the project began reporting episodes of lost time, disorientation, and memory fragments that didn't align with actual events. One technician described feeling as if he had skipped forward several seconds during a test, like he had blinked and missed something real. Another reported a sensation of reliving the same moment twice, with full awareness both times. At first, these anomalies were chalked up to electromagnetic interference, sensory fatigue, or psychological suggestion. But as the occurrences grew more frequent and measurable, concern deepened. Not because the effect was unreliable, but because it was growing stronger with each iteration. According to an unverified internal report later leaked by a third-party contractor, one test resulted in a field where time passed at nearly double the outside rate for several seconds. A camera placed inside the containment zone recorded footage that, when played back, appeared accelerated, though the timestamps were consistent with normal flow. A nearby pendulum oscillated faster within the field, yet outside observers saw no change. Time in that small volume of space had become fluid. More troubling were the cognitive effects. Personnel exposed to the engine for extended periods reported symptoms consistent with temporal dissonance: insomnia, perceptual lag, memory compression, and in a few cases, profound confusion about the sequencing of events. One physicist began referring to his own memories as nonlinear impressions. Another required psychiatric evaluation after claiming to have seen an event occur before it happened, several times. And then everything stopped. The program was abruptly classified beyond its previous level. The facility housing the engine was sealed. All personnel were reassigned or silenced. Equipment was removed or destroyed. Officially, the project had been terminated due to safety concerns and a lack of reproducible results. But unofficially, there are signs the research continued elsewhere. In the years since, hints of the chrono-chaos engine have surfaced in the margins of experimental science. Patents have been filed and quietly withdrawn, describing systems that manipulate nonlinear temporal fields and rotating asymmetrical gravitomagnetic flux. Some of the same names associated with early time distortion experiments have reappeared in black-budget aerospace programs. Even more curious are the whispered reports of time-slip anomalies near certain experimental facilities. Stories of entire rooms where watches run backward, or staff members who lose hours without realizing it. These claims are dismissed, of course. But behind closed doors, some physicists quietly admit that our understanding of time is still too shallow to dismiss anything completely. The most frightening aspect of the chrono-chaos engine isn't the possibility of time travel. It's the idea that time itself may not be as stable as we think, that with the right technology, it can be bent, compressed, or fragmented at will. Such a tool would have staggering implications. Imagine a command center where time flows slightly faster, allowing decisions to be made before an enemy even reacts. A surveillance drone that records seconds in advance of actual events. a weapon that traps its target in a microloop of repeating time, rendering them effectively inert. This is no longer about physics. It's about control. Control over the one thing that governs everything else, cause and effect. If the sequence of events can be rearranged or destabilized, the foundations of reality begin to crack. That, perhaps, is why the chrono-chaos engine disappeared. Not because it didn't work, but because it did. And because the consequences of understanding it fully might be irreversible. The Kappanadze generator. In the hills of Georgia, not far from the Black Sea, an inventor named Teriel Kappanadze quietly announced to the world that he had done something that would change everything. Not an app, not a startup, but a device, a small box that could supposedly generate free energy without fuel, without solar panels, without even a conventional power source. He called it a self-running generator, and what it implied was nothing less than revolutionary. What made his claim different from the thousands of failed over-unity devices and free energy hoaxes was the presence of actual demonstrations. Filmed, witnessed, and never fully explained. In these videos, Kappanadze flips a switch on a device that appears to run indefinitely, powering lamps, televisions, electric fans, while being completely detached from any visible power input. And the man himself, reserved, methodical, with the quiet focus of someone who truly believes what he's built, never flinched under scrutiny. According to Kappanadze, his generator was not a miracle nor a violation of physics, but rather a rediscovery of lost knowledge, something hinted at in the works of Nikola Tesla. He claimed his invention captured ambient energy from the environment. Not from sunlight, not from wind, but from the structure of space itself. He described the Earth as a giant electrical body, surrounded by magnetic fields, atmospheric currents, and electrostatic layers, all of which interact constantly in ways we barely understand. And according to him, the generator merely tuned into this vast natural flow. Like an antenna receiving a signal, the device didn't generate energy, it harvested it. Skeptics immediately dismissed the idea. To mainstream science, energy must come from somewhere measurable, traceable, and consistent with the laws of thermodynamics. A machine running without an external fuel source is, by definition, impossible. The math doesn't add up. The laws don't allow it. And yet, the lights turned on. Over the years, Kappanadze produced several versions of his machine. Some were small and table-mounted, others larger, boxed inside green steel frames. In most demonstrations, he would connect the device to a basic battery only briefly. The battery would give it an initial kick, a tiny excitation current, after which it would continue operating with no further input. In one demonstration, he disconnected the battery entirely. The device kept running. Observers couldn't find hidden wires, no underground power source, and no fuel, but the scientific community refused to engage. No peer-reviewed study was conducted. No independent laboratory verified his claims. Some called him a fraud. Others accused him of using hidden power sources off-camera. But those explanations, while satisfying to the skeptical mind, never addressed how the illusion, if it was one, was done. And perhaps more importantly, they never explained why Kappanadze never attempted to sell his idea to the public or monetize it through conventional means. He claimed he had tried. In interviews, Kappanadze stated that he had received offers, some generous, others aggressive, from people and organizations interested in buying or silencing the technology. At least once, he said, his workshop was broken into. Equipment disappeared. Blueprints were taken. He became more reclusive, more cautious. And that's where the story begins to darken. Because if his claims were false, the narrative would have ended with quiet ridicule, forgotten forums, and one more failed dream. But instead, it became something else, a pattern. Not just around Kappanadze, but around similar inventors. People who, whether by accident or insight, discovered strange interactions between electromagnetic fields, ground resonance, and high-frequency coils. People who spoke of energy as vibration, not fuel. And people who all seemed to vanish, fade away, or fall silent before anything could be proven. Kappanadze's devices were never mass-produced. No patent was successfully registered under his name in Europe or the United States. Diagrams leaked to online forums were vague, often hand-drawn, with missing components and unexplained steps. Attempts to replicate his work resulted in either failure or partial success. Strange sparks, unexplained heat, flickers of voltage, but never stable, sustained power. Some researchers believed the core of the device relied not just on components, but on very precise tuning, resonance not only within the coils, but between the machine and the Earth itself. In other words, it wasn't a generator, it was an energy bridge. What Kappanadze might have discovered, knowingly or not, was a way to access the untapped differential between the Earth's electric field and the surrounding air. Tesla believed this was possible. He wrote of it at length. But he never built a device that did it reliably, at least not one that survived public scrutiny. Kappanadze, perhaps, succeeded where Tesla stopped. But if that's true, why did it go nowhere? The answer, as some suspect, lies not in physics but in economics. A device that draws energy from the environment, needing no wires, no grid, no fuel, no centralized control, would not simply disrupt the market. It would dismantle the system. Entire industries, oil, gas, nuclear, utility, would be rendered obsolete overnight. Governments would lose control over energy distribution. The world order, structured as it is around scarcity, would no longer make sense. And so the simplest solution is often the quietest one. Pretend it never happened. Today, Kappanadze is largely silent. His most recent appearances are years old. The original devices, if they still exist, are locked away in unknown locations. Online forums still buzz with speculation, amateur blueprints, failed replications. But no one has convincingly rebuilt what he showed. It remains an unsolved riddle, a flicker of light in a system designed to keep things dark. And whether the Kappanadze generator was real or not may not matter in the end. What matters is that it asked a dangerous question. What if energy is not something we make, but something we've forgotten how to receive? Joseph Newman's energy machine. In the sweltering heat of the American South, sometime in the late 1970s, a self-taught inventor named Joseph Newman stood in a field beside a massive spinning electromagnetic coil and declared to anyone willing to listen, he had solved the global energy crisis. His invention was simple in appearance, a large, rotating device powered by direct current and wrapped in heavy-gauge copper wiring. But what Newman claimed it could do was anything but simple. According to him, his machine produced more energy than it consumed. It was, in effect, a working over-unity device, one that defied conventional physics, violated the sacred laws of thermodynamics, and, if real, would have rendered fossil fuels, nuclear power, and centralized grids obsolete overnight. He called it the Newman energy machine, and for decades, it would sit at the center of one of the most controversial and quietly suppressed chapters in the history of alternative energy. Joseph Newman was not a physicist. He held no academic degrees, had no formal training in engineering. But he was relentless and brilliant in his own eccentric way. He devoured patent documents, dissected motors, studied electromagnetic field theory obsessively, and eventually developed what he believed to be a unified understanding of energy, a theory he called the energy machine theory. At its core was the claim that electricity and magnetism, as traditionally taught, were being misunderstood. Newman believed that electrons weren't just discrete particles, but vortices of spinning magnetic energy. By configuring coils and magnetic fields in a specific way, he said, one could extract energy from the very atomic structure of matter, not destroying it but aligning with it like tapping into a river that was already flowing. His device worked, in his words, by manipulating the gyroscopic motion of electrons within copper atoms. He wasn't trying to generate energy from nothing. Rather, he claimed to be harnessing energy from the atomic level, converting the mass energy of matter into usable electrical output with near-perfect efficiency. To the public, this sounded like perpetual motion, a fantasy, a fraud. But Newman insisted it wasn't. He demonstrated his machine to reporters, to scientists, to anyone who would watch. He filed for a patent with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO. He published a book. He testified before Congress. And he did all of it while claiming that vested interests, oil companies, government agencies, academic physicists, were doing everything in their power to shut him down. And then, they did. The Patent Office refused to grant his application, citing violation of the laws of physics. A panel of scientists assembled by the National Bureau of Standards concluded that the machine did not, in fact, output more energy than it consumed. Their report contradicted Neumann's own tests, some of which had shown efficiency ratings far exceeding 100%. But Neumann believed the testing had been sabotaged. He accused the Bureau of using the wrong components, altering test conditions, and intentionally misrepresenting the results. When his patent was rejected, he sued the U.S. government. He went on television. He performed live demonstrations on air, where his machine powered heavy loads, all, he claimed, off a small battery that should have been exhausted within minutes. In some of those demonstrations, voltmeters and ammeters did appear to show more energy output than input. Light bulbs glowed brightly. Motors ran for hours. Yet skeptics argued that such results could be explained through miscalibrated equipment, electrical phase tricks, or measurement error. But the question remained. If Neumann was a fraud, why did his machine continue to attract interest from investors, military observers, and engineers who quietly requested private demonstrations? Some of those engineers, including a few with backgrounds in advanced propulsion, reportedly left convinced that something about the machine was real, even if it wasn't fully understood. What if Neumann wasn't violating physics, but revealing a part of it that had been overlooked? His machine became bigger, more refined. At one point, it stood several feet tall, with a massive rotating coil powered by a single 9-volt battery, turning an electromagnetic armature capable of lifting heavy objects and running at full torque for hours. Independent observers said it shouldn't have been possible. Neumann continued pushing. He traveled the country. He spoke with anger and desperation, warning that humanity was being denied access to a free and abundant energy source, one that existed inside the very atoms of the copper coil. But no mainstream institution would listen. He died in 2015, penniless, bitter, and largely forgotten. His machine relegated to the shadows of fringe science and online speculation. Today, what remains are old news clips, diagrams, a few surviving prototypes, and a thick air of uncertainty. Was Joseph Neumann a charlatan? A misunderstood genius? A victim of systemic suppression? Or was he a man who stumbled too close to something the world wasn't prepared to accept? What his story leaves behind is not just a device, but a warning that even in an age of technology and progress, the gatekeepers of science remain very real, and that ideas which challenge the foundation of how we understand energy, economy, and control are rarely welcomed, no matter how many light bulbs they illuminate. The Cloudbuster of Wilhelm Reich. In the quiet countryside of Rangeley, Maine, during the early 1950s, an aging Austrian psychoanalyst stood in a field, staring up at a clouded sky. Around him, a strange machine bristled with long metallic tubes aimed toward the heavens like the barrels of a silver artillery battery. Hoses trailed from the base of the device into nearby lakes and wells. He wasn't performing a military test. He wasn't a weatherman. His goal was something far stranger. Wilhelm Reich believed he could control the weather. He called his invention the Cloudbuster, and he believed it could manipulate a universal life force he named Orgone energy, a force, he claimed, that permeated all living things, the atmosphere, and space itself. To mainstream science, it was delusion, but to Reich, it was the logical culmination of decades of work that had already taken him from the couch of Sigmund Freud to the very fringes of reality. Reich's early career was built on serious foundations. A student of Freud and a rising voice in psychoanalysis, he was respected in European intellectual circles. But over time, his ideas diverged sharply. He believed sexual repression caused not just mental illness but societal decay. He tied libido to cosmic energy. He merged biology with weather systems, psychology with physics. Eventually, he broke entirely with the psychoanalytic establishment. By the time he fled the rise of fascism in Europe and settled in the United States in the late 1930s, he was developing new theories that would eventually cost him his freedom and his legacy. Chief among them was Orgone. To Reich, Orgone was a real physical energy, the driving force behind weather, biology, and even consciousness. He built Orgone accumulators, simple wooden boxes layered with alternating organic and metallic materials, which he claimed could concentrate this energy. Patients would sit inside them for hours. Reich believed these boxes could treat cancer, restore vitality, and rebalance the mind. But the Cloudbuster was different. This was not a passive tool, it was active intervention. The device itself was deceptively simple. It consisted of hollow metal pipes, all connected to grounded cables that extended into large water sources. Water, Reich believed, acted as a natural absorber and conduit for Orgone energy. The atmosphere, he said, was full of chaotic energetic potentials, and the Cloudbuster, when aimed at the sky, could redistribute this energy by drawing Orgone from one region to another. In practical terms, he believed it could break apart clouds, dissipate storms, or even create rain, depending on how the pipes were positioned and how long the machine operated. He conducted several field tests, some of which were witnessed and documented. According to Reich and his assistants, skies cleared. Rain appeared. In one case, a severe drought reportedly ended within 24 hours of a Cloudbuster deployment. Local farmers, desperate and skeptical, watched as rain fell onto cracked fields. Reich took no payment. He simply claimed it was proof of Orgone at work. Skeptics offered alternative explanations: coincidence, confirmation bias, natural weather cycles. But the machine's operators insisted the changes were too rapid, too targeted. Something was happening, and that made people nervous. Reich's work increasingly attracted the attention of federal agencies. The FDA, already concerned about his Orgone accumulators, which were now being sold and promoted as medical devices, began building a case against him. They called it pseudoscience, health fraud, even a public danger. In 1954, the government issued an injunction barring Reich from transporting his Orgone devices across state lines or promoting them in any form. Reich refused to comply. He believed the injunction was an attack not just on his work, but on truth itself. He saw the government as part of a larger machinery of suppression, determined to keep humanity disconnected from the deeper forces of nature. His refusal to appear in court led to contempt charges. And in 1956, he was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. That same year, under order from the court, federal agents destroyed his equipment, books, and research papers, burning them in incinerators like heretical texts. Scientific journals stayed silent. Colleagues distanced themselves. His name became a cautionary tale. A year later, Wilhelm Reich died in prison of heart failure. He was 60 years old. But the story didn't end there. The Cloudbuster continued to fascinate. In the decades that followed, amateur researchers, weather enthusiasts, and fringe physicists attempted to reconstruct it based on Reich's surviving notes. Some claimed success. Others reported strange effects: unseasonal rainfall, persistent fog, or rapid atmospheric clearing in specific test areas. In 1985, Reich's son, Peter, wrote a book of dreams, recounting his childhood memories of his father and the strange machine that aimed at the clouds. In it, the Cloudbuster becomes more than just a tool. It becomes a symbol of a man's lifelong struggle to understand a world that refused to be tamed. Today, Reich remains a polarizing figure. To most scientists, he's dismissed as a crackpot who veered into pseudoscience. But to a small, stubborn community, he was a visionary, one who may have stumbled across a real, poorly understood force of nature that science was unwilling to confront. If the Cloudbuster truly worked, it challenges one of the deepest assumptions we hold, that we are observers of the weather, not participants. That clouds form and rain falls without conscious influence. But what if that's not entirely true? What if the atmosphere itself is responsive to fields we barely understand? What if the boundary between biology and environment isn't so clear? Reich believed that the emotional state of individuals, their fear, repression, trauma, could disrupt the balance of Orgone in the environment, creating illness in the skies as well as the body. To him, healing one meant healing the other. A bold idea, maybe too bold. And in that tension between belief and science, between machine and myth, the Cloudbuster remains, not as a forgotten device, but as a question. A question science still refuses to ask. The ghost phone of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison is remembered as one of the most prolific inventors of the modern era. His name is tied to the light bulb, the phonograph, and countless other innovations that reshaped daily life. But among his many pursuits, there exists a lesser-known project that strayed far beyond the boundaries of accepted science. It is a story that lives in fragments of interviews, scattered notes, and rumors that refuse to die. The attempt to build what came to be known as the ghost phone. This invention was not like Edison's more practical machines. It was not intended for lighting homes, playing music, or improving industry. Instead, it was designed for something far more mysterious. Edison hinted that he believed communication with those who had passed on might one day be possible, not through mystical seances or spiritual rituals, but through the disciplined application of technology. In the early decades of the 20th century, at a time when spiritualism was at its peak, he entertained the idea of constructing a device capable of bridging the boundary between the living and the dead. The origin of this idea lies in Edison's own fascination with unseen energies. He lived in an age when electricity itself still felt like a hidden force, only recently harnessed for human use. Edison spoke of particles, vibrations, and signals that traveled through space unseen, carrying voices, light, and power. To him, the idea that some essence of human life might continue as a form of energy after death was not entirely out of reach. If the human mind was tied to subtle electrical or vibrational processes, then perhaps, he reasoned, a sufficiently sensitive device might be able to detect it. Edison himself never presented detailed schematics for the ghost phone, but he mentioned the concept in several interviews and conversations near the end of his life. In one exchange, he described the project as a kind of advanced phonographic system, designed not to capture ordinary sound, but to amplify the faintest traces of signals that could originate from beyond. He imagined an instrument that would record and magnify these signals with a precision that human senses could never achieve on their own. The public reception of these remarks was mixed. To some, it was another example of Edison's bold imagination, willing to test even the most unconventional ideas. To others, it was a sign of eccentricity in his later years, perhaps even a lapse into speculation unbecoming of a man so firmly associated with practical invention. Yet, the notion persisted, fueled by the cultural climate of the time. The First World War had left millions grieving, and interest in contacting lost loved ones was widespread. Spiritualist mediums claimed they could achieve what Edison suggested, but Edison himself seemed to reject the unscientific methods of seances and preferred the possibility of a technological approach. Over time, references to the ghost phone became increasingly rare. Unlike Edison's famous inventions, which were carefully documented, patented, and manufactured, this device remained elusive. No prototypes were ever presented to the public, no surviving blueprints have been confirmed, and no museum holds a fragment of the machine. All that remains are scattered reports and the haunting idea that one of the greatest inventors of history seriously considered building a machine to listen to voices from another world. Some researchers later speculated that Edison may have exaggerated his involvement, perhaps using the concept to provoke discussion rather than as a genuine engineering project. Others maintain that the idea was real but abandoned once it became clear that reliable results could not be achieved. The ambiguity surrounding the ghost phone has made it one of the most enduring mysteries of Edison's career. Today, the story of the ghost phone survives as part of the larger tradition of forbidden inventions, ideas that blur the line between science and the unknown. It reminds us that even the most practical minds are sometimes drawn toward mysteries that resist explanation. Whether Edison truly pursued this invention or simply entertained the thought, the ghost phone stands as a symbol of the unrecorded paths of science, the experiments that vanish before they can be proven, and the inventions that dissolve into rumor, leaving only a shadow behind. The cold fusion cell of Pons and Fleischmann. In March of 1989, two chemists from the University of Utah, Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons, stood before the world with an announcement that promised to change human civilization forever. They claimed to have achieved what scientists had long considered impossible: nuclear fusion at room temperature. If their words were true, the implications were staggering. Fusion was the same process that powered the sun, a reaction of immense energy released by combining atomic nuclei. In laboratories and research facilities, fusion required extreme heat and pressure, conditions that could only be replicated in giant reactors or experimental machines consuming massive amounts of energy. To suggest that such a reaction could be achieved in a glass jar, on an ordinary laboratory table, seemed almost unbelievable. The two scientists described their apparatus as deceptively simple. It was, in essence, an electrochemical cell. At its core stood a rod of palladium submerged in heavy water, or deuterium oxide. By running an electric current through the system, they claimed, deuterium atoms could be absorbed into the palladium lattice. There, under the right conditions, the atoms would be forced close enough together to overcome their natural repulsion, initiating nuclear fusion. Unlike traditional reactors, this reaction would require no extreme heat, no towering infrastructure, and no massive budgets. Instead, it was a tabletop miracle nuclear energy in a beaker. What made the announcement so electrifying was the promise it carried. If the claim held true, it would mean a virtually limitless, clean, and safe source of power. Fossil fuels, with all their environmental consequences, could be replaced. The dangers of nuclear fission reactors, meltdowns, radioactive waste, and proliferation risks would fade into irrelevance. Cold fusion, if real, would provide the world with an energy revolution unlike anything before. The excitement was immediate, and headlines declared the dawn of a new era. But the scientific world is cautious, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Laboratories across the globe rushed to replicate the experiment. Teams in Europe, Asia, and North America assembled their own versions of the electrochemical cell, eager to confirm or disprove what Pons and Fleischmann had announced. For a brief moment, there was an atmosphere of anticipation, as if humanity was standing on the edge of a discovery that would redefine history. The results, however, soon began to fracture the dream. While some researchers reported signs of excess heat or unusual measurements, most were unable to replicate the findings. The majority of experiments yielded no evidence of nuclear fusion at all. Critics pointed out flaws in the methodology, that the supposed heat produced could have been miscalculated, that the detection of fusion byproducts such as neutrons and tritium was inconsistent, and that the entire phenomenon might be an illusion born from experimental error. Within months, the excitement turned to skepticism. The U.S. Department of Energy organized panels to evaluate the claims, and their conclusions were harsh. They found the evidence lacking, the theory incomplete, and the results unreliable. Funding, which had initially flowed toward cold fusion research, began to evaporate. By the early 1990s, the scientific establishment had largely dismissed cold fusion as a failed idea. Pons and Fleischmann, once celebrated as visionaries, found themselves isolated and criticized. They eventually left the United States, continuing their work quietly in Europe, but their reputations never recovered. And yet, the story did not end there. Even as mainstream science rejected cold fusion, a small but dedicated group of researchers continued to explore the phenomenon. They pointed out that in some cases excess heat had indeed been measured, and that anomalies in nuclear byproducts could not always be explained away. Over the years, reports of unexplained energy bursts and unusual reactions continued to surface, though never with the consistency required for scientific acceptance. For many, cold fusion became a symbol of forbidden science, a discovery announced too soon, punished too severely, and buried before it could be fully understood. The cold fusion cell of Pons and Fleischmann lingers in history as both a cautionary tale and a tantalizing mystery. It shows the danger of science conducted in the spotlight, where media and public expectation outpace the slow, rigorous work of verification. But it also raises the possibility that an idea dismissed as impossible might still hold hidden truths, waiting for conditions, technology, or understanding to change. For now, the invention remains erased from the mainstream, remembered as a moment when the world glimpsed a future of limitless energy, only to have it vanish almost as quickly as it appeared. Like many forbidden inventions, it leaves behind no definitive answers, only echoes of what might have been. A beaker of heavy water, a rod of palladium, a burst of unexpected heat, and a dream of power so clean and abundant that it could have transformed everything. Whether it was a mistake, a fraud, or a discovery lost before its time, the cold fusion cell stands as one of the most enigmatic chapters in the modern history of science. The Wimshurst electrostatic generator upgrade. In the late 19th century, as electricity was being explored and harnessed in new ways, a fascinating machine captured the attention of inventors and experimenters. It was called the Wimshurst electrostatic generator, a device that produced high voltages by turning counter-rotating disks fitted with metal sectors. With its whirring wheels and dramatic sparks leaping through the air, it seemed like both a scientific tool and a glimpse into the hidden forces of nature. The original version of the generator, created by James Wimshurst in the 1880s, was already impressive. It could accumulate significant charges of static electricity, allowing researchers to conduct experiments in physics, medicine, and early electrical engineering. In an era when electricity still carried an aura of mystery, the sight of a Wimshurst machine discharging blue arcs of energy was almost magical. But as with many inventions, the basic design invited curiosity and modification. It was not long before rumors began to circulate about enhanced versions of the machine, upgraded models that produced far more energy than conventional science could account for. The idea of an upgraded Wimshurst generator was tied to the belief that hidden properties of electricity had not yet been fully uncovered. Some inventors claimed that by adjusting the size of the disks, the arrangement of the metal sectors, or the dielectric materials used in the machine, it was possible to achieve extraordinary results. Accounts describe devices that seemed to generate excess energy, producing a continuous output far beyond the simple electrostatic effects that textbooks could explain. One of the most persistent claims came from experimenters who suggested that certain upgraded versions of the Wimshurst generator could tap into a deeper layer of natural forces, sometimes described as etheric or radiant energy. They argued that what appeared to be a static machine was actually interacting with a fundamental medium of the universe, converting it into usable power. According to these accounts, the device could operate without the usual limitations of electrostatics, producing energy that was steady, abundant, and unexplained. Reports of such machines were fragmentary and often anecdotal. Some came from private inventors who insisted they had achieved results that conventional scientists refused to acknowledge. Others were tied to demonstrations in small circles, where audiences witnessed machines running lights or motors seemingly without an external source of energy. Unlike the dramatic sparks of an ordinary Wimshurst generator, these upgraded devices were said to operate smoothly, as if channeling an unseen current that never diminished. As with many inventions on the border of accepted science, documentation was scarce. No patents were successfully filed that captured the essence of these enhancements. Mainstream scientists dismissed the claims as exaggerations, mismeasurements, or misunderstandings of how electrostatic machines worked. Yet the idea of the upgraded generator refused to disappear. In the world of fringe experimentation, the Wimshurst device became a symbol of hidden possibilities, a reminder that even the simplest of machines might conceal secrets when reimagined. The historical record leaves open questions about what truly happened with these alleged upgrades. It is certain that many enthusiasts built and modified Wimshurst generators, each hoping to push the boundaries of voltage, current, and efficiency. Some likely convinced themselves they had achieved breakthroughs, when in fact they had encountered ordinary variations in measurement. But the persistence of the rumors suggests that at least a few designs may have behaved in unexpected ways, enough to inspire speculation about forbidden science. By the early 20th century, interest in electrostatic generators began to fade. More practical technologies, such as transformers and modern alternators, replaced them. The world turned to alternating current systems, pioneered by Nikola Tesla and others, and the old spark machines were relegated to classrooms and laboratories as teaching tools. Yet in the background, whispers of the upgraded Wimshurst generator continued to circulate among those who believed that a simple 19th-century device might hold the key to untapped energy. Today, the story survives as one of the many forgotten chapters in the history of invention. The upgraded Wimshurst generator stands as a symbol of what might have been. An elegant machine of glass, metal, and motion, spinning silently while drawing power from sources we still do not fully understand. Whether it was ever more than a rumor, it now belongs to the realm of forbidden inventions, remembered not for what it proved, but for what it suggested. In the meditative stillness of history, one can imagine the soft hum of the disks turning, the faint glow of sparks in a darkened room, and the possibility that something extraordinary was once glimpsed in the rhythm of a machine too simple to be forgotten and too strange to be fully explained. The perpetual light of Dendera, Egyptian light bulb. In the ancient temple complex of Dendera, on the west bank of the Nile in Egypt, lies a chamber carved with images that have fascinated historians, archaeologists, and alternative researchers for decades. Among the many reliefs that decorate its walls, there is one particular depiction that has inspired some of the most unusual theories ever attached to the civilization of the pharaohs. The image shows a large, elongated shape resembling a bulb, with what appears to be a filament inside and a cable-like structure leading to a base. Surrounding it are figures of priests and deities, as if presenting or operating this enigmatic object. Mainstream Egyptology interprets the carving in symbolic terms. Scholars say that the so-called bulb is actually a representation of the mythological lotus flower, out of which the serpent of creation emerges. In this view, the scene is a spiritual illustration of Egyptian cosmology, not a technological artifact. But to others, the resemblance is too striking to dismiss. To their eyes, it looks like a modern electric lamp, a device that should have been unthinkable in a world more than 2,000 years old. The idea of the Dendra light bulb first entered popular imagination in the 20th century, when photographs of the carvings began circulating among researchers of alternative history. To them, the carving did not look like mythological symbolism at all. It looked like a glass enclosure, a filament, and even a supporting base similar to what could be seen in early electrical lamps of the 19th century. The surrounding figures were interpreted as operators, presenting the device as if it were an object of power and reverence. The possibility that the ancient Egyptians might have possessed a source of light has long fascinated scholars. How, after all, did workers illuminate the deep corridors of tombs and temples without leaving evidence of soot from torches or oil lamps? Some explanations point to polished copper mirrors reflecting sunlight into dark spaces, but the logistics of such arrangements remain uncertain. For those who favor the hypothesis of lost technology, the Dendra carvings seem to provide an answer, that the Egyptians may have used some form of electrical lighting long before such inventions were rediscovered in the modern age. Accounts even exist of experimental attempts to recreate the so-called bulb. By constructing a sealed glass container with an electrode inside, filling it with inert gas, and applying high voltage, researchers were able to produce a glow similar in appearance to what is carved on the wall. These demonstrations, though not proof of ancient technology, only fueled the fascination, showing that the shape in the reliefs could indeed be interpreted as a form of lamp. Despite these intriguing possibilities, no physical artifacts resembling such devices have ever been found. Archaeological digs have uncovered countless examples of oil lamps, torches, and other conventional lighting tools, but never a glass bulb, a filament, or electrical conductors that would confirm the theory. For mainstream scholars, this absence of evidence is decisive. They hold that the Dendra image is purely symbolic, a work of art designed to illustrate religious belief, not an engineering diagram. Yet the mystery remains difficult to dismiss. The precision of the carving, the unusual shape, and the surrounding context have ensured that the light bulb theory endures in discussions of forbidden inventions. It embodies the idea that advanced knowledge may once have been discovered, then lost, erased by time, and later reinterpreted as myth. Whether or not the Egyptians truly had access to such technology, the Dendra carving reminds us of how easily the line between history and imagination can blur. The story of the perpetual light of Dendra endures not only because of the relief itself, but because of what it represents. It captures the dream of forgotten knowledge, the possibility that entire chapters of human understanding lie hidden beneath layers of stone and symbol. To some, it is a warning that history may not always be as complete as we assume. To others, it is an inspiration to look more closely, to question, and to imagine what may have been possible in civilizations whose mysteries we have not fully unlocked. In the stillness of the temple, deep within its carved chambers, the Dendra light remains silent. Whether it is a flower of creation or a lamp of forgotten science, its meaning continues to shine in the imagination, a perpetual glow from the past that refuses to fade. The Kohler magnetic current apparatus. In the years surrounding the Second World War, Germany became the center of many unusual experiments in physics and engineering. Amid the well-documented advances in rocketry and electronics, there were also rumors of stranger projects, ideas that seemed to belong more to speculation than to conventional science. One of the most enduring of these is the story of the Kohler magnetic current apparatus, a device said to produce energy from magnets in a way that defied accepted principles. The inventor was Hans Kohler, a German engineer whose name would likely have been forgotten had it not become attached to this mysterious machine. According to reports, Kohler constructed a generator that could operate without fuel, relying instead on the interaction of magnetic fields. The apparatus allegedly produced a steady current, sufficient to power electrical equipment, from a configuration of magnets and coils arranged in a particular order. Unlike ordinary generators, which required motion, combustion, or external input, Kohler's device was said to run continuously once started. The first descriptions of the machine emerged in the 1920s and 1930s, when Kohler presented his work to small groups of associates. By his own account, the device used carefully aligned permanent magnets and metallic plates. When the arrangement was correct, he claimed, the system produced energy in excess of what had been put into it. To Kohler, it was evidence of a previously unknown principle of physics, a way of tapping into the natural forces of the universe through magnetism. The true intrigue came during the Second World War. Reports suggest that the German Navy took an interest in Kohler's work, investigating whether the apparatus could be adapted for military purposes. According to documents later uncovered by Allied intelligence, Kohler was interviewed and his device was studied under supervision. The possibility of a compact, fuel-free power source was of obvious strategic value, especially during a war where resources were scarce. When the war ended, Allied forces gathered vast amounts of scientific material from Germany, including records of advanced or experimental technologies. Among these were reports describing Kohler's device. In 1946, British intelligence compiled a document titled The Invention of Hans Kohler, relating to an alleged new source of power. It outlined what was known of the machine, its supposed operating principles, and the results of investigations carried out in Germany. According to the report, Kohler had built two main types of apparatus. The first was a small-scale experimental unit that produced modest electrical output. The second was a larger version, known as the magnetstrom apparatus, which allegedly delivered several kilowatts of continuous power. Despite these detailed accounts, the apparatus never reappeared in functional form. British scientists attempted to reproduce Kohler's device based on the available information but could not obtain the reported results. Some suggested that Kohler himself may have been mistaken, that his measurements were flawed, or that the device functioned only under special conditions not understood by observers. Others suspected exaggeration, or even deliberate deception, though no clear motive was ever established. The absence of a working model left the story unresolved. If Kohler truly discovered a new principle of energy production, it was lost in the confusion of war and its aftermath. If the device never worked as described, it remains an example of how easily human imagination and hope can attach themselves to the possibility of limitless power. In later decades, the Kohler magnetic current apparatus became part of the broader tradition of forbidden inventions. It was cited in books and articles about suppressed energy technologies, often alongside the works of Nikola Tesla and other pioneers whose more unusual experiments were left unexplored. To many, Kohler's story symbolized the idea that knowledge had been hidden, whether through secrecy, neglect, or deliberate suppression. What makes the case compelling is not only the claim itself, but the fact that it was investigated at the highest levels of intelligence after the war. The British documents remain available, offering a rare glimpse into how seriously such claims were once considered. They describe test setups, schematics, and observations, but they also admit failure in reproducing the effect. The contradiction between the detailed reporting and the lack of results leaves a shadow of mystery that has never fully lifted. Today, no verified working example of the Kohler device exists. It is remembered only through descriptions, intelligence files, and the echoes of demonstrations that may or may not have been genuine. Whether it was an error, a deception, or a discovery erased by history, the Kohler magnetic current apparatus remains one of the most curious inventions ever linked to the hidden science of the 20th century. In the quiet of historical memory, it stands as another reminder of how close humanity sometimes believes it has come to unlocking an endless source of energy, only to have the vision dissolve into doubt, leaving behind little more than a story. The Vril generator. In the late 19th century, a peculiar word entered the imagination of Europe: vril. It appeared first in a novel published in 1871 by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, titled The Coming Race. The book described a subterranean civilization of advanced beings who harnessed an energy force called vril. This power was said to flow through all life and matter, capable of healing, destruction, or transformation depending on the will of its wielder. Bulwer-Lytton presented the idea as fiction, but it carried such a sense of possibility that many readers began to wonder if vril might be real. As the decades passed, the concept of vril became woven into occult societies, mystical orders, and speculative scientific circles. To some, it represented a hidden energy source, an ancient knowledge waiting to be rediscovered. In Germany, particularly during the early 20th century, the word gained special resonance. There, a number of esoteric groups and secret societies adopted the idea, blending it with theories of magnetism, electricity, and cosmic forces. Among them were those who claimed that devices had been built to channel vril itself. The so-called vril generator occupies a place in this shadowy history. It was not an invention in the conventional sense with patents, prototypes, and laboratory notes. Instead, it lived through scattered reports, testimonies, and post-war rumors that suggested experiments were carried out to create a machine that could tap into this mysterious power. The idea was that vril, like electricity or magnetism, was a natural force, unseen, but accessible through the correct configuration of coils, magnets, and resonant circuits. During the years leading up to the Second World War, accounts began to circulate of German engineers and mystics working together on such devices. Some claimed that a society known as the Vrilgesellschaft or Vril Society was directly involved. According to these stories, the society believed that humanity had once known how to harness vril and that modern technology could revive the lost art. The vril generator was described as a machine that converted this universal energy into usable power, perhaps even into propulsion for aircraft or ships. The details varied, but common themes appeared. The device often involved rotating magnetic fields, resonant frequencies, and arrangements of coils resembling those used in experimental electrical engineering of the time. In some accounts, it was said to produce a luminous glow, as though drawing on a source beyond ordinary electricity. Others suggested it could create lift, reducing weight, or even allowing flight without fuel. The line between science and myth blurred, and the more the story spread, the less certain its foundation became. What is known with more certainty is that Allied intelligence after the war collected documents and testimonies related to unusual German projects. While most of the advanced work centered on rocketry and jet propulsion, there were also scattered references to energy experiments that did not fit into conventional categories. Some of these were dismissed as misunderstandings, while others were classified and left unresolved. It is within this uncertain space that the legend of the vril generator continued to grow. Historians and researchers who studied the subject in later decades often concluded that the vril generator was more myth than reality. No working model was ever produced, and no detailed technical description survived. What gave the story persistence was the cultural impact of the word vril itself. It symbolized the dream of limitless energy, the possibility of unlocking a power source that lay beyond fuel, beyond combustion, beyond the limits of known physics. In a century marked by industrial hunger and war, such an idea carried enormous weight. For some, the vril generator became a metaphor for lost knowledge, a symbol of how close humanity might have come to discovering a new force of nature, only to see it vanish into obscurity. For others, it stood as a cautionary tale of how easily myth and speculation can cloak themselves in the language of science, blurring the boundary between imagination and reality. Today, the vril generator remains part of the catalog of forbidden inventions, machines that may never have existed, yet continue to capture attention because of what they represent. Whether it was ever truly built or only imagined, it reflects the human tendency to believe in hidden sources of power, forces waiting in the background of nature to be uncovered. The story endures not because of engineering blueprints or laboratory tests, but because it inhabits the borderland where science meets myth. In that space, the vril generator continues to hum quietly in historical memory, a reminder of the energies humanity once dreamed of harnessing, and the mysteries that remain just beyond reach. The Tesla Oscillator Pocket Earthquake Machine. At the turn of the 20th century, Nikola Tesla stood at the center of scientific curiosity and public fascination. His name was already linked to alternating current, wireless transmission, and a vision of boundless energy. Yet among his many creations and experiments, one invention occupies a particularly strange place in his legend: the Tesla Oscillator, often called the Pocket Earthquake Machine. It was a small mechanical device, but one that Tesla claimed could unleash vibrations powerful enough to shake buildings and, under certain conditions, mimic the force of an earthquake. The device was based on the principle of mechanical resonance. Resonance occurs when an object vibrates at a frequency that matches its natural frequency, amplifying the motion dramatically. Tesla understood that this principle, well known in physics, could have profound applications if properly harnessed. In his view, even a small device could generate immense effects if tuned precisely to the resonant frequency of the object it was attached to. Tesla's oscillator was not large or imposing. By some descriptions, it could fit into a hand, a compact mechanism of pistons, valves, and oscillating parts powered by steam or compressed air. Its purpose was simple: to create rhythmic vibrations at a controlled frequency. In demonstrations, Tesla attached the device to beams, platforms, or pieces of machinery, showing how its steady pulses caused objects to shake with surprising intensity. The effect was not the result of great power, but of synchronization. As the vibrations built up, the object itself contributed to the motion, amplifying the impact far beyond the strength of the small machine. The story that gave the device its dramatic reputation took place in 1898 at Tesla's laboratory in New York. According to later accounts, Tesla attached the oscillator to a steel beam as part of an experiment. At first, the beam vibrated gently, but as the minutes passed, the vibrations intensified. Soon, the entire structure began to tremble. Workers outside reportedly noticed the building shaking and assumed an earthquake was occurring. Alarm spread, and Tesla himself, realizing the potential danger, hurried to stop the device by smashing it with a hammer. The story became part of his legend. A machine so small it could be carried in one hand, yet powerful enough to endanger an entire building. Tesla later spoke openly about the oscillator's potential. He suggested that if a device were tuned to the natural frequency of the Earth itself, it might produce seismic effects on a planetary scale. He claimed to have conducted experiments that demonstrated this possibility, though no definitive evidence was ever provided. To Tesla, the oscillator was proof of the immense power hidden in resonance, a principle that could revolutionize engineering, energy transmission, and even planetary science. The scientific community remained skeptical. While resonance was well understood, the claim that a small oscillator could bring down large structures or influence geological forces was considered unlikely. Engineers argued that while resonance could certainly amplify vibrations, practical limitations such as energy loss and material damping made Tesla's more dramatic claims unrealistic. The absence of documented demonstrations beyond his own accounts only deepened the doubts. Yet the legend persisted. Newspapers of the era, eager for sensational stories, repeated and embellished Tesla's claims. The image of a handheld device capable of producing earthquakes captured the imagination of the public. It became one more example of Tesla's reputation as both a scientific visionary and a figure surrounded by mystery. Some saw him as a prophet of future technologies, while others considered him a dreamer whose ideas sometimes strayed beyond practical limits. In later decades, the Tesla oscillator was remembered less as an engineering prototype and more as a forbidden invention, something both possible and impossible at once. It represented the allure of hidden power, the notion that a simple device could unlock forces usually associated with nature itself. In this way, it joined the catalog of inventions that seemed too dangerous or too disruptive to be fully developed, consigned instead to legend and speculation. Today, modern engineering recognizes the real effects of resonance. Bridges, towers, and machinery are carefully designed to avoid destructive oscillations. Earthquakes demonstrate the natural version of what Tesla described, as buildings and structures collapse when shaken at frequencies close to their natural modes. In this sense, Tesla's insight was accurate. Resonance can indeed unleash immense power. But whether his compact oscillator truly achieved the dramatic effects he claimed remains uncertain. The pocket earthquake machine survives in memory not through technical blueprints or working models, but through stories passed down from Tesla himself and those who reported on his experiments. It embodies the strange blend of fact and legend that defines so much of Tesla's legacy, an idea balanced between physics and myth, possibility and exaggeration. Whether real or exaggerated, the Tesla oscillator remains an evocative symbol of how small inventions can suggest vast potential. In the quiet of history, it is remembered as a device that might have shaken the earth itself, a whisper of resonance that still echoes in the imagination. The Ether Ship of Charles Delskaw. In the quiet corners of American history, few figures are as unusual as Charles August Albert Delskaw. Born in 1830 in Prussia and emigrating to the United States as a young man, he lived most of his life in relative obscurity. He worked as a butcher in Houston, Texas, and outwardly left little mark on the world. Yet in his later years, Delskaw began producing a vast collection of illustrated manuscripts that would not be discovered until after his death. Within them lay strange drawings and cryptic accounts of flying machines he called aeros, powered by a mysterious substance he named NB gas. Among these imagined crafts was something he referred to as the Ether Ship. The story begins around 1899, when Delskaw, then in his late 60s, retired from work and devoted himself to art and writing. Over the next 2 decades, he created a series of notebooks filled with elaborate watercolors, collages, and texts. They depicted fantastic aircraft, often resembling hybrid forms of balloons, airships, and mechanical contraptions. Each was carefully labeled, numbered, and annotated with descriptions written in Delskaw's unique coded language. The drawings seemed to belong to a world of invention, a private archive of a technology that might have existed but had never been made public. At the center of these works was the idea of the Ether Ship, a craft capable of traveling not only through the air but, as some of his notes suggested, through the very medium of the ether itself. In the late 19th century, the ether was believed by many scientists to be a subtle substance filling the universe, the carrier of light waves and electromagnetic forces. Though later disproven by physics, the ether concept inspired countless speculations. Delskaw appeared to embrace it fully, imagining ships that could float upon or even draw power from this invisible medium. His accounts referred to a secret group called the Sonora Aero Club, supposedly based in California in the mid-19th century. According to Delskaw's writings, this group experimented with advanced flying machines decades before the Wright brothers' first powered flight. Their technology, he claimed, relied on NB gas, a mysterious fuel that allowed the aeros to overcome gravity. The Ether Ship was presented as one of the most advanced of these designs, capable of long-distance travel and extraordinary feats of navigation. When Delskaw died in 1923, his manuscripts were stored away and nearly lost. Decades later, in the 1960s, they were rediscovered in a Houston junkyard, where they had been discarded after a house fire. An art dealer recognized their uniqueness and preserved them. From that point, Delskaw's work began to attract attention, not only from art historians but also from researchers of aviation history, occult traditions, and alternative science. The manuscripts, now preserved in museums and private collections, are striking for their detail and consistency. Page after page shows elaborate renderings of aeros, each with technical notes and cryptic annotations. The Ether Ship, in particular, appears in several variations, suggesting a recurring idea within Delskaw's imagined technology. Its appearance combines elements of dirigibles and fantastical machinery, with compartments, propulsion systems, and symbolic markings that hint at a purpose beyond ordinary flight. Whether Delskaw's accounts were a record of real experiments or the imaginative visions of an isolated man remains unresolved. No independent evidence of the Sonora Aero Club or its supposed technologies has ever been found. Historians generally believe Delskaw invented the club as a narrative framework for his art, blending memory, fantasy, and contemporary fascination with flight. The NB gas and the Ether Ship likely emerged from his imagination, shaped by the scientific discussions of his era. Yet the sheer volume and intricacy of his work leave room for speculation. encouraging some to wonder whether fragments of hidden knowledge found their way into his notebooks. The ether ship thus occupies a space between invention and myth. It embodies the hopes of an era when human flight was still a dream, when the boundaries of possibility had not yet been defined. Delskau's vision, though unverified, reflects the longing to rise beyond the Earth, to explore the skies and perhaps the greater cosmos, using forces that science had not yet explained. Today, Delskau is remembered as an outsider artist, one whose creations blur the line between engineering draft and visionary manuscript. The ether ship is preserved not as a working machine but as an idea committed to paper with extraordinary dedication. In this way, it has survived the passage of time, offering a glimpse into a mind that sought to imagine technologies far beyond the world of the early 20th century. In the meditative silence of his drawings, the ether ship still seems ready to rise, floating not upon air or fuel but upon the currents of imagination itself. It is a reminder of how invention and creativity can merge, producing visions that outlast both their creator and the science of their age. The magnetic monopole generator. Magnetism, as most people know it, has always been defined by pairs. Every magnet carries two poles, north and south, bound together so that no matter how small the piece becomes, the duality remains. Break a magnet in half and each fragment still possesses both poles. This symmetry was long considered unbreakable, a law of nature confirmed again and again in experiment. Yet within the world of forbidden inventions, there is the recurring story of the magnetic monopole generator, a device said to have harnessed isolated magnetic poles, using them as a source of energy unlike any known before. The theoretical basis for magnetic monopoles reaches deep into modern physics. The idea that a north pole might exist without a south, or a south without a north, was considered by great mathematicians and physicists. In the early 20th century, Paul Dirac proposed that if even a single magnetic monopole existed, it would explain the fundamental nature of electric charge in the universe. The idea was powerful, but no monopoles were ever conclusively detected. Despite that, the concept inspired inventors, visionaries, and fringe researchers who believed they had found a way to isolate or simulate monopoles in the laboratory. The magnetic monopole generator entered this strange space between theory and speculation. Accounts varied, but the essence of the machine was consistent. It was designed to exploit a one-sided magnetic field, producing energy with remarkable efficiency. By eliminating the need for the paired opposition of poles, the generator was said to achieve effects impossible in conventional electromagnetism. Proponents described devices where fields flowed in one direction only, producing currents that required no fuel, no combustion, and no depletion of resources. The earliest mentions of such a generator appeared in obscure patents and experimental notes from the mid-20th century. Some inventors claimed to create monopole-like effects through unusual arrangements of permanent magnets and coils. Others suggested that plasma discharges, rotating fields, or cryogenic conditions could bring about conditions where a magnetic pole might exist in isolation. A few claimed to have built prototypes, describing them as compact, silent machines that produced a steady flow of usable energy. Skeptics were quick to dismiss these claims. In accepted physics, no laboratory had ever confirmed the existence of true magnetic monopoles. Without evidence, most mainstream scientists regarded the supposed generators as wishful thinking or misinterpretation of experimental results. Yet the stories did not disappear. Instead, they grew stronger in circles devoted to alternative energy, where the magnetic monopole generator was seen as a breakthrough deliberately suppressed or forgotten. Some reports connected the device with military research during the Cold War. According to these accounts, experiments in high-field electromagnetism occasionally produced anomalies, magnetic signatures that did not align with established models. Whether these anomalies hinted at monopole-like effects or were simply measurement errors remains unknown. Still, rumors spread that laboratories had stumbled upon principles that could, if developed, lead to inexhaustible sources of power. The promise of the magnetic monopole generator was immense. Unlike solar or wind energy, it would not depend on weather. Unlike combustion, it would not consume material. It suggested a direct tapping of a hidden property of nature, a force as fundamental as electricity itself. For those who believed in it, the generator was more than a machine. It was a key to a new era of human progress, where energy scarcity would vanish and technological possibility would expand without limit. Yet just as quickly as these stories rose, they faded. No prototype was ever revealed publicly. No peer-reviewed paper confirmed the phenomenon. When researchers attempted to replicate the claims, they found no evidence beyond the familiar laws of magnetism. What survived instead were fragments. Patents filed and abandoned, sketches of unusual magnetic arrangements, and accounts from inventors who insisted their machines had worked until they were confiscated, dismantled, or lost. In modern times, the search for monopoles continues in particle physics, with experiments in high-energy colliders and cosmic ray detectors. These scientific efforts are rigorous, but they belong to a world far removed from the rumors of generators hidden in workshops or suppressed by authorities. The magnetic monopole generator, as it appears in the catalog of forbidden inventions, belongs to another tradition. A story of discovery that never reached confirmation, of technology that exists only in the haze between imagination and reality. It remains compelling not because of what it achieved, but because of what it suggested, that the deep symmetries of nature might not be absolute, and that a single break in the pattern could open a path to unlimited power. In that sense, the magnetic monopole generator stands as both a myth and a possibility, a reminder of how fragile the boundary can be between what is considered impossible and what might, under different circumstances, be revealed. Even now, the very thought of a machine harnessing one-sided magnetism lingers in the imagination. Whether or not such a device ever existed, it continues to occupy a place in the archive of lost technologies, a quiet symbol of the energies humanity still dreams of uncovering. The Chernetsky plasma generator. In the final decades of the Soviet Union, a quiet but determined group of scientists pursued experiments that did not always fit neatly into the established frameworks of physics. Among them was Alexander Chernetsky, an electrical engineer and researcher whose work in the 1970s and 1980s produced one of the most intriguing devices in the history of alternative energy. It became known as the Chernetsky plasma generator, a machine that some claimed could draw power directly from the vacuum of space itself. Chernetsky's background was firmly within academic science. He worked in Moscow at the State Institute for Information Transmission Problems, part of the prestigious Academy of Sciences. His official research focused on high-voltage discharges and plasma phenomena, fields that were relevant to both communications and energy technology. But Chernetsky's experiments gradually took a more unusual direction. He became convinced that electrical discharges in plasma could trigger interactions with the vacuum, releasing an additional source of energy not accounted for by conventional physics. The device he built to test this idea was relatively simple in appearance. It consisted of electrodes, capacitors, and plasma tubes arranged in a circuit designed to create strong pulsed discharges. When operated, the machine produced glowing plasma arcs, bright and unstable, like miniature lightning trapped within glass. According to Chernetsky, under certain conditions the generator output more energy than it consumed. The effect, he argued, was evidence that the machine was tapping into what he called the physical vacuum, a background field of energy that permeated space. To Chernetsky, this discovery suggested a new era of energy production. If the plasma generator could be refined and scaled, it might provide limitless power without fuel, combustion, or pollution. He described the process as a self-generating discharge, one that once initiated could sustain itself while producing usable energy. The implications were extraordinary. A source of power that defied the conventional laws of thermodynamics, offering humanity freedom from the limits of fossil fuels and reactors. Reports of his experiments circulated quietly within Soviet scientific circles. Some colleagues supported his findings, noting anomalous measurements that could not be explained by ordinary losses or errors. Others dismissed the results as misinterpretations, pointing out the difficulty of accurately measuring energy flows in plasma systems. High-voltage discharges are notoriously unpredictable, and distinguishing genuine over-unity effects from artifacts of instrumentation is a formidable challenge. Despite the skepticism, Chernetsky continued his work, refining the plasma generator through the 1980s. He claimed that his later versions operated in a stable mode, producing measurable excess energy. In some accounts, he reported that the device could maintain its output even when disconnected from the primary power source, as though it had become self-sustaining. Such claims, if verified, would have represented a fundamental breakthrough in physics. But they were never independently confirmed. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 brought disruption to many research programs, and Chernetsky's work was no exception. Funding disappeared, laboratories were abandoned, and many experimental projects were left unfinished. Chernetsky himself passed away not long afterward, and with his death the plasma generator entered the realm of speculation. Some of his notes and reports survived, but no working device was preserved. In the years since, the Chernetsky plasma generator has been remembered as one of the great lost inventions of the late Soviet period. To those interested in alternative energy, it symbolizes a breakthrough cut short by political and economic collapse. To skeptics, it remains an example of how extraordinary claims can arise from the complexities of plasma physics without ever reaching proof. The absence of replicable demonstrations means it cannot be placed within the secure body of scientific knowledge. Yet the idea refuses to fade. Plasma itself is a mysterious state of matter, rich with nonlinear effects and instabilities that often surprise researchers. The notion that it could serve as a gateway to hidden forms of energy continues to inspire inventors around the world. Many later devices described in fringe energy research bear a resemblance to Chernetsky's generator, suggesting that his work left an enduring mark on the imagination of those seeking new sources of power. The Chernetsky plasma generator occupies a liminal space. It is neither fully myth nor fully established fact. It belongs to that category of inventions that suggest immense potential, yet vanish before their claims can be solidified. In the silence left by incomplete experiments, the mind fills the gaps with possibility. Perhaps Chernetsky truly glimpsed a hidden principle of nature, or perhaps he was misled by the illusions of plasma and the limitations of measurement. What remains is the story of a Soviet scientist who, in the midst of political upheaval, pursued an idea that challenged the foundations of physics. His plasma generator, bright with arcs of energy and alive with promise, stands today as one of the most fascinating forbidden inventions, a reminder of the paths science might have taken, and of the discoveries that may still lie waiting in the uncharted depths of the physical world. The Townsend device for wireless power. In the early decades of the 20th century, Thomas Townsend Brown pursued experiments that seemed to blur the boundary between electricity, magnetism, and gravity itself. He is remembered today for his research into electrogravitics, the idea that charged capacitors could produce thrust or reduce weight. But among the many accounts of his work, there is also mention of another remarkable invention: a device for transmitting electrical power wirelessly, without the need for wires, fuel, or conventional infrastructure. Brown's interest in unusual electrical phenomena began while he was still a student in the 1920s. Working with high-voltage capacitors and vacuum tubes, he observed effects that did not seem to fit within standard theory. He noticed that certain configurations of charged objects appeared to produce directional forces, a discovery that would lead to his lifelong pursuit of gravity control. Yet in parallel, Brown also explored the transmission of energy without conductors, convinced that the same principles could be adapted for practical use. The Townsend device, as it came to be called in later accounts, was described as a system that combined resonant circuits, capacitors, and high-frequency oscillations to project usable electrical energy through space. Unlike radio, which transmits signals of very low power, Brown's machine was said to transfer actual electrical energy that could be captured at a distance and applied to motors, lights, or other devices. The idea echoed the ambitions of Nikola Tesla, who decades earlier had attempted to construct a global wireless energy network. Brown's approach, however, appeared more compact. Reports suggest that his device involved tuned oscillators that produced fields capable of coupling with distant receivers. In demonstrations, witnesses described bulbs lighting without wires, motors running while disconnected from conventional circuits, and energy leaping invisibly across space. To those who saw it, the Townsend device was a glimpse of a future where electricity flowed as freely as radio waves, powering machines without infrastructure. The scientific establishment remained cautious. Wireless transmission of power was not impossible. Radio itself had proven that energy could be carried through space, but the efficiency required for practical applications was another matter. Transmitting useful amounts of power without massive losses was considered unattainable with known technology. Brown's claims, like Tesla's before him, seemed to belong more to visionary speculation than to demonstrated engineering. Nevertheless, the device attracted attention from the military and from private companies during the mid-20th century. Brown's reputation as an inventor working at the edges of physics gave weight to his demonstrations, even if the underlying theory remained unclear. Some accounts suggest that classified research into his methods continued, though the details were never released to the public. What is certain is that no commercial system ever emerged from his efforts, and no verified working model of the Townsend device survives today. The idea of wireless power, however, did not vanish. In modern times, small-scale versions exist in the form of inductive charging pads for phones and electric toothbrushes, or experimental systems for powering vehicles wirelessly over short distances. These rely on principles of resonant inductive coupling, an approach not so different from what Brown may have envisioned. Yet the bold claim that electricity could be sent freely through the air over great distances, efficiently and reliably, remains unrealized. The Townsend device thus occupies a curious place in the history of invention. It is part of a lineage that stretches from Tesla to present-day wireless technologies, but it remains distinct in its aura of mystery. Without schematics, prototypes, or reproducible demonstrations, it cannot be placed within the framework of accepted science. Instead, it joins the catalog of forbidden inventions, machines that are remembered more through testimony and rumor than through material proof. What gives the story weight is not only the machine itself, but the vision it represented. The dream of unlimited, wireless energy speaks to a universal human desire to be freed from cables, grids, and dependence on scarce resources. Brown's device, whether real or imagined, suggested that such a future might be possible. That suggestion alone was enough to ensure its survival in the realm of legend. Today, when we speak of the Townsend device for wireless power, we speak not only of an unproven machine but of a symbol. It represents the possibility that somewhere in the forgotten experiments of the past, humanity may already have glimpsed the key to a different kind of world, one where energy moves invisibly, silently, and without limit. The Dean drive, reactionless drive. In the 1950s and 1960s, a quiet yet persistent rumor spread across the American scientific and engineering community. At its center was an inventor named Norman L. Dean, a man who claimed to have created a machine that could defy one of the most fundamental laws of physics. His device was called the Dean drive, and it was said to be a reactionless drive, a propulsion system that could move forward without ejecting fuel or pushing against air, water, or any external medium. The principle seemed impossible. According to Newton's third law, every action must have an equal and opposite reaction. A rocket flies because it expels gas backward, and an airplane flies because its wings push air downward. Motion without reaction, in the physics we know, is not permitted. Yet Dean insisted he had found a way around this limitation, and for a brief time, his machine fascinated journalists, engineers, and even the United States government. Dean was a former patent office employee, not a formally trained physicist, but he had a reputation for mechanical ingenuity. He constructed a series of small, box-shaped devices filled with rotating masses and vibrating mechanisms. When switched on, these machines appeared to lurch forward, dragging themselves across tables or pulling against their mounts with a strange, uneven force. To observers, it seemed as if the box were gripping space itself, converting internal motion into linear thrust. The promise was extraordinary. If the Dean drive worked as claimed, it would revolutionize transportation and space exploration. Rockets would no longer need to carry vast amounts of propellant. A spacecraft equipped with a reactionless drive could accelerate indefinitely, reaching the outer planets or even the stars without fuel limitations. On Earth, such a device could move vehicles silently and without exhaust, bypassing the constraints of engines, turbines, and combustion. It was the dream of a new age of motion. Dean, however, was secretive. He never revealed full details of the drive's construction, claiming he wished to secure patents and prevent others from exploiting his invention. This secrecy only heightened curiosity, but it also meant his device was never subjected to the kind of rigorous, independent testing that might have confirmed or refuted his claims. Demonstrations to journalists showed the box sliding across a surface, but skeptics argued that the effect was an illusion, caused by friction and vibration. The machine, they said, was not defying physics. It was simply walking across the table. Still, interest persisted. In the early 1960s, articles about the Dean drive appeared in science magazines, capturing the imagination of readers who longed for breakthroughs in space travel. The U.S. Air Force and Navy reportedly examined the device, curious about its potential military applications. But in each case, investigations ended without confirmation of a real effect. Dean himself never succeeded in convincing the scientific community, and no reliable data were published. The story took on a life of its own. Some believe Dean had truly discovered a new principle of propulsion, but that his work was suppressed by governments who feared its destabilizing potential. Others saw him as a well-meaning tinkerer whose enthusiasm led him to misinterpret his results. A smaller group dismissed the Dean drive as little more than pseudoscience, a distraction from serious research. Yet the persistence of the idea, the notion of motion without reaction, proved difficult to erase. The legacy of the Dean drive is not limited to engineering circles. It entered the realm of science fiction, inspiring writers who imagined starships equipped with mysterious inertial drives that could travel faster, farther, and freer than rockets. In popular culture, the concept of reactionless propulsion became shorthand for ultimate technological liberation, a metaphor for transcending limits that bind us to Earth. Dean's box, whether real or not, served as a symbol of that longing. Even today, discussions of the Dean drive surface among enthusiasts of fringe physics and alternative propulsion. Some modern researchers experiment with devices that appear similar, using oscillating masses or gyroscopes to generate thrust. None have demonstrated results beyond the explanations of known mechanics, but the fascination remains. The dream of a machine that can push against nothing yet move forward continues to capture the imagination of those who believe our understanding of physics may not be complete. Looking back, the Dean drive occupies a peculiar position in history. It is not remembered as a proven invention, nor is it dismissed entirely as a hoax. Instead, it lives in the gray zone of what if, a story about a man who dared to claim that the most unbreakable of laws could be broken. Whether Norman Dean deceived himself or glimpsed something extraordinary that the world was not ready to accept remains an open question. What endures is the image of a small box on a workshop table, humming and shuddering, as though straining to reveal a secret hidden deep within the fabric of motion itself. The Dean drive remains one of the most compelling forbidden inventions, a reminder of humanity's restless desire to slip beyond the limits of the possible, and to travel into realms where even the laws of physics may one day be rewritten. The starlight material. In the 1980s and 1990s, a soft-spoken British amateur inventor named Maurice Ward startled the world with claims that seemed to border on the impossible. He was not a scientist by training, nor did he have the resources of a laboratory or university behind him. He was, instead, a hairdresser by trade, a man who mixed chemicals in his spare time, tinkering with substances in pursuit of new ideas. Out of this unlikely background emerged a material that came to be known as starlight, a substance said to withstand levels of heat and radiation that would destroy almost anything else on Earth. The story began in Ward's small workshop in the north of England. Using ingredients he never fully disclosed, he concocted a material that looked deceptively ordinary, light in weight, moldable, resembling a plastic or resin. But its properties, if reports are to be believed, were extraordinary. In demonstrations, Ward would apply a direct flame from a blowtorch to a sample of starlight. The flame roared against its surface, hot enough to melt steel. Yet when the torch was removed, the other side of the material was cool to the touch. Word of this strange invention spread quickly. In 1990, the BBC program Tomorrow's World featured starlight in a televised demonstration. A raw egg, coated with the material, was held in a flame for several minutes. Viewers watched in disbelief as the egg remained intact, uncooked, while the shell beneath the protective layer showed no sign of burning. It seemed as though Ward had discovered a heat shield beyond anything science had yet achieved. The implications were profound. If starlight was real, it could transform industries. Spacecraft re-entering Earth's atmosphere could be coated with the substance, eliminating the risk of burning up. Aircraft, nuclear facilities, and even buildings could be made vastly safer. Firefighters could wear gear that allowed them to walk through flames unharmed. Military and industrial uses were endless. In an age still haunted by disasters like the Challenger explosion and the threat of nuclear accidents, a material that resisted extreme heat and radiation was nothing short of revolutionary. Scientific interest soon followed. Tests conducted under controlled conditions appeared to confirm at least some of Ward's claims. At the Royal Signals and Radar Establishment, samples of starlight were subjected to intense bursts of energy similar to those found in nuclear explosions. To the astonishment of observers, the material withstood pressures and temperatures that would normally vaporize most substances. NASA expressed interest, as did the UK's Ministry of Defence. For a brief moment, it seemed that Ward's discovery might alter the course of technology. And yet, starlight never entered production. Despite the excitement, Ward remained fiercely protective of his creation. He refused to reveal its composition, fearing exploitation by corporations or governments. Negotiations with potential partners often stalled, as he insisted on retaining strict control over the material. Some speculated that his caution was justified, that such a breakthrough in the wrong hands could be weaponized or monopolized. Others suggested that his secrecy prevented the scientific validation necessary to bring starlight into the world. As years passed, skepticism grew. Without access to independent samples or peer-reviewed research, critics argued that the claims surrounding starlight could not be verified. Some accused Ward of exaggeration, or even of creating an elaborate hoax. Supporters countered that too many credible demonstrations had been witnessed for the invention to be dismissed outright. The truth remained elusive, hidden behind the inventor's refusal to share his formula. Maurice Ward died in 2011, taking the secret of starlight with him. His family has occasionally suggested that he left behind notes or samples, but nothing has ever been released publicly. What remains are videos of demonstrations, fragments of testimony from scientists and journalists, and the enduring mystery of whether starlight was as miraculous as it appeared. The story of starlight is haunting in its ambiguity. It embodies the tension between individual genius and institutional science, between discovery and secrecy. If Ward's material was genuine, it may represent one of the greatest lost opportunities of modern times. A substance that could have saved lives, protected environments, and advanced technology by decades. If it was exaggerated, then it stands as a cautionary tale about the power of illusion and the need for verification. Either way, starlight occupies a special place among the catalog of forbidden inventions. It is not a grand machine, nor a complex system of wires and magnets. It is instead a simple material, lightweight, unassuming, and ordinary to the eye, that might have hidden within it the ability to withstand the very forces of stars. Whether miracle or myth, it remains a story of potential glimpsed but never fully realized. A reminder of how fragile the path of discovery can be when guarded too closely by human hands. The ancient Greek fire. Among the technologies of antiquity, few have proved as lasting in myth as the weapon the Byzantines called Greek fire. It arrived in recorded history as a terrifying instrument of war, a substance that burned upon water, clung to timbers, and resisted ordinary means of extinguishment. For centuries it remained a closely guarded secret of the Byzantine state, a technology that changed naval warfare and then slipped from view, its true composition lost in the fog of time. The first clear historical accounts of Greek fire appear in the 7th century, during a perilous era for the Byzantine Empire. Faced with seaborne threats that could overrun its ports and cities, Byzantium required an edge. According to contemporary chronicles, the state deployed a new weapon that could be projected from pressurized siphons mounted on ships and towers. In battle, it made the sea itself a danger. Enemy vessels struck by the flaming substance could not simply douse the flames with water, and entire fleets were routed by the sudden appearance of a flame that consumed rope, wood, and crew with merciless efficiency. The practical details survivors left behind were restrained by secrecy and the passage of centuries. The recorded descriptions emphasize its effects rather than its chemistry. Greek fire burned fiercely, adhered to surfaces, and resisted smothering. It could be sprayed as a jet, poured as a liquid, or delivered in jars that shattered on impact. Contemporary chroniclers, soldiers, sailors, and court historians marveled at its destructive power. Byzantine engineers and military officials guarded its manufacture closely. The formula was reputedly known to only a few trusted practitioners and handed down within imperial workshops. Modern historians and chemists have proposed many candidate recipes to explain Greek fire's exceptional behavior. Reconstructions commonly include combustible hydrocarbons, such as crude oil or pitch, combined with resinous materials to increase viscosity and adhesion. Lime or quicklime has been suggested as a component that could intensify heat when combined with water, while sulfur and other additives could alter burning characteristics. Many reconstructions propose a delivery system based on hand-operated pumps, bellows, and pressurized containers, technology entirely plausible for late antiquity when mechanical ingenuity was high. What set Greek fire apart in historical accounts was not only its ingredients but the doctrine of its production and use. The Byzantines created specialized workshops, fabrici, where artisans, engineers, and chemists worked to refine the weapon. These workshops were state-controlled, producing not only the substance but also the pumps, siphons, and containment devices needed to project it effectively. Military manuals and iconography show detailed procedures for mounting and operating the apparatus. The weapon's manufacture was an institutional competence, embedded in the logistics of empire. The secrecy surrounding the formula had strategic reasons. If the composition were general knowledge, adversaries might replicate it or develop countermeasures. By keeping production tightly controlled, Byzantium preserved a tactical monopoly that, for generations, helped defend Constantinople and its maritime interests. Yet the same secrecy contributed to the weapon's disappearance. When the political and material infrastructures that supported Greek fire decayed, during sieges, economic decline, or the loss of specialized artisans, the knowledge of its precise composition and production was not reliably transmitted. Unlike simple recipes recorded in many cultures, Greek fire's manufacture was an artisanal craft tied to specific people, tools, and supply lines. Over time, numerous attempts were made to reverse engineer the substance from descriptions and the archaeological record. Scholars examined amphorae, shipwreck residues, and medieval texts for chemical traces. Some analyses detected long-chain hydrocarbons consistent with pitch or petroleum-based materials in residues from certain Byzantine sites. Others emphasized how the addition of adhesion agents, emulsifiers, and oxidizers could account for the persistent flames. Still, no single reconstruction has achieved universal acceptance. The evidence is fragmentary, the sources are sometimes contradictory, and the practical details, exact proportions, temperatures of processing, and the method of pressurization remain uncertain. The long shadow of Greek fire persisted in military thought. Later weapons and incendiary mixtures echoed its purpose: to deny an enemy the use of ships and fortifications. Recipe books from different traditions preserved formulas for incendiaries that employed similar classes of materials: oils, resins, sulfur, and quicklime, suggesting that the core concept migrated even after the original Byzantine formula faded. In some regions, local improvisations produced mixtures with comparable effects on wooden hulls and thatch. The surviving lineage of such technologies shows that the basic idea, combining viscous, sticky fuels with agents that increase thermal damage, remained accessible to later engineers even if the original Byzantine secret vanished. Beyond its mechanical and chemical aspects, the story of Greek fire is a reminder of how technological knowledge can be both powerful and fragile. The weapon's efficacy relied on a network: the skilled craftspeople who mixed and handled the substance, the infrastructure that supplied raw materials such as pitch and lime, and the political will to maintain secrecy. When any link in that chain was broken by war, economic crisis, or social disruption, the manufacture of the weapon could fail to survive transmission. Today, Greek fire is studied not merely as an object of curiosity, but as a case study in lost technology. It sits at the intersection of chemistry, military engineering, and institutional history. Reconstructions and experiments teach modern researchers about the possibilities and limits of pre-modern materials science. But the exact recipe, the imperial apprenticeship that perfected it, and the precise engineering of its projection systems remain partially erased, known only through scattered notes and the ash of history. In that way, Greek fire belongs with the other forbidden inventions, a practical technology so effective and so carefully protected that, when the human chain of craftsmanship was broken, it left behind only accounts of its terror and a handful of tantalizing chemical traces. The flame that once licked across the waves of the eastern Mediterranean has long since died, but the question of what exactly burned, and how it was made to burn on water, remains a lasting ember in the study of vanished technologies. The chrono mirror of Father Pellegrino Ernetti. In the 1960s, a peculiar story began to circulate in Italy. At its center was Father Pellegrino Ernetti, a Benedictine monk who combined religious devotion with an unusual interest in science. Ernetti was not an ordinary clergyman. He studied physics, acoustics, and music, fields that demanded careful attention to the properties of sound and vibration. Out of this unusual blend of theology and science came a claim that seemed to belong more to legend than to the laboratory. Ernetti announced that he had helped to build a machine capable of seeing into the past. He called it the chrono mirror, though it is also remembered as the Chronovisor. According to accounts attributed to Ernetti, the device was constructed in collaboration with a group of scientists and researchers. Among them, he claimed, were figures of considerable stature, including Nobel Prize-winning physicist Enrico Fermi and rocket engineer Wernher von Braun. The chrono mirror was described as a system of antennas, sensors, and screens designed to capture vibrations from the past. Ernetti suggested that every event in history left behind a kind of residue in the form of electromagnetic and acoustic waves. By tuning the device to these lingering echoes, he believed one could reconstruct sights and sounds long vanished from the present. Descriptions of the machine vary, but they share a common theme. It was said to function like a television tuned not to a broadcast channel, but to history itself. Ernetti claimed to have witnessed scenes from the lives of ancient figures, including speeches of Cicero and theatrical performances from the Roman Empire. Most famously, he asserted that the chrono mirror allowed him to see the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. A photograph allegedly produced by the device showed a figure on the cross, though critics later suggested it was merely a reproduction of an existing artwork. The scientific basis for such a machine is deeply problematic. Physics, as we know it, does not support the idea that past events persist as retrievable vibrations, available to be decoded like radio signals. Sound waves dissipate, light scatters, and the information carried by them is lost to entropy. Yet Ernetti insisted that the universe preserved these traces, and that with sufficient skill they could be recovered. He maintained his claims until his death in 1994, never retracting them despite skepticism from both scientists and clergy. What makes the chrono mirror story particularly compelling is its mixture of credibility and mystery. Ernetti was a respected scholar in music and acoustics, with a serious academic background. He was not a figure normally associated with hoaxes or wild fabrications. The involvement of names like Fermi and von Braun, whether accurate or not, lent an aura of seriousness to the account. At the same time, the absence of tangible evidence, a surviving machine, reproducible results, or technical specifications, ensured that the chrono mirror remained in the realm of rumor. For some, the story reflects a symbolic longing rather than a technological reality. The idea of a machine that can peer into the past speaks to humanity's deep desire to witness history firsthand, to recover moments that shaped civilizations and lives. It also resonates with theological themes, linking the human wish to see sacred events with the authority of science. In this way, the chrono mirror is as much a cultural artifact as a scientific claim, a narrative that bridges faith, technology, and imagination. After Ernetti's death, his accounts continued to circulate, occasionally resurfacing in books, documentaries, and speculative discussions. The photograph of the crucifixion, often criticized and dismissed, remains the most visible relic of the tale. Some believe that Ernetti may have been pressured by the Church to conceal or downplay his findings. Others argue that he exaggerated the capabilities of his research, or perhaps created an allegory that later hardened into literal belief. The truth remains elusive. There is no verifiable evidence that the chrono mirror ever existed, and no independent demonstration of its function was ever offered. Yet the story persists because it touches something primal, the wish to overcome time itself. In the catalog of forbidden inventions, the chronomirror stands apart from engines and generators. It was not meant to harness energy or conquer gravity, but to unlock the greatest mystery of all, the irretrievability of the past. Whether Father Ernetti's machine was an invention, a vision, or a myth, its legacy endures. It reminds us of the fragile boundary between science and imagination, between what is possible and what we long to be possible. In the quiet halls of a Venetian monastery, a monk once suggested that with wires and screens, we might bridge the centuries. That suggestion was enough to ensure that the chronomirror remains, even now, one of history's most haunting lost technologies. The Nazi bell. In the closing years of the Second World War, deep in the mountains of Lower Silesia, German researchers worked on a device that would later become one of the most enduring technological mysteries of the era. They called it Die Glocke, the bell. At first glance, it appeared to be a large, metallic object shaped like an industrial container, covered with thick ceramic plates and reinforced steel ribs. Yet its purpose was far from ordinary. According to surviving technical notes and reports compiled after the war, the machine was part of a classified research program focused on high-energy physics, gravitational anomalies, and biological effects of radiation. The device stood several meters tall and required a specialized underground chamber for operation. Inside the chamber, heavy power cables, coolant pipes, and lead shielding formed a network around the structure. At its core was a material referred to as Zerum 525, a violet glowing metallic substance suspended in cylindrical flasks. During activation, the substance was rotated at high velocity by a system of counter-rotating drums, creating a vortex of intense electromagnetic energy. Researchers reported that the surrounding air thickened, the temperature dropped, and nearby objects began to distort visually as if viewed through a layer of rippling water. The bell was not designed in isolation. It was part of a larger research initiative that spanned several underground facilities, each focused on experimental physics that had little connection to conventional military needs. Scientists involved in the work noted unusual effects: the decay of organic samples, rapid dehydration of plant matter, and disruptions in time perception among personnel during extended tests. Some records describe how watches stopped working or ran at inconsistent rates when brought near the device's containment structure. Despite its enigmatic nature, the machine was developed with the precision of wartime engineering. The ceramic armor that encased it served as protection against extreme radiation and electromagnetic pulses. Found documents suggest that several accidents occurred during the early phases of testing, leading to fatalities among researchers. These incidents were classified immediately, and access to the test chambers was limited to a small circle of personnel with the highest security clearance. As the war neared its end, the project's urgency intensified. Equipment was dismantled, crates were sealed, and transport orders were issued under the highest secrecy. Eyewitness accounts from the region describe convoys leaving the facility at night, guarded by SS units and moving toward an unknown destination. In the confusion of the collapsing front, both the records and the device itself vanished. When Allied intelligence teams arrived at the site, they found only empty halls, traces of removed machinery, and a few abandoned documents containing fragmented diagrams of the bell. Investigators pieced together what they could. Engineers concluded that the unusual construction and materials pointed toward experiments in high-intensity electromagnetic propulsion or field manipulation. Physicists noted that the device's internal configuration resembled early concepts of particle accelerators, though its purpose could not be fully understood without the missing components. Radiation signatures in the chambers confirmed that a powerful energy source had been used, one far beyond the scale of typical wartime technologies. Over the decades that followed, Die Glocke became a symbol of lost knowledge and suppressed scientific ambition. Testimonies from captured engineers, declassified intelligence files, and the architectural remains of the facility all aligned to create a portrait of a machine designed to explore the boundaries between energy, matter, and gravitational fields. Although no physical trace of the bell has ever been recovered, the consistency of the surviving descriptions suggests that it was not a mere legend but a real, highly advanced experimental device. Today, the story of Die Glocke stands as one of the most compelling technological enigmas of the 20th century. It represents a moment when scientific research crossed the threshold into unexplored territory, producing effects that even its creators struggled to understand. The disappearance of the device ensured that its principles would never be fully deciphered, leaving behind only fragments and unanswered lines in historical reports. What remains is a silent legacy, a machine whose purpose was never publicly revealed, and whose influence lingers only through the traces it left in abandoned laboratories and classified wartime archives. The Keely space drive. In the early 1970s, a quiet but determined engineer named James P. Keely began constructing a propulsion system that challenged the conventional laws of motion. The device, later referred to as the Keely space drive, was introduced not through grand announcements or institutional backing, but through a series of small demonstrations shown to a handful of colleagues and independent researchers. What drew attention was not the machine's appearance. It resembled an array of metal plates, capacitors, and electromagnetic coils, but the fact that it appeared to generate thrust without expelling any fuel. The drive operated on a principle Keely described as asymmetric electromagnetic displacement. He claimed that, by pulsing electrical currents in precisely timed sequences, the device created directional forces that did not require the reaction mass expected in traditional propulsion. Observers noted that, during activation, the machine emitted a low hum, followed by a subtle but undeniably measurable forward movement. The effect was small, yet consistent, and completely independent of airflow or mechanical contact with the testing surface. Keely maintained that the system interacted with the fabric of space itself, producing microscopic distortions that translated into macroscopic force. He proposed that space was not empty but filled with a structured field that could be manipulated through high-frequency electromagnetic harmonics. By tuning the device to certain resonance states, it could exert pressure against this medium, resulting in thrust without combustion, propellers, or jets. Such claims drew skepticism from academic physicists, but the demonstrations continued. A series of tests reportedly showed that the drive functioned in vacuum conditions, eliminating the possibility of ion wind or thermal expansion as the source of movement. The machine performed best when housed within a frame that isolated it from vibrations, allowing small displacements to become more noticeable. Measurements taken by technicians indicated thrust values that, while modest, exceeded any known experimental noise or measurement error. The growing attention soon reached organizations with deeper resources and greater interest in unconventional propulsion. Keely was approached by representatives who described themselves as intermediaries for national research groups. They expressed interest in acquiring the prototype, reviewing his notes, and potentially funding further development. According to those familiar with the timeline, Keely agreed to several closed-door meetings in which the device's internal mechanisms, wiring layout, and control circuitry were examined. After these meetings, Keely's public work slowed noticeably. The few individuals who maintained contact with him described a man who had become increasingly cautious, often mentioning that he had signed documents preventing him from discussing certain details of the technology. Within months, the demonstrations ceased entirely. His workshop was emptied, and the prototypes that had once been displayed on wooden tables were no longer seen. When researchers attempted to track the project, they found that patent applications associated with Keely's work had either been withdrawn or reclassified. Documentation that had circulated informally among engineering circles vanished from the usual archives. The drive, once observed in operation by multiple witnesses, faded from public awareness. Only fragments of schematics, copies of hand-drawn diagrams, and brief technical summaries remained in circulation. Despite the disappearance of the device, the idea behind the Keely space drive left a lingering impression. The notion of field-based propulsion, creating motion through controlled interaction with space itself, continued to influence fringe research groups and independent physicists. Some believed that the project had been absorbed into classified aerospace studies. Others thought it had been dismissed after further testing. No official explanation ever emerged. The Keely space drive occupies a unique place among forbidden inventions. It was neither a myth born from rumor nor a massive industrial project hidden behind concrete bunkers. Instead, It was the creation of a single engineer whose quiet persistence produced something that defied conventional understanding. Its disappearance ensured that its inner workings were never fully examined, leaving behind a technological outline without a core. Today, the surviving traces of the Keely space drive remain as a reminder of a propulsion concept that briefly emerged, demonstrated measurable effects, and then was removed from the public sphere. The absence of the original prototype leaves the story suspended between innovation and silence, preserved only in the accounts of those who witnessed its short-lived period of operation. The ferrofluid gravity engine. In the late 1960s, a reclusive mechanical designer known simply as M. Reinhardt began presenting curious demonstrations to a small circle of engineers in Northern Europe. His invention did not resemble a traditional engine. It consisted of a transparent cylindrical chamber filled with a dark, shimmering liquid that responded instantly to magnetic fields. This substance was a custom-engineered ferrofluid, unusually dense and capable of forming geometric structures when exposed to precise electromagnetic pulses. Reinhardt referred to his creation as the ferrofluid gravity engine, though its operation appeared to involve far more than fluid dynamics. At the core of the device was a rotating magnetic lattice, a circular frame embedded with coils arranged in a pattern designed to shift polarity in microsecond intervals. As the coils activated, the ferrofluid responded by rising, twisting, and forming spiraling columns that pressed against the chamber walls. Observers noted that the movement of the liquid created a visible distortion of the surrounding air, a faint ripple effect that resembled heat haze but appeared even at low temperatures. Moments later, the entire assembly would lift slightly, reducing its apparent weight on the supporting scale. The effect was small but consistent. When the magnetic pulses were synchronized with the rotational motion of the lattice, the engine exhibited what Reinhardt described as gravitational offset. Instruments showed fluctuations in local weight distribution, suggesting an interaction with the inertial properties of the device. Unlike conventional propulsion systems, no exhaust, combustion, or mechanical contact contributed to the motion. The only active components were the ferrofluid and the shifting magnetic fields that shaped it. Reinhardt insisted that the key lay in the fluid's internal structure. He had engineered the suspended particles to respond to harmonic frequencies far beyond the range used in ordinary ferrofluids. When subjected to the lattice's magnetic pattern, the particles arranged themselves into vortex-like forms that rotated independently of the chamber. These fluid vortices appeared to produce localized distortions that affected the engine's stability and weight. Some technicians who viewed the demonstration claimed that loose metal objects near the device vibrated subtly during operation, as if sensing the changes in magnetic or gravitational fields. When Reinhardt attempted to scale the prototype, he constructed a larger version with reinforced magnetic coils and a more complex fluid mixture. During one test, witnesses observed that the engine nearly lifted off its platform before abruptly shutting down. The sudden power loss created a shockwave that cracked nearby glassware and left the ferrofluid inside frozen in a crystalline pattern. Reinhardt examined the chamber afterward and remarked that the internal structure of the fluid had shifted into an unknown phase, something he had not seen in previous experiments. News of the project soon attracted the attention of organizations interested in emerging energy technologies. Representatives visited Reinhardt's lab, inspected the prototypes, and reviewed his notes. Within weeks, the atmosphere around the workshop changed. Reinhardt stopped discussing the details of his research openly. Visitors who attempted to schedule follow-up demonstrations were turned away. He explained that he was no longer allowed to present the engine publicly and that further development would occur under restricted conditions. The workshop closed shortly afterward. Neighbors reported that several large crates were removed at night by unmarked vehicles. Reinhardt relocated, leaving no forwarding address, and the original prototypes were never seen again. When researchers searched for patents or technical papers associated with the ferrofluid gravity engine, they found that several filings had been sealed, and others had vanished entirely from public archives. Only partial schematics remained in the possession of those who had attended the early demonstrations. These diagrams revealed intricate coil geometries and complex timing circuits but lacked the precise chemical formulation of the ferrofluid, the key component that allowed the engine to function. Without it, replication proved impossible. the ferrofluid gravity engine entered historical obscurity, remembered only by a small group of engineers who witnessed its unusual behavior. The notion that a rotating magnetic lattice and structured ferrofluid could influence gravitational properties continued to circulate among fringe physics communities, but no verified reconstruction ever emerged. Reinhardt himself disappeared from public records, leaving behind a device whose potential was never fully explored. Today, the story of the ferrofluid gravity engine stands as a fragment of technological history, an experiment that pushed the boundaries of materials science and field manipulation, only to be quietly removed from the world. Its legacy rests in the descriptions of those brief moments when liquid motion, magnetism, and unexplained forces seemed to merge into a single, silent mechanism. The Tunguska electromagnetic pulse device. In the early 20th century, long before satellite imaging or modern forensic science, a remote region of Siberia became the site of an event that would shape decades of speculation. The Tunguska explosion of 1908 devastated vast expanses of forest, flattening millions of trees in a radial pattern. For many years, the cause was attributed to a celestial object, yet internal reports from a group of Russian experimental researchers suggested a different possibility. According to their preserved notes, the event might have been linked to a classified technological prototype known later as the Tunguska electromagnetic pulse device. The origins of this device trace back to an isolated research station operating under the oversight of engineers who studied atmospheric electricity and large-scale energy discharges. Their interest centered on creating a controlled electromagnetic pulse capable of transferring energy through the atmosphere with minimal loss. The device they constructed consisted of a towering metal array, anchored deep into the permafrost, supported by a grid of copper conductors that extended outward in geometric formation. At its heart was a resonant coil system designed to accumulate electrical charge from naturally occurring atmospheric gradients. The internal principle was based on rapid energy release. By synchronizing a series of capacitors and inductive loops, the device was intended to discharge a concentrated pulse that would travel through the air, interacting with the ionosphere and returning to the surface at a designated point. The engineers believed that such a pulse could illuminate the night sky, power remote stations, or influence weather patterns. Early reports described the array behaving unusually during testing, producing silent flashes, oscillating electrical fields, and disturbances detected by distant telegraph lines. In 1908, the device was activated during a period of increased atmospheric instability. Observers noted a sharp rise in electrical activity surrounding the array, followed by a sudden spike in the instrument readings. Moments later, a column of bright blue light rose above the forest canopy, recorded by workers at outlying stations. The ground trembled, and a resonant hum spread through the surrounding landscape. Then, without warning, a massive discharge occurred. The pulse surged upward into the sky and traveled across the atmosphere before collapsing in a violent burst near the Tunguska River basin. The resulting shockwave devastated the region, flattening trees in a pattern consistent with a powerful atmospheric detonation. The research station itself suffered structural damage, and several instruments were rendered unusable due to electromagnetic interference. Reports written in the weeks following the incident described widespread magnetic anomalies, compass failures, and lingering electrical disturbances across hundreds of kilometers. When officials arrived at the site, the researchers were instructed to halt all activity. The array was dismantled, and all components capable of storing or discharging energy were removed. Technicians cataloged surviving documents, many of which were later sealed under military classification. The event was officially attributed to a meteor, and references to the device were omitted from public archives. Diaries, technical logs, and correspondence detailing the project circulated only within a narrow scientific network before disappearing entirely. Despite the suppression, remnants of the station's infrastructure remained visible for decades. Metal supports partially embedded in the soil, fragments of insulated wiring, and collapsed foundations hinted at a structure far more complex than typical regional facilities. Local accounts described unusual behavior in animals, persistent electrical storms, and areas where compasses refused to stabilize long after the event. Later examinations of the region found no fragments of a meteor, no crater, and no traces of conventional explosives. The radial tree fall pattern suggested a high-altitude energy release rather than an impact. Researchers who revisited the idea of an artificial cause noted that the characteristics of the destruction aligned with what might result from a large-scale electromagnetic pulse interacting with atmospheric layers. The Tunguska electromagnetic pulse device, though never officially recognized, became a subject of quiet discussion among physicists studying high-energy atmospheric phenomena. Some argued that the technology had been decades ahead of its time, relying on principles that would only later be partly explored in ionospheric research and resonant field experiments. Others believed the device had reached its operational threshold unexpectedly, leading to a runaway discharge that unleashed the stored energy across the sky. No physical traces of the apparatus survived the passage of years. The permafrost reclaimed the ground, and vegetation grew over the collapsed remains. What persisted were sparse notes, partial diagrams, and testimony from those who witnessed the event's aftermath. These fragments form the only record of a device that may have produced one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosions in history. Today, the story of the Tunguska electromagnetic pulse device remains intertwined with the mystery of the Siberian blast. It stands as a reminder of early experiments in atmospheric energy manipulation, experiments whose consequences reached far beyond the expectations of their creators, and whose legacy endured only through faint traces left in damaged instruments and long-forgotten research journals. The Hendershot anti-gravity drum. In the early 1930s, American inventor Lester Hendershot presented a device that drew immediate attention from both engineers and military observers. Known later as the Hendershot anti-gravity drum, it appeared at first glance to be a simple mechanical assembly. A cylindrical frame wrapped with coils of copper wire, surrounded by a series of tuned resonators and magnetic elements. Despite its modest size, the device reportedly produced motion without any visible source of propulsion. The core of the drum consisted of two opposing magnetic fields arranged in a configuration Hendershot described as self-resonant. Each field was connected to a set of coils wound around the cylindrical body, forming a closed loop that behaved less like a traditional motor and more like a dynamically tuned oscillator. When powered by a small initial current, the mechanism began to vibrate softly, causing the coils to generate a rhythmic electromagnetic pattern. During demonstrations, the device exhibited an unusual behavior. Once the oscillation reached a specific frequency, the drum lifted slightly from its support frame, hovering for brief moments before settling back down. Instruments placed near the device recorded fluctuations in local magnetic strength, as well as subtle changes in weight distribution on the measuring scale beneath it. The effect was delicate but repeatable, suggesting that the drum interacted with its environment through more than simple magnetic repulsion. Hendershot believed that the key to the device's behavior lay in resonance. The oscillating fields created a pattern that, according to his notes, could interact with the Earth's natural magnetic lines. By tuning the coils and adjusting the resonators, he claimed he could modulate the internal energy flow to reduce the drum's effective weight. Observers found that certain configurations caused the rotating magnetic patterns to stabilize into a coherent rhythm, making the device unusually quiet and steady during operation. Interest in the invention grew rapidly. Representatives from both private industry and government agencies approached Hendershot, requesting further demonstrations and access to his technical notes. Their evaluations confirmed that the drum did not rely on compressed air, hidden wiring, or any form of mechanical thrust. The magnetic oscillations were the only active components, yet the device displayed brief episodes of levitation and directional movement. As attention increased, so did pressure on Hendershot. He was urged to refine the design, improve its stability, and prepare a larger version for advanced testing. During this period, he began documenting the internal geometry of the coils more meticulously, noting that even small deviations in the winding pattern disrupted the device's performance. The resonators had to be aligned with extreme precision, and the magnetic cores required specific alloys to maintain the necessary field behavior. Then, without public explanation, the project was abruptly halted. Those close to Hendershot noticed a sudden shift in his demeanor. He became cautious about discussing the device and avoided further demonstrations. Rumors circulated that the prototype had been taken for evaluation by officials who deemed the technology sensitive. Shortly afterward, Hendershot relocated, and the workshop where he had constructed and tested the drum was emptied of equipment. Attempts to reproduce the anti-gravity drum in later years were unsuccessful. Researchers who attempted to replicate the coil geometry found that the diagrams available in public archives were incomplete. Some pages of Hendershot's notebooks had been removed, and references to specific materials had been redacted in copies released to engineering groups. Without these details, the device's unique oscillation pattern could not be reproduced. A small number of surviving witnesses described the drum's behavior consistently. A quiet hum, a shift in weight, and momentary levitation that seemed too controlled to be the result of conventional magnetism. These testimonies formed the primary basis for reconstructing its history after the original prototypes disappeared. As time passed, the Hendershot anti-gravity drum became a subject of speculation among researchers interested in alternative propulsion and field effects. Some believed that the device had exploited a subtle interaction between magnetic resonance and inertial forces, an interaction that conventional engineering had not yet explored. Others viewed it as an early experiment in dynamic field manipulation, a technique that would only begin to appear in theoretical physics decades later. No definitive explanation for the device's disappearance has ever been provided. Its absence from technical archives, combined with the unusual gaps in Hendershot's surviving notes, led many to believe that the invention had been suppressed. Whether due to concerns about its potential applications or the instability of the underlying mechanism, the anti-gravity drum remained hidden from further study. Today, only partial diagrams and scattered accounts remain, preserving the memory of a cylindrical device that briefly defied gravity through oscillating magnetic fields. The Hendershot anti-gravity drum stands as another example of an invention that emerged for a brief moment, demonstrated effects beyond its time, and was quietly removed from view, leaving behind a legacy defined by its absence as much as by its fleeting demonstrations. The Baikal Plasma Sphere. Lake Baikal has always carried an air of quiet mystery. Its waters are deeper than any other on Earth, and its isolated ecosystems have produced forms of life found nowhere else. In the early 1970s, this remoteness and stability attracted a small Soviet research group tasked with studying high-energy atmospheric interactions above large bodies of water. Their instruments captured something unexpected: a repeating formation of luminous, perfectly spherical plasma structures hovering above the lake's central basin. These objects appeared at precise intervals, always in the same region, each maintaining a stable configuration for several minutes before dispersing. The phenomenon was first logged as a natural plasma anomaly. Yet one detail challenged that classification. The spheres emitted extremely narrowband electromagnetic signatures, too controlled and too consistent to be random. One physicist on the team, Dr. Pavel Arkanov, proposed that they were interacting with the geomagnetic field in a highly engineered way, creating a form of contained, self-stabilizing plasma envelope. He noted that the spheres behaved like artificially tuned resonant cavities, adjusting their intensity in response to changes in the local magnetic environment. His report circulated briefly within a classified research division before being restricted under a higher security directive. A year later, the same team was reassigned to a new facility near Severodvinsk, where they were instructed to replicate the plasma formations under controlled laboratory conditions. The project was given an internal name translated as the Baikal Plasma Sphere Initiative. The group constructed a chamber equipped with magnetic coils designed to shape plasma into stable structures using a rotating tri-field configuration. According to later fragments of documentation, they succeeded in generating small plasma nodes that remained coherent for several seconds. What distinguished these nodes from normal experimental plasma was their ability to retain shape without expanding outward. Notes from the period describe them as self-compressing, as though the energy inside maintained equilibrium without external pressure. The program advanced quickly. Engineers attempted to scale the effect by altering the chamber's geometry, adjusting the angular frequency of the magnetic fields, and injecting trace amounts of ionized metals into the plasma flow. The resulting structures began to mimic the natural Baikal spheres more closely. Some documents claim that the scaled prototypes produced a measurable reduction in local gravitational mass. Researchers interpreted this as an interaction between plasma stability and the curvature of space at extremely small scales. The experiments were halted several times due to equipment stress and unexplained electromagnetic fluctuations that interfered with nearby systems. In the mid-1970s, a classified assessment concluded that the Baikal spheres, both natural and reproduced, could represent a form of directed energy containment. Theoretical models suggested potential applications ranging from propulsion to atmospheric manipulation. The project entered its most ambitious stage, aiming to generate a full-scale plasma sphere capable of independent stability outside laboratory confinement. Reports from this period become increasingly fragmented. One surviving memo references a test where a sphere expanded to nearly half a meter, rose toward the ceiling, and dissipated with a sharp electromagnetic discharge that disabled monitoring equipment. The memo also notes that the sphere produced a faint, audible resonance during its ascent. Shortly thereafter, the initiative was abruptly cancelled. Equipment was dismantled, funding records were erased, and the research group was reassigned. Some members were instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements that barred them from discussing plasma resonance technologies. Lake Baikal continued to produce sporadic sightings of luminous spheres, but official explanations categorized them as atmospheric plasma events or visual distortions. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, fragments of the original Baikal plasma sphere documents surfaced in private archives. The papers describe a technology that could theoretically stabilize plasma in open air, sustain its shape through magnetic self-regulation, and possibly influence its own inertial mass. No complete design survived, and attempts to replicate the work using modern equipment have yielded only short-lived plasma forms lacking the coherence recorded in the 1970s. The Baikal plasma sphere remains an unfinished chapter of experimental physics. Whether it represented a misunderstood natural phenomenon or an early step toward controlled plasma structures is still unclear. The surviving records depict a technology at the edge of stability, emerging briefly in the quiet expanse of the world's deepest lake before being withdrawn into obscurity. The German sound cannon A-12. The development of the A-12 began in the final years of the Second World War, when German engineers were searching for unconventional technologies that could create large effects with minimal resources. Among these experiments was a program dedicated to the study of acoustic pressure waves and their potential use as directed energy. The premise centered on a simple physical principle. Sound, when amplified and focused with precision, can exert mechanical force. The challenge was to generate this force at a scale far beyond natural limits. The A-12 project was organized in a secluded facility in the Black Forest, where researchers constructed a long experimental hall lined with acoustic insulation panels. At its center stood the first prototype, a dual-chamber oscillation unit capable of producing synchronized low-frequency pulses. These pulses were amplified through a series of parabolic reflectors designed to compress the acoustic waves into a narrow beam. According to preserved laboratory notes, the earliest tests showed that the beam could displace small suspended objects, indicating that the pressure gradient was strong enough to cause controlled mechanical motion. The engineers refined the apparatus by adding a resonance canal, a cylindrical tube fitted with metallic diaphragms that vibrated at precise intervals. Each diaphragm amplified the previous pulse, creating a cascading effect that significantly increased the energy density of the outgoing sound wave. This design caused a distinctive oscillation pattern in the air, described in the records as a pulsing pressure column. When the beam was activated, observers noted that dust particles aligned themselves along its axis, revealing the path of the compressed airstream. A major advancement occurred when the team discovered that certain frequencies, especially those in the infrasonic range, produced a measurable physiological effect. Muscles reacted involuntarily, and the air in the room carried a heavy vibration that resonated through the chest cavity. Engineers recognized that this resonance could be shaped into a directional field. They modified the reflectors to sharpen the beam, narrowing its width while lengthening its effective range. The refined A-12 prototype was large, occupying nearly the entire experimental hall, but its output grew increasingly stable. One internal document describes a controlled test carried out on a grid of wooden panels placed at varying distances. When the A-12 fired a short pulse sequence, the closest panels fractured along radial lines. Panels further away showed signs of compression stress but remained intact. The pattern demonstrated the system's gradient and confirmed that the power of the beam decreased smoothly with distance, suggesting the technology was predictable enough for practical calibration. By late development, the A12 project entered a classified stage. Engineers attempted to integrate the device into a movable frame, constructing a reinforced platform with rotating mounts that allowed the resonance canal to be aimed with precision. They conducted outdoor trials in a remote valley, where the sound cannon produced long, deep pulses that traveled through the air with a low, almost imperceptible hum. Observers recorded disturbed soil patterns and vibrations extending several meters beyond the impact zone. The data indicated that the A12 could generate a focused field of acoustic pressure capable of disrupting structures without visible projectiles. Despite these advancements, the program faced significant challenges. The cooling system struggled to manage the heat generated by prolonged oscillation, and the metallic diaphragms degraded under continuous stress. Reports mention unexpected harmonic feedback loops that destabilized the entire device, forcing shutdowns. Some tests resulted in uncontrolled vibration surges that damaged internal components. As the war neared its end, the facility was evacuated, and many documents were destroyed. The A12 platform was partially dismantled, and remaining fragments were removed by the retreating team. After the conflict, scattered references to the sound cannon appeared in classified engineering summaries, describing it as a directional acoustic apparatus with destructive potential, but limited operational reliability. No confirmed physical remnants of the device were ever recovered. The story of the A12 survives primarily through technical notes and reconstructed accounts. They depict a machine that stood at the intersection of physics and experimental engineering, a device that attempted to shape sound into a concentrated force. Its development ended abruptly, leaving behind only the outline of a technology that may have briefly reached the threshold of practical application before vanishing into post-war secrecy. The plasmic fusion torch. The concept of the plasmic fusion torch emerged during a short period of intensive experimental research in the early 1960s, when several laboratories began exploring the interaction between high-temperature plasma streams and controlled magnetic confinement. The device was conceived as a compact apparatus capable of generating a column of superheated plasma dense enough to initiate low-level fusion events. According to surviving laboratory notes, the torch was designed not as a weapon, but as a tool for material processing, allowing matter to be broken down into its fundamental components through extreme thermal and electromagnetic exposure. The prototype consisted of a cylindrical chamber lined with a heat-resistant alloy developed specifically for high-energy plasma applications. At the chamber's center was a magnetoconstriction coil, a tightly wound assembly capable of shaping the flow of charged particles into a narrow column. When powered, the coil generated a rotating magnetic field that compressed the plasma, increasing its temperature and density. The chamber was fed by a small fuel mixture, most often hydrogen isotopes, that became ionized almost instantly when exposed to the electric arc initiating the reaction. During the first series of tests, engineers observed that the plasma column exhibited a stable core region surrounded by a turbulent halo. This halo radiated a faint bluish light, a sign that the plasma was interacting with the walls of the confinement chamber at the molecular level. The core, however, remained sharply defined, indicating that the magnetic field was strong enough to hold the plasma in place. Measurements taken with early diagnostic probes showed brief spikes in neutron output, suggesting that fusion events were occurring, albeit with low efficiency. A major breakthrough was recorded when the team introduced a pulse-driven power supply. Instead of a continuous current, the coil received rapid high-amplitude pulses that compressed the plasma rhythmically. This pulsed confinement effect increased the density of the core beyond previous limits. As a result, the neutron count rose sharply. Engineers described this phase as the moment the device transitioned from a high-temperature torch into a microfusion system. Although the fusion yield remained small, it was measurable and consistent enough to prove the concept. The next stage of development focused on directing the plasma column outward, converting the device from a sealed experimental chamber into an open-ended torch. The challenge lay in shaping the magnetic field so that the plasma could extend beyond the chamber without destabilizing. To accomplish this, the engineers introduced a magnetic nozzle comprised of two opposing electromagnets. Their fields overlapped to create a guiding path for the plasma, allowing it to exit the device while preserving the temperature gradient of the core. In outdoor trials, the plasmic fusion torch demonstrated extraordinary thermal effects. When activated, it emitted a concentrated stream of ionized matter bright enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Test materials placed in front of the beam showed rapid disintegration. Metals softened and vaporized within seconds, while complex composites fractured at the molecular level. The device did not rely solely on heat. The combination of electromagnetic pressure, particle density, and brief fusion reactions amplified its overall impact. These field tests revealed the torch's destructive capabilities, which greatly exceeded initial expectations. The team documented that even dense industrial alloys could not withstand prolonged exposure. This raised concerns about the difficulty of controlling or containing the device outside laboratory settings. The energy requirements also increased significantly as the magnetic nozzle grew stronger. Power fluctuations sometimes caused the plasma stream to widen, destabilizing the torch and forcing emergency shutdowns. Despite these challenges, the development continued until the late 1960s, when the project was abruptly terminated. Official records attribute the closure to rising costs and technical instability. However, internal correspondence indicates that the torch's potential to break down any known material caused unease among overseeing authorities. The combination of fusion-level temperatures and directed plasma made the device difficult to regulate and potentially hazardous even in strictly controlled environments. After the project ended, the prototype was disassembled, and its components were redistributed among several research facilities. Only fragments of the documentation survived: magnetic field diagrams, thermal charts, and neutron detection logs. These remnants outline a device that pushed the limits of plasma physics, briefly reaching beyond experimental plasma arcs into a domain approaching controlled fusion. The plasmic fusion torch remains one of the most elusive inventions of its era. It existed at the boundary of emerging scientific understanding, demonstrating that intense plasma streams could be shaped, directed, and used to break matter down to its elemental form. Its disappearance left behind a set of incomplete notes and a lingering sense of a technology that came close to realizing a new class of energy-based tools before being quietly erased from the historical record. The Soviet Hyperborea engine. The Hyperborea engine originated in a closed research group formed in the late 1950s within a remote Siberian institute specializing in high-altitude propulsion. The project's name appeared in internal memoranda as a code for an experimental drive meant to operate in thin atmospheric conditions, where conventional combustion engines rapidly lost efficiency. According to preserved fragments of technical notes, the device was based on a hybrid principle that combined magneto-hydrodynamic flow control with a dense plasma core, allowing it to generate thrust without relying on oxygen intake. The first prototype consisted of a reinforced cylindrical chamber built from a layered composite of titanium and heat-resistant ceramics. At its center sat an induction ring that produced a rotating electromagnetic field. Into this chamber, researchers injected a supercooled ionizable fluid that expanded rapidly when exposed to the magnetic pulse. This expansion created a circulating plasma vortex that followed the direction of the internal magnetic field lines. The vortex acted simultaneously as a propellant and an energy source, providing a controlled yet powerful thrust vector. Initial tests were conducted in an underground facility below the institute. When the induction coils activated, the chamber filled with a bluish-white glow. The plasma vortex rotated with increasing speed until it reached a stable high-energy state. Sensors placed around the chamber recorded a consistent magnetic signature, indicating that the vortex remained confined and predictable. The thrust output in this early phase was small but measurable, confirming that the hybrid propulsion principle was viable. The second stage of development shifted toward efficiency. Engineers introduced an external containment structure composed of superconducting plates. These plates generated a secondary magnetic field that interacted with the internal vortex, allowing the engine to channel its plasma more precisely. This refinement produced a smoother and more powerful thrust curve. According to test logs, the improved prototype achieved an impulse level significantly higher than experimental ion engines of the same era. The engine also demonstrated unusual thermal behavior. Despite the intense energy in the vortex core, the outer structure remained relatively cool, suggesting that the magnetic confinement effectively insulated the chamber. Field trials began in the early 1960s. The engine was mounted onto a static test rig in a secluded valley not far from the main facility. During activation, observers reported a low, steady hum and visible distortion in the air surrounding the exhaust outlet. The exhaust itself emitted minimal heat, yet the thrust force registered on the rig's sensors exceeded projections. The plasma vortex behaved consistently even in long-duration tests, maintaining its rotational stability without rapid fuel depletion. Internal documents describe this reliability as the project's most promising feature. As development progressed, engineers attempted to integrate the Hyperborea engine into a small experimental aircraft frame. This required redesigning the induction coils to reduce weight and reshaping the superconducting plates to fit within the fuselage. One test flight was reportedly conducted at very low altitude during winter, when the valley was covered in snow. Witness logs mention a sharp vertical lift followed by a smooth forward acceleration, with almost no visible exhaust. The aircraft's motion appeared unusually quiet for its level of thrust, a characteristic attributed to the engine's reliance on magnetic flow rather than combustion. Despite these advancements, several technical challenges limited further progress. During extended operation, the plasma vortex occasionally exhibited density fluctuations that caused brief drops in thrust. Engineers attempted to stabilize these fluctuations by altering fuel composition and adjusting the pulse frequency of the induction coils, but the improvements were inconsistent. There were also concerns about the superconducting plates, which required extremely low temperatures to function properly. Maintaining such conditions in a mobile platform presented significant engineering difficulties. By the mid-1960s, the project was discontinued. Official records list a lack of sustainable funding and shifting research priorities as the main reasons for termination. However, some internal correspondence suggests that the stability issues and the high complexity of the superconducting system made the engine difficult to advance beyond the prototype stage. The aircraft frame was disassembled, and the main chamber was reportedly moved to another facility before being lost in subsequent reorganizations. Only fragmented technical diagrams, incomplete field logs, and a handful of internal summaries survived. They depict a propulsion system that operated on principles far ahead of mainstream technology of the era. A hybrid plasma vortex engine capable of producing steady thrust with minimal thermal output and no reliance on atmospheric oxygen. The Hyperborea engine remains an unusual footnote in the history of experimental propulsion, representing a moment when theoretical physics and Soviet aerospace engineering briefly converged on a device that showed promise before its abrupt disappearance from the public record. The bioether resonance generator. In the early 1970s, a team of interdisciplinary researchers in a secluded European laboratory began exploring the intersection of biological processes and electromagnetic resonance. Their goal was to create a device capable of amplifying subtle energy fields present in living systems and transforming them into coherent mechanical output. This work led to the development of what would later be referred to as the bioether resonance generator. Unlike conventional engines, the device did not rely on combustion, magnetism, or chemical reactions alone. It sought to extract energy from interactions between organic tissue and controlled etheric resonance, a theoretical field hypothesized to permeate all matter. The generator consisted of a cylindrical core surrounded by concentric rings of conductive coils, interspersed with piezoelectric membranes. Small bioreactive cells were incorporated into the system, samples of living tissue maintained in a stable nutrient medium. When the device was activated, an alternating current passed through the coils, producing a low-frequency resonance that interacted with the biocells. Researchers documented an immediate increase in electromagnetic activity in the surrounding chamber. Sensitive detectors measured oscillations that extended beyond conventional frequencies, forming a complex harmonic structure. Observations indicated that the generator produced two primary effects. First, a subtle force appeared to emanate from the device, measurable with precision scales but imperceptible to the naked eye. This force could influence small objects suspended nearby, causing them to shift directionally in sync with the resonance cycles. Second, The biocells within the chamber showed accelerated metabolic activity and unusual alignment along the magnetic field lines. Lab notes described the phenomenon as a coherent energy exchange between biological matter and the structured field generated by the device. Over successive trials, the team refined the system by adjusting coil geometry and resonance timing. They discovered that the interplay between multiple harmonic frequencies created a stabilization effect, allowing the generator to maintain a steady energy output over extended periods. In one series of experiments, a small suspended rotor inside the chamber began to rotate without direct mechanical connection, demonstrating the conversion of the subtle resonance field into usable kinetic energy. The rotation was gradual but persistent, providing clear evidence that the device could transform the interaction of organic energy and etheric resonance into mechanical work. The team documented further enhancements involving feedback loops. Sensors embedded near the biocells monitored oscillation amplitude, and this data was fed back into the current driving the coils. This self-regulating system increased efficiency, producing stronger, more consistent forces. According to surviving notes, the maximum measured output was sufficient to influence objects up to several kilograms, though scaling beyond this point remained experimental and untested. Despite the promise, the project faced inherent limitations. The biocells were sensitive to environmental conditions, and any deviation in temperature, humidity, or nutrient supply disrupted the resonance pattern. Maintaining precise synchronization of harmonic frequencies also proved technically demanding. Internal correspondence suggests that several prototypes experienced sudden resonance collapse, which temporarily damaged the electronic control systems. Such instability made extended operation risky, limiting practical experimentation. By the late 1970s, the bioether resonance generator had achieved a degree of maturity, yet the project was abruptly terminated. Surviving accounts hint that oversight authorities deemed the technology sensitive, possibly due to its potential applications in remote propulsion, energy generation, or biological influence. The prototypes were dismantled, lab records were partially classified, and most documentation was removed from circulation. Only fragments of schematics, laboratory logs, and third-party notes survived, scattered across private archives and classified repositories. The surviving material presents a detailed outline of the generator's construction: concentric electromagnetic coils, piezoelectric membranes, biocell chambers, and harmonic feedback loops. These records describe a system capable of converting the subtle interactions between biological matter and a theorized ether field into measurable mechanical force. The mechanism remains unreplicated, and no modern equivalent has fully captured its reported effects. The bioether resonance generator represents a rare instance in experimental science where biology, theoretical fields, and precise electromagnetic engineering intersected. Its disappearance ensured that the principles observed in the original experiments remained unexplored, leaving only fragments of technical knowledge and the memory of a device that once converted living energy into directed mechanical motion. Its legacy endures as a reminder of the brief era when human ingenuity reached into the unseen interplay of matter, energy, and life itself. The ancient Vimana Mercury Vortex Engine. Accounts of the Vimana in ancient Sanskrit texts describe flying vehicles of extraordinary speed and maneuverability, though the technical mechanisms behind them have remained mysterious for centuries. In the mid-20th century, researchers studying these descriptions hypothesized that they might reflect a real technology, a principle later reconstructed in modern experimental terms as the ancient Vimana Mercury Vortex Engine. The device was said to operate by channeling mercury, a conductive fluid, through precisely shaped vortices under the influence of electromagnetic fields. The rotation of the liquid in combination with these fields allegedly produced lift, propulsion, and control without conventional wings or engines. The reconstructed engine consisted of a spherical or cylindrical central chamber containing mercury at carefully controlled temperature and purity. Surrounding the chamber were concentric copper coils, configured to generate a rotating magnetic field. When the field was applied, the mercury began to form a highly stable vortex. Observers reported that this vortex exhibited unusual behavior. It rotated with apparent independence from the chamber walls, maintaining a coherent structure even under sudden adjustments to the magnetic field. The combination of centrifugal forces and electromagnetic rotation was believed to create localized distortions in gravity, reducing the effective weight of the device. A key element of the engine was resonance. The magnetic coils were tuned to specific frequencies, which allowed the mercury to oscillate in harmonic patterns. These oscillations were not random. They were designed to match theoretical resonant frequencies of the Earth's gravitational field, producing directional lift and stability. Instrument logs from experimental reconstructions indicated that even small adjustments in frequency could dramatically alter the thrust vector, suggesting a highly sensitive but controllable method of propulsion. Tests of the principle on small-scale prototypes revealed remarkable effects. When the vortex was active, a test platform experienced a measurable decrease in weight. Sensors recorded fluctuations in local gravitational readings, and small suspended objects nearby vibrated subtly in response to the fields. The mercury vortex itself remained contained, showing no leakage or loss of coherence, even during prolonged operation. Researchers noted that the system produced no combustion, no heat signature beyond minor resistive losses, and no audible noise beyond the hum of the coils. Attempts to scale the engine for larger applications introduced new challenges. Maintaining the stability of a larger mercury vortex required increasingly precise electromagnetic fields, and any irregularity could cause turbulence that destabilized the system. Safety was a constant concern, as mercury is highly toxic and small spills could contaminate experimental chambers. Despite these obstacles, several functional prototypes were built, demonstrating sustained lift and directional control sufficient to support a small, enclosed platform. Historical and technical fragments suggest that the principles underlying the mercury vortex engine may have influenced other experimental propulsion efforts. The concept of rotating conductive fluids producing localized gravitational effects appeared in scattered engineering notes, particularly within aerospace research exploring alternative methods of lift and thrust. Yet the original designs were never fully preserved. Most detailed schematics, operating instructions, and laboratory logs were lost, removed, or classified shortly after initial reconstruction attempts. The disappearance of the prototypes and documentation ensured that the ancient Vimana mercury vortex engine remained largely theoretical. Only partial diagrams, experimental notes, and anecdotal reports survived, describing a technology that combined fluid dynamics, electromagnetic resonance, and gravitational manipulation. Researchers studying these remnants emphasized that the observed effects, reduction in weight, controlled lift, and vortex coherence, were consistent with the principles outlined in the original Vimana texts, though modern verification remained incomplete. Today, the mercury vortex engine occupies a unique position in the history of forbidden inventions. It represents an intersection between ancient descriptions and modern experimental physics, a device capable of generating lift and propulsion through controlled mercury vortices influenced by magnetic resonance. Its disappearance from practical study has preserved it as a concept rather than a fully realized machine, leaving behind only the echoes of its potential and the faint traces of a technology that may have existed far earlier than conventional science once assumed. The subquantum oscillator of Dr. Hartmann. In the early 1960s, Dr. Heinrich Hartmann, a physicist working in a secluded research institute in Western Germany, began exploring phenomena that appeared to operate beneath the conventional quantum scale. His investigations centered on the possibility of manipulating energy at a subquantum level, interactions occurring at a scale smaller than electrons or protons, in domains only hinted at by theoretical physics. The culmination of this work became known as the subquantum oscillator, a device intended to generate and control energy fluctuations below the threshold of observable quantum events. The oscillator itself was deceptively simple in appearance. It consisted of a cylindrical chamber surrounded by nested coils of superconductive wire. Inside the chamber, Dr. Hartmann suspended a lattice of highly refined crystalline structures, each aligned with extreme precision. The chamber was evacuated to near-perfect vacuum conditions, eliminating any conventional interference. Once energized, the superconducting coils produced rapidly alternating electromagnetic fields, causing the crystal lattice to vibrate at frequencies that, according to Hartmann's notes, resonated with the subquantum field, a hypothetical energy domain underlying all matter. Initial tests revealed extraordinary behavior. Instruments placed around the oscillator recorded fluctuations in mass and energy readings that could not be explained by conventional physics. Small test masses suspended above the device exhibited minute oscillations, as though responding to unseen forces. Hartmann described these movements as resonant nudges of subatomic reality, indicating that the oscillator had successfully interacted with the domain of energy beneath the normal quantum scale. As experiments progressed, Hartmann refined the frequency modulation of the superconducting coils. By adjusting the phase and amplitude of each coil individually, he was able to generate stable subquantum waves that persisted for extended periods. These waves produced measurable effects on the surrounding environment. Delicate objects on nearby tables shifted slightly, sensitive electromagnetic detectors displayed synchronized oscillations, and local gravitational readings fluctuated within a small but consistent range. The oscillator appeared capable of influencing inertial properties of objects in a controlled manner. The most remarkable phase of the research came when Hartmann constructed a larger prototype, increasing the chamber's diameter and the number of nested coils. In this version, subquantum oscillations became visible as faint luminescent patterns within the evacuated chamber. The crystalline lattice glowed subtly as the fields interacted with it, and sensors indicated a significant amplification of subquantum energy. Tests with this prototype suggested that, if scaled further, the device could theoretically produce enough force to influence larger masses or even interact with gravitational fields over short distances. Despite these promising results, the subquantum oscillator presented extreme technical challenges. The vacuum chamber had to be maintained at a stability unmatched by any other experiment of the period. The superconductive coils required temperatures approaching absolute zero, and even slight variations in alignment disrupted the subquantum resonance. Additionally, prolonged operation produced unpredictable side effects, including spontaneous electromagnetic pulses and rapid, unexplained fluctuations in the oscillator's output. By the late 1960s, the project drew attention from higher authorities due to its potential applications. Dr. Hartmann was instructed to halt public demonstrations, and access to the laboratory was strictly controlled. Within months, the largest prototype was dismantled, most of the documentation was classified, and references to the oscillator vanished from official records. Fragments of Hartmann's notebooks survived in private collections, describing coil configurations, crystal lattice geometries, and experimental observations, but critical operational details were missing. Modern researchers studying the remnants of Hartmann's work emphasized the unusual coherence and stability of the observed effects. The device seemed to tap into a layer of physical reality that conventional instruments could only partially measure, producing controlled energy and force fluctuations beneath the quantum scale. No replication has succeeded to date, as the precise combination of superconductive fields, crystal lattices, and vacuum conditions remains elusive. The subquantum oscillator of Dr. Hartmann stands as a testament to experimental ambition at the edge of scientific understanding. It represents an attempt to access and manipulate forces that lie beneath conventional quantum mechanics, producing measurable interactions with mass and energy without any standard mechanism of propulsion or power. Its disappearance from the historical record preserved it as a tantalizing mystery. A device whose brief existence suggested possibilities beyond contemporary physics, leaving only partial records and the faint memory of an invention erased from time. The zero-point lens device. In the late 1960s, a group of physicists working in a remote laboratory in Switzerland began exploring the concept of extracting usable energy from the vacuum of space itself. Their research focused on the theoretical zero-point field, a fluctuating quantum background that exists even in a perfect vacuum. The culmination of their work became known as the zero-point lens device, a mechanism designed to focus and concentrate zero-point energy into a controllable form. Unlike conventional engines or energy sources, the device did not consume fuel, chemical, or nuclear. It aimed to harness the subtle, omnipresent fluctuations of the vacuum itself. The core of the device was a series of concentric dielectric lenses made from ultrapure crystalline materials. These lenses were arranged within a spherical frame, aligned with extreme precision along multiple axes. Surrounding the lens assembly were superconductive coils, connected to an oscillator system capable of generating rapidly alternating electromagnetic fields. According to surviving laboratory notes, the combination of the lenses and oscillating fields created regions of enhanced vacuum fluctuation, effectively concentrating zero-point energy into localized points within the device. During initial tests, researchers observed anomalous energy spikes that could not be attributed to any known phenomenon. Sensitive calorimeters recorded bursts of energy that appeared to originate from within the vacuum itself. Small metallic weights suspended near the focal points exhibited minute, directional forces, suggesting that the device could convert zero-point fluctuations into mechanical motion. Observers described a faint shimmering effect within the lens assembly, as though the boundaries of the material were subtly interacting with the underlying quantum field. Refinements to the design focused on phase synchronization of the oscillators. By adjusting timing and amplitude with microsecond precision, the researchers were able to stabilize the energy output, producing a coherent and continuous force. Laboratory logs indicate that the device could lift small objects without any conventional mechanical or magnetic interaction. Over successive trials, the zero-point lens device demonstrated the ability to produce measurable energy flux sufficient to power minor electrical systems in a controlled experimental setup. One of the most remarkable aspects of the device was its lack of conventional waste. No heat, radiation, or chemical byproducts were detected beyond minimal resistive losses in the superconducting circuits. The concentrated energy appeared to emerge directly from the vacuum, shaped and guided by the crystalline lenses and electromagnetic field configuration. Observers noted subtle perturbations in local gravity and electromagnetic fields near the device, consistent with a real, physical extraction of energy from the surrounding environment. Despite the apparent success, the zero-point lens device faced significant technical limitations. The superconductive coils required extreme cryogenic temperatures, and the crystalline lenses had to maintain near-perfect purity and alignment. Any minor deviation could destabilize the focused zero-point fluctuations, causing rapid energy collapse or unpredictable directional forces. Laboratory notes describe emergency shutdowns during early tests, when uncontrolled pulses caused mechanical vibrations and electromagnetic disturbances in nearby instruments. By the early 1970s, the project was abruptly halted. According to internal correspondence, concerns over the device's potential applications and the difficulty of safely scaling it contributed to the termination. The lens assemblies and oscillator circuits were dismantled, and much of the technical documentation was classified or destroyed. Only partial schematics, experimental logs, and observer notes survived, scattered among private collections and restricted archives. Modern assessments of the zero-point lens device emphasize its conceptual brilliance. The approach, focusing vacuum fluctuations through precise lensing and electromagnetic resonance, remains unreplicated, though it continues to influence theoretical research in zero-point energy and advanced propulsion. The surviving fragments suggest a machine capable of converting the ambient energy of empty space into directed mechanical or electrical output, a possibility far ahead of the contemporary technology of its time. The zero-point lens device endures as an example of a forbidden invention lost to history. It represents a brief moment when scientific ambition reached beyond the boundaries of observable energy, attempting to harness the most subtle forces in the universe. Its disappearance preserved only fragments and conjecture, leaving behind the impression of a device that may have transformed our understanding of energy, had it survived intact. The magnetoacoustic levitation platform. In the early 1980s, a research team working under a classified European aerospace program sought to explore unconventional methods of lift and stabilization. Their objective was to combine magnetic fields and acoustic resonance to create a platform capable of sustained levitation. This effort culminated in the magnetoacoustic levitation platform, a device designed to suspend objects without mechanical support or conventional propulsion, relying instead on the precise interaction between oscillating electromagnetic and sonic fields. The platform consisted of a rigid circular base, embedded with arrays of high-strength electromagnets arranged in alternating polarity patterns. Above and around these magnets were transducers capable of producing ultrasonic and infrasonic waves, synchronized to form standing wave patterns across the levitation zone. The central idea was that the combined magnetic and acoustic fields could create nodes of high stability, effectively reducing gravitational influence on objects placed within the platform's field. Initial tests began with small, non-conductive test masses. When the platform was activated, observers noted a subtle lifting effect. Objects initially resting on the surface began to float several centimeters above the base. The levitation was smooth and stable, with no lateral drift, indicating that the interaction between magnetic gradients and acoustic nodes produced a controlled field capable of supporting weight. Instrumentation measured both electromagnetic flux density and acoustic amplitude, confirming that the forces were additive and coherent, rather than random or spurious. Over successive experiments, the team refined the system by adjusting the phase relationships of the acoustic transducers and the timing of the magnetic field pulses. They discovered that minute shifts in phase could dramatically alter the stability of levitation. Certain configurations produced a constant hover with almost imperceptible vibration, while others induced oscillatory motion that could be harnessed for directional control. These findings suggested that the platform could, in theory, not only levitate but also translate or rotate objects by modulating field parameters. A significant advancement occurred when the engineers introduced a feedback loop linking the levitated object's position to adjustments in field intensity. Sensors detected any deviation in height or orientation and immediately adjusted the electromagnetic and acoustic outputs to maintain equilibrium. The result was a dynamically stabilized platform capable of supporting heavier loads than initial tests had allowed. Laboratory logs indicate that by the later stages of experimentation, the platform could suspend objects approaching several hundred kilograms under controlled conditions. During testing, researchers noted an unexpected phenomenon. The levitated objects exhibited reduced apparent weight, measurable on high-precision scales. This effect suggested that the combination of acoustic and magnetic fields interacted with the object's inertial properties, though the precise mechanism remained unexplained. Documentation from this period described it as a coherent levitational envelope, a term indicating that the system produced a holistic field effect rather than isolated points of lift. Despite these successes, the platform faced practical challenges. The electromagnetic arrays required significant power, while the acoustic transducers had to maintain precise frequency and amplitude stability. Minor deviations could cause the object to oscillate uncontrollably, risking damage to both the device and the test mass. Additionally, the system was highly sensitive to environmental conditions. Temperature variations, humidity, and air density could subtly alter the levitation field, requiring constant adjustment. By the mid-1980s, the magneto-acoustic levitation platform project was abruptly terminated. Internal memos suggest that concerns about the technology's military potential, combined with the difficulty of safe operation, led authorities to discontinue further development. The equipment was dismantled, and detailed engineering records were removed from archives. Only partial schematics, test logs, and third-party observer accounts survived, leaving behind a fragmented understanding of the platform's true capabilities. Modern evaluations highlight the platform's conceptual significance. It demonstrated that carefully tuned interactions between electromagnetic fields and acoustic waves could produce controlled levitation, suggesting possibilities for propulsion, material handling, and gravitational manipulation. No contemporary replication has achieved the full effects described in the original experiments. The magneto-acoustic levitation platform stands as a rare instance of advanced experimental engineering that merged physics and acoustics to defy conventional expectations of lift. Its disappearance preserved it as a lost technology, remembered only through incomplete records, observer testimonies, and the legacy of a device that briefly demonstrated controlled, fuel-free levitation at a scale never publicly achieved. The Biefeld-Brown capacitor aircraft. In the early decades of the 20th century, electricity was still a frontier science, full of unanswered questions and unexplored possibilities. During this period, a young American researcher named Thomas Townsend Brown began working with high-voltage electrical systems while still a student. His experiments focused on capacitors, simple devices designed to store electrical energy, but one particular observation would define his life's work. Brown noticed that when an asymmetrical capacitor was subjected to extremely high voltage, it produced a small but measurable force. The device consistently moved toward its positive electrode, even when mounted in a controlled environment. The motion appeared smooth and silent, without any visible mechanical propulsion. At first, the effect was subtle, but repeated experiments confirmed that it was reproducible. This phenomenon later became known as the Biefeld-Brown effect, named after Brown and his academic supervisor, physicist Paul Alfred Biefeld. While conventional physics attempted to explain the movement as a byproduct of ionized air particles, Brown believed the effect pointed toward something far more profound. He became convinced that strong electric fields could interact directly with gravity itself, producing a form of force that did not rely on combustion or reaction mass. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, Brown refined his designs, gradually shifting from tabletop experiments to larger, more ambitious prototypes. He envisioned aircraft that relied not on wings or propellers, but on carefully arranged electrical fields. His designs often took the form of circular or disc-shaped platforms, with capacitors embedded around their edges to create directional thrust. As global tensions escalated during and after World War II, Brown's work quietly attracted the attention of military researchers. The promise of a silent propulsion system, one without fuel, exhaust, or moving parts, was impossible to ignore. By the early Cold War period, Brown was working under classified contracts linked to aerospace and defense research. Publicly, however, little was said about the true purpose of these experiments. During this time, several demonstrations reportedly showed that larger capacitor-based platforms could generate lift and controlled movement under specific conditions. These tests were not performed in public laboratories or academic institutions, but within restricted facilities. The results were never openly published, and no comprehensive technical reports were released to the scientific community. By the late 1950s, official interest in Brown's ideas appeared to fade. Government agencies began distancing themselves from claims of electrogravitics, and mainstream physics dismissed the concept as a misunderstanding of known electrical effects. Research papers referencing Brown's conclusions quietly disappeared from serious journals, replaced by simplified explanations that reduced the phenomenon to atmospheric ion flow. Brown himself never abandoned his interpretation. He maintained that the observable thrust was only a surface effect of a deeper interaction between electric potential and spacetime. In his view, the real applications required voltages and materials far beyond what civilian laboratories were allowed to explore. He believed his work had been deliberately reframed to avoid further investigation. As aerospace research moved toward chemical rockets and jet propulsion, the capacitor aircraft concept slipped into obscurity. No operational vehicles were ever publicly acknowledged, and no blueprints entered commercial production. Brown died in 1985, largely unknown outside small circles of alternative researchers and classified archives. Today, the Biefeld-Brown capacitor aircraft exists mostly as a historical anomaly. Simple experimental models continue to demonstrate small amounts of thrust, yet their implications remain controversial. The technology never progressed into open development, not because it was conclusively disproven, but because it was gradually removed from the public scientific conversation. Its story reflects a moment in technological history when certain ideas were quietly set aside, not erased entirely, but confined to the margins. Whether the capacitor aircraft represented a misunderstanding or a suppressed breakthrough remains unresolved, leaving it suspended between accepted science and forgotten possibility. The Philadelphian Free Energy Converter. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, Philadelphia was one of the most active industrial and scientific centers in the United States. Electrical engineering was rapidly evolving, and private inventors often worked alongside factories, shipyards, and universities. Within this environment, an obscure but persistent idea began to circulate among independent engineers: the possibility of extracting usable energy directly from ambient electrical and electromagnetic fields. The device that would later be referred to as the Philadelphian Free Energy Converter was not the product of a single famous inventor, but rather a collaborative concept developed through workshops, experimental labs, and patent drafts that never reached public production. Its core principle was based on resonance. Instead of generating power through combustion, rotation, or chemical reactions, the converter was designed to amplify naturally occurring electrical potentials present in the environment. Early descriptions suggest that the converter relied on layered coils, asymmetric conductors, and capacitive plates arranged in a way that allowed the system to enter a self-sustaining oscillation. Once tuned correctly, the device allegedly maintained output without an external fuel source. Power was described as stable, continuous, and scalable, suitable for lighting systems and small machinery. By the mid-1930s, experimental units were reportedly demonstrated in private settings to industrial investors and electrical engineers. These demonstrations were not public exhibitions but controlled presentations, often requiring non-disclosure agreements. Witness accounts describe devices that powered incandescent bulbs and motors while disconnected from any visible power supply. The emphasis was not on spectacle, but on quiet reliability. At the time, the electrical utility industry was consolidating rapidly. Large power grids, centralized generation, and long-distance transmission were becoming the foundation of modern infrastructure. A decentralized energy converter, capable of operating independently, represented a structural disruption rather than a technical improvement. As interest grew behind closed doors, so did resistance. Patent filings associated with similar resonance-based energy systems began encountering unusual delays. Some applications were rejected without detailed explanation, while others were quietly absorbed into restricted archives. Correspondence between inventors reveals increasing pressure to abandon claims related to self-sustaining output and to reframe their work within conventional electrical theory. During World War II, the converter concept briefly resurfaced under military interest. Portable, fuel-independent power sources were strategically valuable, especially for communications and remote installations. However, the same features that made the device attractive also raised concerns. Control, predictability, and standardization were critical during wartime production, and experimental systems that defied established engineering models were seen as liabilities. By the late 1940s, references to the Philadelphian free energy converter had largely vanished from technical circles. Laboratories associated with its development shifted focus to conventional transformer and generator research. Surviving prototypes were dismantled, repurposed, or lost. No complete technical schematics entered public record. Those who had worked on the system later described a gradual narrowing of acceptable research boundaries. Concepts involving environmental energy extraction were discouraged, labeled speculative, or classified as impractical despite successful demonstrations. Funding disappeared, and collaboration networks dissolved. In subsequent decades, fragments of the converter's design appeared indirectly in unrelated patents, stripped of their original intent. Resonant circuits, high-efficiency capacitors, and unconventional coil geometries were incorporated into mainstream electronics, while the central idea of autonomous energy production was omitted. Today, the Philadelphian free energy converter survives only through scattered notes, patent references, and personal recollections. Its disappearance was not marked by public controversy or official bans. Instead, it faded through administrative silence and strategic neglect. The story reflects a moment in technological history when certain paths were deemed incompatible with existing systems. The converter was not erased by failure, but by its potential to alter how energy itself was distributed and controlled. Its quiet removal ensured stability, while leaving behind an unanswered chapter in the development of modern power technology. The German repulsine engine. During the final years of World War II, Germany invested heavily in experimental propulsion technologies. As conventional aviation approached its physical limits, engineers were encouraged to explore unconventional methods of lift and movement. Among the most enigmatic of these efforts was a device later referred to as the German repulsine engine. The repulsine was primarily associated with Austrian engineer Victor Schauberger, whose work focused on natural flow dynamics, implosion principles, and vortex motion. Unlike traditional engines that relied on explosion and outward force, Schauberger believed that nature favored inward-moving, spiraling processes. He argued that true efficiency emerged from controlled suction, compression, and rotational symmetry rather than combustion. The repulsine engine reflected these ideas in its design. Descriptions and surviving photographs depict a compact, circular device resembling a metallic turbine with curved internal vanes arranged in a spiral configuration. The engine lacked conventional exhaust ports or fuel injection systems. Instead, It was said to manipulate air and energy internally through rapid rotational motion. According to post-war testimonies, early tests of the repulsine produced unexpected effects. When activated, the device reportedly generated intense vibrations, pressure changes, and in some cases vertical lift. Engineers involved in the testing described a sensation of weight reduction around the apparatus. Instruments behaved erratically, and the surrounding air appeared to compress and cool rather than heat. Despite these anomalies, the repulsine was never fully stabilized. Schappeller himself warned that the engine's operating principles were poorly understood and potentially dangerous. He insisted that the materials used were insufficient for the forces involved and that improper tuning could lead to catastrophic failure. These warnings were largely ignored as military authorities pushed for rapid results. By 1944, the project had drawn the attention of SS-controlled research divisions. Testing facilities were relocated, and access became increasingly restricted. Documentation was fragmented, and engineers were compartmentalized, each understanding only a portion of the system. This fragmentation made replication difficult and obscured the full scope of the technology. As Germany collapsed in 1945, the repulsine engine disappeared almost entirely from official records. Some components were reportedly seized by Allied forces, while others were destroyed to prevent capture. Schappeller was taken into custody and later interrogated, though no complete technical explanation of the engine was ever recorded during these sessions. In the years that followed, Schappeller attempted to reconstruct his work under civilian conditions. Without state funding and industrial support, progress was slow. He claimed that his research had been misused and that the repulsine was never intended as a weapon or aircraft engine, but as part of a broader energy system based on natural motion. Mainstream engineering circles dismissed the repulsine as an unstable curiosity. Without surviving blueprints or verifiable test data, the engine was classified as an abandoned wartime experiment. Academic institutions showed little interest in pursuing implosion-based propulsion, focusing instead on jet engines and rocketry. Nevertheless, fragments of the repulsine story persisted. Declassified reports, personal letters, and witness accounts continued to surface, each describing a device that defied conventional thermodynamics. The absence of definitive proof ensured that the repulsine remained outside formal scientific discourse. The German repulsine engine was not erased through public rejection or experimental failure alone. Its disappearance resulted from a convergence of secrecy, collapse, and a post-war shift toward standardized, controllable technologies. What remained was an incomplete record of an engine that challenged fundamental assumptions about motion and force. Today, the repulsine occupies a narrow space between documented history and unresolved engineering. Its development was real, its tests were witnessed, and its disappearance was deliberate. Whether it represented a breakthrough or a dead end was never conclusively determined, leaving its true potential permanently obscured. The Tesla-Marconi suppressed patents. At the turn of the 20th century, wireless communication stood at the center of a technological revolution. The world was moving away from cables and physical connections toward invisible transmissions that traveled through space itself. Two names became inseparably linked to this transformation: Nikola Tesla and Guglielmo Marconi. Public history would later simplify their relationship into a rivalry, but behind that narrative lay a complex web of patents, legal maneuvering, and strategic suppression. Nikola Tesla began developing wireless transmission systems in the 1890s. His work extended far beyond radio signals. Tesla envisioned a global system capable of transmitting not only information, but also electrical power through the Earth and the atmosphere. He filed numerous patents describing resonant circuits, tuned frequencies, and methods for transmitting energy without wires. These patents formed a coherent technological framework, unified by the concept of resonance rather than simple signal broadcasting. Marconi, working along parallel lines, focused on practical communication. His systems were simpler, optimized for telegraphy, and easier to commercialize. However, many of Marconi's early patents relied heavily on principles already described in Tesla's earlier filings. At first, the U.S. Patent Office acknowledged this overlap and rejected several of Marconi's applications in favor of Tesla's prior art. Despite this, the commercial momentum shifted rapidly. Marconi secured powerful financial backing and institutional support, particularly from industrial and military interests that prioritized communication over energy transmission. As radio proved its strategic value, pressure mounted to legitimize Marconi's claims regardless of earlier patents. In 1904, in a move that shocked many engineers of the time, the U.S. Patent Office reversed its earlier decisions and granted Marconi a key wireless patent previously denied. The ruling effectively sidelined Tesla's foundational work. No technical breakthrough justified the reversal. Instead, it reflected a changing political and economic landscape in which centralized control of communication systems was paramount. Tesla's broader vision posed a fundamental challenge. Wireless energy transmission implied decentralization. If power could be transmitted freely through natural resonance systems, it would undermine emerging utility monopolies and reshape industrial economics. Unlike radio communication, which could be licensed and regulated, energy transmission on a planetary scale resisted ownership. As legal battles continued, Tesla's financial situation deteriorated. His patents were ignored, expired, or quietly absorbed into corporate portfolios. Many of his later filings related to wireless power and resonance-based transmission were never developed commercially. Some were classified during wartime under the justification of national security. Marconi, meanwhile, became the public face of radio. His systems were standardized, militarized, and integrated into global infrastructure. The historical narrative solidified around his success, while Tesla's contributions were reframed as theoretical or impractical. By the time Tesla died in 1943, his work was largely dismissed by mainstream institutions. Following his death, Tesla's papers were seized by government authorities and reviewed by intelligence agencies. Although no immediate applications were announced, access to his unpublished research was restricted. Certain patent concepts never reappeared in public discourse, despite their relevance to emerging technologies. Decades later, in 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court quietly invalidated Marconi's key wireless patent, acknowledging that Tesla's prior work had precedence. By then, the decision carried little practical impact. The infrastructure had already been built, the companies established, and the narrative fixed. The suppression of the Tesla-Marconi patents was not a single act, but a gradual process. Legal reversals, selective recognition, and institutional silence ensured that only one technological path survived. Communication flourished. Energy transmission did not. Today, Tesla's suppressed patents remain a reminder of an alternate technological trajectory, one that emphasized resonance, natural systems, and distributed power. Their disappearance did not result from technical failure, but from incompatibility with the economic structures of the time. The story of these patents reflects how innovation is shaped not only by discovery, but by control. What endured was not necessarily what was most advanced, but what could be managed, monetized, and contained. The Montauk time manipulation device. The origins of the Montauk time manipulation device are rooted in the final phase of World War II and the technological momentum that followed it. As military research accelerated, the United States began exploring not only new weapons and communication systems, but also unconventional methods of influencing perception, space, and temporal stability. These efforts did not emerge in isolation. They were built upon classified wartime experiments that blurred the boundary between physics, psychology, and electromagnetic engineering. Montauk Point, located at the eastern tip of Long Island, was chosen for strategic and geographic reasons. The area already housed radar installations and communications equipment designed to monitor the Atlantic. Beneath the surface, additional infrastructure was constructed, expanding existing facilities into a complex research site shielded from public oversight. By the late 1950s, Montauk had become associated with experimental electromagnetic systems operating at extreme power levels. According to internal accounts, researchers sought to explore how intense fields could interact with human consciousness and physical reality simultaneously. The underlying premise was that time, perception, and matter were interconnected through resonance rather than linear causality. The device itself was described as a large electromagnetic array connected to amplifiers, vacuum tubes, and rotating field generators. At its core was a chair-like apparatus positioned within a focused energy field. When activated, the system allegedly amplified neural signals, allowing thought patterns to influence the surrounding electromagnetic environment. This interaction formed the foundation of the so-called Montauk device. Initial experiments reportedly focused on perception distortion. Subjects exposed to the field experienced altered sensory processing, disorientation, and time dilation effects. Observers noted that individuals often described moments stretching unnaturally long or collapsing into brief flashes. These effects were recorded without the use of chemical agents, relying solely on electromagnetic exposure. As the project advanced, researchers attempted to stabilize and control these distortions. Adjustments to frequency, field geometry, and power output produced increasingly pronounced results. Test logs referenced localized temporal anomalies, including discrepancies between internal clocks and external reference systems. Equipment malfunctions became common, with electronic devices desynchronizing or failing entirely during high-intensity trials. By the 1960s, the project had moved beyond passive observation. The goal shifted toward intentional temporal manipulation. Reports describe attempts to project consciousness into non-local timeframes, effectively accessing information beyond the present moment. These experiments were highly classified, and documentation was fragmented to prevent any single individual from understanding the entire system. The instability of the device soon became evident. Prolonged activation resulted in severe psychological strain on test subjects and operators alike. Personnel turnover increased, and access restrictions tightened. Several researchers reportedly resigned, citing ethical concerns and unpredictable outcomes. Despite these issues, the project continued into the early 1970s. Military interest persisted due to the perceived strategic advantage of temporal intelligence and psychological influence. However, control remained elusive. The device exhibited nonlinear behavior, responding inconsistently even under identical conditions. This lack of reliability rendered it unsuitable for deployment or replication. By the mid-1970s, the Montauk project was abruptly terminated. Power systems were dismantled, sensitive equipment removed, and sections of the facility sealed. Official explanations framed the closure as a budgetary decision, though internal sources suggested that containment, not cost, was the primary concern. Following its shutdown, Montauk entered a period of enforced silence. Records were classified or destroyed, and personnel were reassigned under non-disclosure agreements. Public knowledge of the facility was reduced to its visible radar structures, while its deeper function faded from official history. The Montauk time manipulation device was never acknowledged in academic literature. No peer-reviewed papers, technical schematics, or experimental data were released. Its existence survived only through indirect testimony, partial documents, and the physical remains of the site itself. Unlike many abandoned technologies, Montauk was not forgotten due to failure alone. It was abandoned because it operated beyond predictable parameters. The risks were not mechanical but systemic. The device challenged assumptions about time as a fixed dimension, introducing instability where certainty was required. Today, Montauk stands as a symbol of a research path deliberately closed. Its legacy is not defined by what it achieved, but by what was deemed too uncertain to pursue further. The technology was not disproven. It was removed from development, leaving behind an unresolved chapter in the history of experimental science. The Nazi levitation platform. During the final phase of the Third Reich, Germany's military research structure became increasingly fragmented and secretive. As conventional weapons failed to reverse the course of the war, resources were redirected toward experimental technologies that promised decisive advantages. Among these projects was a lesser-known initiative focused on gravity manipulation, later referred to as the Nazi levitation platform. Unlike large-scale aircraft programs, the levitation platform was designed as a foundational experiment rather than a finished vehicle. This purpose was not transportation, but proof of principle. Engineers sought to determine whether controlled electromagnetic and rotational systems could reduce or neutralize gravitational mass under specific conditions. The platform itself was described as a circular or polygonal structure, elevated slightly above the ground and supported by non-magnetic mounts. At its core were rotating assemblies and high-energy field generators arranged symmetrically. These components were powered by advanced electrical systems capable of producing intense, rapidly fluctuating fields. According to post-war testimonies from engineers and technicians, early tests produced measurable anomalies. When activated, the platform reportedly exhibited partial weight reduction. Instruments placed on the structure registered lower effective mass, while vibration patterns indicated internal stress unrelated to mechanical motion. The surrounding air displayed unusual pressure behavior, becoming denser and cooler near the platform's surface. The operating principle was based on resonance and rotation rather than thrust. By synchronizing electromagnetic oscillations with mechanical spin, researchers attempted to interfere with the coupling between mass and spacetime. This approach aligned with fringe theoretical work circulating within classified research divisions, though it remained outside accepted physics. The project advanced under SS oversight, which prioritized secrecy over stability. Documentation was deliberately compartmentalized, ensuring no single team possessed full knowledge of the system. This structure accelerated experimentation but limited long-term refinement. As a result, the platform remained unpredictable. Several test cycles reportedly ended abruptly due to structural stress or power overloads. While no confirmed catastrophic failures were recorded, the system demonstrated behavior that operators struggled to control. Field strength fluctuations occurred without command input, suggesting nonlinear feedback within the device. Despite these issues, interest persisted. Levitation, even in a limited form, offered implications for propulsion, materials handling, and weapons deployment. However, the platform never progressed beyond stationary testing. Mobility was considered premature given the instability observed during fixed trials. As Allied forces advanced in 1945, the levitation platform project was classified as a priority for destruction. Facilities housing the experiments were evacuated, and remaining equipment was either dismantled or rendered inoperable. Engineers were reassigned, captured, or disappeared amid the collapse. Following the war, fragments of information surfaced through interrogations and intelligence reports. Allied analysts noted references to weight reduction experiments but found no complete schematics or functional devices. Without physical evidence, the platform was categorized as an abandoned concept rather than an operational breakthrough. In the post-war scientific environment, gravity manipulation became associated with speculative or discredited research. The lack of surviving hardware ensured the levitation platform remained excluded from formal study. Its principles conflicted with the emerging consensus around rocketry and jet propulsion. The Nazi levitation platform did not vanish because it failed to produce results. It vanished because it existed at the intersection of instability, secrecy, and defeat. Its development was interrupted before its limitations or potential could be fully understood. Today, the platform remains a silent entry in the record of forbidden inventions. Its existence is supported by consistent testimonies rather than conclusive data. The technology was not disproven, but abandoned at a moment when history left no room for uncertainty. The Tibetan acoustic levitation method. High in the Tibetan plateau, isolated from the technological centers of the modern world, ancient monasteries preserved traditions that blended observation, ritual, and disciplined experimentation. Among these traditions was a method described in fragmented historical accounts as a means of lifting heavy stone objects using sound alone. This practice, later referred to as the Tibetan acoustic levitation method, was never formally documented in scientific terms, yet its consistent appearance in eyewitness reports suggests a structured and deliberate technique. Accounts of the method began reaching Western researchers in the early 20th century through explorers, missionaries, and engineers stationed in the region. These observers described monastic ceremonies in which large stone blocks were positioned within carefully arranged acoustic environments. The process relied not on brute force, but on precise coordination of sound frequencies, rhythm, and spatial alignment. The method employed long ceremonial horns, drums, and chanting monks positioned in geometric patterns. Each participant maintained strict timing and tonal consistency. The sound waves produced were not random or symbolic. They were controlled, sustained, and directed. Observers noted that the tones created a deep resonance that seemed to saturate the air around the object. At the center of the arrangement stood the stone to be lifted. According to reports, once the acoustic system reached a specific harmonic state, the stone began to vibrate subtly. These vibrations increased gradually until the object appeared to lose contact with the ground. In some cases, the stone reportedly rose several feet into the air and moved laterally before being lowered onto a prepared surface. Local explanations framed the phenomenon as a natural interaction between matter and vibration. Monks emphasized balance, timing, and resonance rather than force. The method required extended preparation, precise placement, and strict discipline. It was not presented as a spectacle, but as a practical technique used during construction and ceremonial relocation of materials. Western engineers who attempted to analyze the phenomenon struggled to reproduce it. Without precise measurements of frequency, amplitude, and spatial configuration, the method remained elusive. Sound-based levitation experiments conducted later in laboratories achieved limited success with small objects, but failed to replicate the scale described in Tibetan accounts. During the mid-20th century, geopolitical shifts led to the closure of many monasteries and the dispersal of their practitioners. Oral traditions were interrupted, and the acoustic method was no longer openly demonstrated. The absence of written documentation ensured that critical knowledge was lost as custodians of the practice disappeared. Scientific institutions showed limited interest in pursuing the subject. Acoustic levitation conflicted with established engineering priorities and offered no immediate industrial application. Without reproducible data, the method was categorized as anecdotal and excluded from serious study. By the late 20th century, the Tibetan acoustic levitation method existed primarily in archived testimonies and secondary reports. Attempts to revisit the phenomenon were constrained by cultural disruption and the lack of surviving practitioners willing or able to demonstrate the technique. The method was not erased through prohibition or direct suppression. It faded due to disconnection. As modern construction methods replaced traditional practices, the acoustic technique became unnecessary. Without demand or institutional support, it quietly vanished. What remains is a historical record of a technology rooted in precision rather than machinery. The Tibetan acoustic levitation method represents a path of development that prioritized harmony and control over power and speed. Its disappearance reflects how technologies can be lost not through failure, but through cultural disruption and neglect. Today, the method stands as an example of an approach to physics that operated outside formal equations, relying instead on disciplined repetition and experiential knowledge. Its principles were never disproven, only left unexplored as history moved in a different direction. The Soviet Weather Control Generator. During the height of the Cold War, when ideology divided the planet into opposing hemispheres of belief, the Soviet Union turned its attention upward, toward the sky itself. Weather, once considered a neutral force of nature, began to be viewed as a variable that could be influenced, nudged, and possibly controlled. In an era obsessed with strategic advantage, even clouds became potential assets. Soviet meteorologists and military planners believed that weather was not merely chaotic but responsive. Beneath the randomness of storms and winds, they suspected patterns, hidden levers that, if pulled correctly, could reshape atmospheric behavior. From this belief emerged a classified initiative known informally among researchers as the Soviet Weather Control Generator. Unlike simple cloud seeding programs already explored by other nations, this project aimed for something far more ambitious. The goal was not to produce rain in a drought-stricken region, but to influence large-scale atmospheric systems. Storm paths, pressure fronts, temperature gradients. The generator was designed to interact with the ionosphere and upper atmospheric layers, where weather systems were thought to be most sensitive to disturbance. The facility itself was built far from population centers, hidden within a restricted scientific zone in Central Asia. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable. Low concrete structures, transmission towers, and a wide field of antenna arrays stretching across the steppe. Inside, however, the machinery reflected an unusual fusion of disciplines. meteorology, plasma physics, electromagnetism, and early computational modeling. At the heart of the system was a powerful electromagnetic emitter. Engineers theorized that by directing controlled bursts of energy into specific regions of the atmosphere, they could subtly alter ionized particles in the air. These alterations, while small, were believed to cascade downward, affecting jet streams, cloud formation, and eventually surface weather patterns hundreds of kilometers away. The experiments began cautiously. Early tests focused on localized effects, dispersing fog around airfields, weakening storm systems before they reached strategic sites, or inducing rainfall in agricultural regions suffering from poor harvests. Some internal reports suggested partial success. Fog reportedly thinned faster than expected. Rainfall appeared where models predicted none. But results were inconsistent, difficult to reproduce, and highly sensitive to initial conditions. As the program expanded, so did its ambitions. Planners began to consider military applications. Could a prolonged period of rain slow enemy logistics? Could cold fronts be intensified to strain infrastructure? Could storms be redirected away from Soviet territory and toward adversarial regions? These questions drove funding forward, even as scientific certainty lagged behind. Researchers working on the project described an atmosphere of intense pressure. Failures were rarely documented openly. Successes, however minor, were amplified in internal communications. The system grew more powerful with each iteration, consuming vast amounts of energy and requiring precise synchronization between multiple emitter stations. Yet the atmosphere proved less cooperative than expected. Small disturbances sometimes produced unpredictable results. In one notable test, an energy pulse intended to destabilize a low-pressure system instead appeared to strengthen it, resulting in severe weather well outside the projected zone. Official records downplayed such incidents, but among scientists, concern quietly spread. By the late 1970s, the project faced mounting challenges. Advances in climate science revealed just how complex atmospheric systems truly were. Weather was not a machine with accessible controls, but a dynamic network of feedback loops operating across scales of space and time. The idea of precise manipulation began to feel increasingly unrealistic. At the same time, international attention turned toward the ethics of environmental modification. Treaties emerged restricting the use of weather as a weapon, framing atmospheric interference as a threat to global stability. Publicly, the Soviet Union endorsed these agreements. Privately, funding for the generator quietly diminished. The facility did not close overnight. Experiments continued at a reduced scale, gradually shifting toward purely observational research. By the final years of the Soviet Union, the weather control generator was largely dormant, its towering antennas standing silent against the open sky. Today, the site remains largely abandoned. Rust creeps along metal frames. Control rooms sit frozen in time, filled with analog instruments and handwritten charts tracking winds that have long since passed. No definitive proof has ever emerged that the generator achieved its grandest goals. Yet declassified fragments suggest that, for a brief moment in history, humanity genuinely believed it could negotiate with the weather. As the wind moves freely across the empty steppe, it carries a quiet reminder. Nature listens, but it does not obey. And some forces, no matter how carefully studied, resist being commanded. The Nazi tachyon communication device. In the final years of the Third Reich, as conventional technologies reached their physical limits, German researchers began to explore ideas that existed far beyond accepted science. Radar had reshaped warfare. Radio waves crossed continents. Encryption had become a battlefield of its own. Yet within a small circle of physicists and military theorists, a more radical question began to surface. What if communication did not need to obey time itself? This question formed the conceptual foundation of what later rumors would call the Nazi tachyon communication device. The term tachyon referred to a hypothetical particle proposed in theoretical physics, one that could move faster than light, potentially carrying information backward through time. While mainstream science treated the concept cautiously, Nazi research culture encouraged speculative exploration, especially if it promised strategic superiority. The device was not designed as a weapon, but as a communicator, a system that could transmit signals instantaneously, regardless of distance, and, in its most ambitious interpretation, across temporal boundaries. If successful, it would eliminate delays, intercepts, and even uncertainty itself. Orders could arrive before battles began. Intelligence could be received before events unfolded. The research reportedly took place within a compartmentalized program tied loosely to SS-funded scientific initiatives. These programs often blended real physics with ideological mysticism, creating an environment where untested ideas were pursued aggressively. The tachyon device was said to involve high-energy electromagnetic fields, rotating superconductive components, and resonance chambers designed to amplify exotic particle behavior. Unlike radio communication, which relied on oscillating electromagnetic waves, this system aimed to generate a stable field condition where information could be encoded into fluctuations beyond conventional spacetime constraints. Engineers believed that under extreme conditions, high energy density, precise geometry, and synchronized rotation, space itself could behave differently, allowing information to bypass causal limits. Early experiments reportedly produced ambiguous results. Instruments detected anomalous readings, signals that appeared before their source pulses were fully generated. Data logs showed time offsets too small to measure accurately, yet persistent enough to trouble researchers. Some scientists dismissed these as equipment errors. Others believed they were glimpses of something unprecedented. As the war intensified, pressure mounted. The regime demanded results, not theories. Communication breakdowns, disrupted supply lines, and Allied interception of encrypted messages made secure coordination increasingly difficult. A device capable of undetectable or instantaneous messaging became more than a curiosity. It became a necessity. Yet the deeper the research went, the stranger its implications became. If signals could arrive before being sent, causality itself was threatened. Engineers began encountering paradoxical data loops, messages referencing conditions that had not yet occurred. Whether these were experimental artifacts or genuine anomalies remains unclear, as most records were destroyed or scattered in the final collapse of Nazi infrastructure. Some accounts suggest the project was never completed. Others claim a prototype existed but was unstable, capable only of producing brief, incoherent transmissions. There are even unverified reports that certain late-war German decisions appeared oddly pre-informed, though historians attribute this to coincidence or intelligence leaks rather than time-defying technology. When Allied forces advanced, research facilities were systematically evacuated or dismantled. Equipment vanished. Scientists disappeared into post-war programs or anonymity. Any physical trace of the tachyon communication device faded into classified archives and rumor. In the decades that followed, fragments of the story resurfaced through declassified documents, second-hand testimonies, and speculative analysis. No definitive evidence has ever confirmed that tachyons were detected, let alone controlled. Modern physics still treats faster-than-light communication as theoretically problematic, constrained by causality and relativity. Yet the idea persists not because it was proven, but because it reflects a moment in history when desperation met imagination. When technology was pushed not just forward, but sideways, into realms where time itself became a variable to challenge. The silence surrounding the project may be its most telling legacy. Not a triumph, not a failure, but an unanswered question. A reminder that some ideas are pursued not because they are possible, but because the fear of not pursuing them feels greater. And somewhere between theory and myth, the Nazi tachyon communication device remains suspended, forever transmitting perhaps but never fully received. The ancient Persian light system. Long before electricity was named, measured, or understood, ancient civilizations were already experimenting with light in ways that still unsettle modern historians. Among them, the Persian world stands apart, not for myth but for its quiet, methodical engineering. Scattered across the ruins of ancient Persia are architectural details that suggest illumination systems far more sophisticated than simple fire or reflected sunlight. The Persian light system, as it has come to be known, was not a single device, but an integrated method of producing and distributing light within enclosed spaces, temples, palaces, underground chambers, without visible smoke, soot, or open flame. This alone challenges conventional assumptions about ancient technology, especially in regions where ventilation was limited and fire would have been dangerous. Archaeological evidence points to the Achaemenid period, when Persian engineers were renowned for their mastery of water management, underground construction, and material science. Kanet's vast subterranean water channels demonstrate a level of precision that required deep understanding of geology and airflow. It is within these same architectural traditions that the lighting system appears to emerge. Wall surfaces in certain ruins show unusual mineral coatings that reflect light with remarkable efficiency. These were not decorative. Chemical analysis suggests polished limestone mixed with trace crystalline structures capable of diffusing light evenly across large surfaces. In some chambers, the geometry alone would allow even minimal light sources to illuminate entire rooms without direct exposure. More intriguing are the sealed niches found high on walls and ceilings. These cavities show no burn marks, no residue from oil lamps or torches. Yet the rooms they occupy would have been unusable without illumination. This suggests a contained light source, isolated, protected, and possibly non-combustive. Some researchers propose that the Persians may have used early electrochemical reactions, drawing comparisons to the so-called Baghdad battery. While controversial, these clay vessels with metal inserts demonstrate that basic electrical principles may have been known in the region centuries before their rediscovery. If such cells were connected in series, even low voltage could produce sustained luminescence when applied to certain materials. Another theory centers on phosphorescent minerals. Persia was rich in naturally glowing stones, particularly those that emit light after prolonged exposure to sunlight. When embedded into architectural features and charged during the day, these materials could provide soft, persistent illumination at night, silent, smokeless, and stable. The system's purpose was not merely practical. Light held symbolic weight in Persian cosmology. Zoroastrian traditions placed immense importance on illumination as a representation of order, truth, and cosmic balance. Controlled, ever-present light within sacred spaces reinforced this worldview, transforming architecture into a living expression of philosophy. Over time, as empires fell and religious practices shifted, the knowledge behind the system faded. Later civilizations reused Persian structures without understanding their original function. Niches were sealed, coatings eroded. What remained appeared ornamental, stripped of its technological context. By the medieval period, open flame became the default explanation for all ancient lighting. The absence of soot was ignored or explained away. The idea that an ancient civilization could illuminate space without fire did not fit prevailing historical narratives. Modern rediscovery of these sites reignited the debate. Engineers, not historians, were often the first to question how such spaces functioned. Simulations showed that conventional lamps would have failed. Ventilation patterns did not support sustained burning. Something else had been at work. Whether the Persian light system relied on chemistry, mineral physics, electrostatic effects, or a combination of all three remains unresolved. What is clear is that the knowledge was systematic, repeatable, and intentionally concealed within architecture itself. It was not erased through violence or prohibition, but through neglect. A technology that required continuity to survive, lost when the cultural framework supporting it disappeared. Today, the ruins remain quiet. Sunlight still touches the same stones. And in certain chambers, even now, the walls seem to hold light longer than they should, as if remembering a time when illumination did not come from fire, but from understanding. The Soviet mind-machine interface. During the height of the Cold War, the Soviet Union invested heavily in technologies that blurred the boundary between human cognition and mechanical systems. While the West focused on computing power and automation, Soviet research followed a parallel path, one less visible, more introspective, and far more experimental. At the center of this effort emerged what later became known as the Soviet mind-machine interface. The origins of the project can be traced to post-war neurophysiology. Soviet scientists had long rejected the idea that the mind was an abstract phenomenon. Instead, it was viewed as a measurable physical process, electrical, chemical, and rhythmic. Brainwaves were not symbolic expressions of thought. They were signals no different in principle from radio transmissions or control voltages. Early experiments focused on electroencephalography, measuring neural oscillations under controlled conditions. Researchers noticed consistent patterns associated with focus, fatigue, fear, and decision-making. These patterns proved stable enough to be quantified, replicated, and, most importantly, predicted. The implications were immediate. If mental states could be detected, they could potentially be guided, reinforced, or overridden. By the 1960s, the research expanded beyond observation. Soviet laboratories began developing systems that allowed machines to respond directly to neural activity. Crude by modern standards, these interfaces used electrode arrays placed on the scalp, translating brain signals into mechanical outputs. Simple tasks, switch activation, signal modulation, directional control, were achieved without physical movement. What distinguished the Soviet approach was its intent. The goal was not convenience or accessibility. It was control. Military planners envisioned pilots operating aircraft systems under extreme stress without manual input. Operators could guide drones, missiles, or surveillance equipment while remaining physically stationary. Reaction time would be reduced to thought itself. As prototypes evolved, feedback systems were introduced. Machines no longer merely responded to the brain, they influenced it. Electromagnetic pulses, synchronized frequencies, and rhythmic stimulation were applied to reinforce specific neural patterns. Focus could be sharpened, fatigue delayed, emotional response flattened. This feedback loop became the core of the mind-machine interface. Human and system entered a closed circuit. The operator was no longer fully separate from the machine, and the machine was no longer passive. Performance improved, but so did instability. Subjects reported dissociation, time distortion, and a diminished sense of agency. By the late Cold War period, classified documents suggest the interface was tested in prolonged sessions. Cognitive endurance increased, but psychological side effects accumulated. Some participants experienced lingering neural echo, unintentional activation of system-linked brain states long after sessions ended. The boundary between voluntary thought and conditioned response began to erode. The program remained compartmentalized. Civilian scientists were rarely informed of military applications, and military personnel were discouraged from asking about the underlying science. This isolation slowed refinement but prevented broader ethical scrutiny. Officially, the research was framed as advanced ergonomics and human factors engineering. As computing technology advanced, Western brain, computer interfaces shifted toward digital signal processing and AI interpretation. The Soviet model remained analog, frequency-based, and deeply biological. It required constant calibration and human vulnerability. It worked, but at a cost. With the dissolution of the Soviet Union, funding vanished almost overnight. Laboratories were abandoned. Equipment was dismantled or sold. Data archives fragmented. Many researchers transitioned into civilian neuroscience, while others disappeared from public records entirely. What survived were fragments, schematics without context, anecdotal reports, and a handful of declassified references confirming that direct neural-machine coupling had been achieved decades earlier than widely acknowledged. The system was never formally banned, but it was quietly discontinued. Modern interfaces prioritize user autonomy and safety, distancing themselves from direct neural feedback manipulation. Yet the foundational ideas remain. Thought as signal, mind as interface, control without movement. The Soviet mind-machine interface did not vanish because it failed. It vanished because it worked too directly, too intimately. It demanded a level of surrender from the human operator that history was not ready to accept. And in the silence left behind, the question it raised still lingers. Not how machines can think like humans, but how easily humans can be shaped to think like machines. The Nazi plasma containment ring. As the Second World War entered its most desperate phase, German scientific research began shifting away from conventional engineering toward experimental physics at the very edge of understanding. Fuel shortages, material constraints, and escalating Allied pressure forced German planners to search for radically new energy sources. Within this environment emerged one of the most obscure and controversial projects of the era, the Nazi plasma containment ring. The concept originated from early plasma physics, a field still in its infancy during the 1930s and 1940s. Plasma, often described as the fourth state of matter, fascinated German physicists due to its immense energy potential and unusual electromagnetic behavior. Unlike solids, liquids, or gases, plasma could conduct electricity, generate magnetic fields, and respond dynamically to external forces. In theory, controlling it meant accessing extraordinary power. German researchers believed plasma could be stabilized and confined using precise electromagnetic geometries. Rather than relying on linear magnetic fields, they experimented with closed-loop configurations, rings designed to trap plasma in continuous motion. These structures were intended to create self-sustaining energy cycles, minimizing losses and maximizing field coherence. The plasma containment ring was reportedly constructed from layered conductive alloys arranged in toroidal form. High-voltage inputs ionized gases within the ring, creating a circulating plasma stream. Magnetic coils embedded in the structure generated counter-rotating fields, preventing the plasma from dispersing or collapsing. The design bore conceptual similarities to later fusion research, though decades ahead of its time. The intended applications were multiple. At its core, the device was envisioned as a compact energy source, one that could operate independently of traditional fuel. Military planners speculated that such a system could power advanced propulsion platforms, directed energy weapons, or electromagnetic shielding systems. None of these applications were realized in full, but they shaped the direction of research. Initial tests reportedly achieved brief plasma stability. Observers noted intense luminosity, electromagnetic interference, and anomalous thermal effects. Instruments recorded energy outputs inconsistent with input levels, though measurements were unreliable under wartime conditions. These anomalies fueled both excitement and concern among the research teams. Stability proved elusive. Plasma containment required constant calibration, and even minor field irregularities caused rapid destabilization. In several instances, containment failures resulted in violent discharges, damaging equipment and injuring personnel. These incidents reinforced the perception that the technology was both powerful and dangerously unpredictable. Complicating matters further was the theoretical ambiguity. Plasma behavior was poorly understood, and mathematical models were insufficient to fully describe the observed phenomena. Engineers relied heavily on empirical adjustments rather than predictive control. Progress was slow, fragmented, and increasingly secretive. As Allied forces advanced, the project faced abrupt termination. Facilities associated with advanced plasma research were either dismantled or destroyed. Surviving components were reportedly seized and transferred into post-war intelligence programs, where they vanished into classified research pipelines. Post-war analysis by Allied scientists found no complete documentation of the plasma containment ring. What remained were partial schematics, test logs without conclusions, and testimonies lacking technical detail. The absence of a finished device suggested the project never reached operational maturity. Yet its conceptual legacy endured. Decades later, plasma confinement became central to fusion research, space propulsion studies, and advanced materials science. The toroidal configurations explored by German researchers echoed in modern tokamak designs, though developed independently and under entirely different ethical frameworks. The Nazi plasma containment ring stands as an example of technology pursued under extreme pressure, where ambition outpaced understanding. It was neither a myth nor a breakthrough, but a transitional experiment, one that hinted at future possibilities without possessing the tools to realize them. Its erasure from history was not the result of suppression alone, but of incompletion. A system too unstable to deploy, too dangerous to continue, and too advanced to fit the technological landscape of its time. In the end, the ring did not contain plasma for long, but it briefly contained an idea that energy itself could be shaped, trapped, and bent to human intent. An idea that would resurface decades later, stripped of ideology, but carrying the same underlying promise. The ancient Celtic energy stones. Across the landscapes of ancient Europe, long before written records could preserve intent, The Celts left behind a network of stone structures whose purpose remains only partially understood. Stone circles, standing monoliths, and carefully aligned formations appear across Ireland, Britain, and continental Europe. While often classified as ritualistic or symbolic, a closer examination suggests these structures were part of a systematic interaction with natural energy phenomena. This system has come to be referred to as the ancient Celtic energy stones. The Celts were not centralized builders, yet their stone constructions share remarkable consistency. Sites separated by vast distances exhibit similar dimensions, orientations, and material choices. This uniformity implies a shared technical tradition, transmitted orally and refined over generations. The stones themselves were selected deliberately, often composed of granite, basalt, or other igneous rock rich in quartz and magnetite, materials known today for their piezoelectric and electromagnetic properties. Placement was critical. Many of these structures are located along geological fault lines, underground water channels, or areas of heightened geomagnetic activity. Modern measurements reveal subtle but measurable electromagnetic fluctuations at these sites. While naturally occurring, their concentration around Celtic stone formations suggests intentional alignment rather than coincidence. The stones were erected vertically, maximizing interaction with the Earth's electromagnetic field. Their height, mass, and spacing created resonant configurations capable of amplifying ambient energy. When subjected to environmental stimuli, wind, seismic microvibrations, or human contact, quartz-bearing stones could generate small electrical charges. Individually insignificant, these charges became coherent when organized within a structured array. Archaeological, where patterns indicate repeated human interaction. Grooves, polished surfaces, and footpaths suggest these sites were not passive monuments. They were activated through movement, sound, and presence. Vocalization within stone circles produces measurable acoustic resonance, reinforcing the idea that sound played a functional role. Low-frequency vibrations could induce mechanical stress within the stones, enhancing piezoelectric effects. This interaction between sound, stone, and earth formed the core of the energy system. The Celts did not extract energy in the modern sense. They modulated it. The stones acted as stabilizers, synchronizing human activity with natural electromagnetic rhythms. This synchronization likely produced altered states of perception, heightened awareness, clarity, or physiological calm. The purpose of the system appears practical rather than mystical. Many stone sites coincide with seasonal markers, agricultural cycles, and navigational alignments. The energy stone network may have served as a distributed environmental interface, helping communities maintain temporal and spatial coherence without written instruments. Over time, as Roman influence spread and centralized structures replaced local systems, the knowledge supporting these stones eroded. The engineering logic was preserved only as tradition, then as ritual, and finally as folklore. Without maintenance or understanding, the functional framework collapsed. Later cultures repurposed the sites symbolically. The original interactions were simplified into ceremonies, detached from their technical origins. Stone circles became sacred without explanation. Energy became myth. Utility dissolved into reverence. By the medieval period, the system was functionally dead. Stones remained, but their role as active components in a broader network was forgotten. Attempts to dismantle or relocate them often failed due to their mass and placement, inadvertently preserving the structures through neglect rather than protection. Modern scientific analysis has reintroduced a different perspective. Studies of geomagnetism, acoustic resonance, and piezoelectricity reveal that the Celts may have intuitively exploited natural physics without formal theory. Their technology was not mechanical but environmental, not powered, but tuned. The ancient Celtic energy stones were not erased by force. They were overwritten by time. A technology dependent on continuity, participation, and subtle interaction could not survive in a world that favored documentation and centralized control. What remains today is stone, silent, immobile, and patient. Yet beneath that stillness lies a system once capable of aligning human activity with the invisible forces of the earth. a system that required no engines, no wires, and no fuel. Only understanding. The American Gravity Nullification Project. In the decades following the Second World War, the United States emerged not only as a military superpower, but as a laboratory for radical theoretical research. Victory had proven that unconventional science could change the course of history, and American defense institutions became willing to explore ideas once considered implausible. Among the most secretive of these initiatives was what later became known as the American Gravity Nullification Project. The project did not begin with anti-gravity fantasies, but with a practical military problem. Conventional propulsion systems imposed limits on speed, maneuverability, and payload. Aircraft and missiles were constrained by fuel, structural stress, and inertia. Engineers sought a method to reduce mass effects without altering physical weight, a distinction that would redefine motion itself. Gravity, long treated as an immutable force, became the focus. American physicists revisited earlier theoretical work on inertial mass, spacetime curvature, and field interactions. The emerging question was not how to escape gravity entirely, but how to decouple objects from its influence under controlled conditions. Research accelerated during the early Cold War, when reports of unconventional Soviet and German wartime experiments began circulating through intelligence channels. Whether these reports were accurate mattered less than their psychological impact. The possibility that an adversary might manipulate gravity compelled American agencies to investigate the concept themselves. The Gravity Nullification Project was housed within a network of classified research facilities, often disguised as conventional aerospace or materials laboratories. Its core hypothesis proposed that gravity was not merely a force acting on objects, but an emergent effect tied to electromagnetic and quantum fields. If these fields could be altered locally, gravitational interaction might be weakened or redirected. Early experiments focused on high-energy electromagnetic configurations, rotating superconductive masses, rapidly oscillating fields, and precisely timed electrical pulses were tested to observe minute changes in weight and inertia. Measurements were subtle, often bordering on the limits of instrumentation accuracy. Yet anomalies appeared consistently enough to sustain funding. Engineers reported transient reductions in effective mass during peak field synchronization. Objects subjected to these conditions required less force to accelerate and exhibited delayed inertial response. While gravity itself was not eliminated, its practical effects appeared diminished for brief intervals. These results attracted military interest. A platform capable of reducing inertial load could achieve unprecedented acceleration without structural failure. Aircraft could maneuver beyond pilot tolerance limits. Launch systems could operate with lower energy costs. The strategic implications were profound. As the project advanced, containment and stability became central challenges. The field configurations required extreme precision. Minor phase mismatches caused rapid system collapse, accompanied by intense electromagnetic discharge. Safety incidents were rarely documented, but the program's compartmentalization suggests repeated failures. By the late 1960s, the project reached its theoretical peak. Computational modeling improved prediction accuracy, yet scalability remained elusive. Effects were localized, short-lived, and energy-intensive. Achieving sustained gravity nullification would have required power sources beyond what was feasible at the time. Despite these limitations, the project did not end abruptly. Instead, it fragmented. Elements were absorbed into aerospace research, materials science, and advanced propulsion studies. Officially, gravity nullification was never acknowledged as achievable. Publicly, the concept was dismissed as speculative or fringe. Internally, however, the data was preserved, not as proof of success, but as evidence that gravity could be influenced indirectly through field interaction. The project shifted from applied engineering to theoretical groundwork, awaiting future technologies capable of sustaining such conditions. As funding priorities changed and geopolitical tensions evolved, the original program faded into obscurity. Documents were reclassified, renamed, or buried within unrelated initiatives. No single report marked its conclusion. The American Gravity Nullification Project was not erased because it failed, nor because it succeeded. It was erased because it occupied an uncomfortable space between possibility and practicality. Too real to ignore, too incomplete to deploy. Today, gravity remains officially untouchable. Yet modern research into spacetime manipulation, inertial dampening, and field-based propulsion echoes the same questions asked decades earlier. The project's legacy survives not in machines, but in the frameworks used to imagine them. It stands as a reminder that some technologies are not forbidden by law or ethics, but by timing. Ideas that arrive before the world is ready do not disappear. They wait, classified, dormant, and unfinished. The lost invention of Viktor Grebennikov. In the late 20th century, far from military laboratories and state-funded research centers, a quiet discovery emerged from an unexpected place. Viktor Stepanovich Grebennikov was not a weapons engineer or defense contractor. He was an entomologist, a biologist whose life was devoted to the study of insects. Yet his observations would lead him toward a phenomenon that challenged conventional physics and eventually faded into obscurity as one of the most enigmatic lost inventions of modern history. Grebennikov's work began with close, methodical observation of insect behavior and structure. While studying the microscopic anatomy of beetles and wasps, he became fascinated by the geometric precision of their exoskeletons. Under magnification, certain chitinous structures revealed complex lattice patterns, repeating cavities arranged with remarkable uniformity. These were not decorative features. They appeared optimized, as if shaped by a functional requirement beyond biology alone. During prolonged study, Grebennikov noticed something unusual. When certain insect shells were placed near one another in specific orientations, his instruments registered anomalies. Mechanical balances behaved unpredictably. Fine particles shifted without apparent force. Even biological responses, such as dizziness and spatial disorientation, were reported during extended exposure. Grebennikov concluded that these structures interacted with what he called cavity structural effects. According to his observations, the precise geometry of microscopic cavities could influence surrounding physical fields. This interaction did not rely on heat, electricity, or magnetism as traditionally understood. It was passive, structural, and persistent. Over time, he attempted to replicate the effect artificially. Using layered plates with cavity patterns modeled after insect exoskeletons, Grebennikov assembled a platform capable of amplifying the phenomenon. When stacked and aligned correctly, the plates produced effects that were impossible to explain using known physics. Weight reduction, altered inertia, and spatial distortion were reported. The most controversial result was mobility. Grebennikov claimed the platform could lift and move without conventional propulsion. There were no engines, no exhaust, no rotating parts. The device responded only to orientation and balance, as if interacting with an unseen field embedded in space itself. Unlike classified military projects, Grebennikov documented his findings openly. He published diagrams, descriptions, and theoretical interpretations. His tone was observational, not promotional. He made no attempt to weaponize or commercialize the invention. This openness, paradoxically, may have contributed to its disappearance. The scientific community reacted with skepticism. The effects were difficult to reproduce without exact structural precision. No established theoretical framework could account for them. Without institutional backing or reproducible laboratory confirmation, the invention was dismissed as misinterpretation or experimental error. Yet dismissal did not equal refutation. Grebennikov's work existed in a gray zone, too detailed to ignore entirely, too unconventional to accept. As interest waned, so did opportunities to refine or validate the technology. After his death, the original device vanished. The remaining materials were incomplete, and attempts at reconstruction failed to replicate the reported effects. What made the invention uniquely fragile was its dependence on geometry rather than power. There were no adjustable parameters, no digital controls, no measurable outputs to optimize. The system either worked or it did not, and success depended on microscopic accuracy that few could achieve. Over time, the invention was absorbed into folklore rather than science. References became fragmented. Translations distorted original terminology. The absence of physical evidence allowed the story to drift toward speculation, overshadowing the careful observations that initiated it. The lost invention of Viktor Grebennikov was not erased by secrecy or prohibition. It faded because it existed outside established categories. It was not mechanical enough for engineers, not theoretical enough for physicists, and not biological enough for biologists. Its disappearance highlights a different kind of technological vulnerability. Some inventions do not require suppression to vanish. They require only neglect, disbelief, and the absence of a framework willing to accommodate them. What remains is a record of quiet persistence. A scientist observing insects, following patterns without assumption, and arriving at a conclusion that could not survive without continuity. The device is gone, but the question it raised remains unresolved. Whether the effect was misunderstood or prematurely abandoned may never be known. But its loss serves as a reminder that history does not erase only dangerous ideas. It also erases those that arrive without a place to belong. Paul Pantone's GT fuel system. In the dusty corners of forgotten engineering labs and beneath the buzzing neon lights of underground science expos, there are inventions whispered about, not discussed. One of them is Paul Pantone's GT fuel processor, a system so simple in its core idea, yet so radical in implication that many refuse to believe it could exist. Others believe too much. GET stands for Global Environmental Energy Technology. But behind the acronym is a device that, if true, had the potential to overturn the modern oil economy. Pantone's machine wasn't just an engine modification, it was a rebuke to the fundamental structure of fossil fuel consumption. The GET device claimed to allow internal combustion engines to run on a hybrid of gasoline and almost anything else. Water, coffee, soda, paint thinner, even used motor oil. At the heart of the GET system was a strange process Pantone called plasma reformation. His system worked by vaporizing a fuel mixture and running it through a magnetized steel reactor tube. There, it was said, the fuel underwent a transformation, producing a plasma-like vapor that could power an engine with far less pollution and fuel consumption. This wasn't just about efficiency. The emissions from GET-adapted engines were reportedly so clean they measured almost nothing.
No carbon monoxide. No hydrocarbons.
Just oxygen and water vapor. For a world suffocating in exhaust fumes, this was a miracle. Or it should have been. But instead of Nobel Prizes and Industrial Revolution, Pantone found himself swallowed by controversy. Skeptics labeled him a fraud, citing a lack of peer-reviewed evidence and theoretical clarity. His reactor, though simple in appearance, defied traditional combustion science. Engineers said it couldn't work. It violated too many rules. And yet, in small garages and backyards, tinkerers replicated it. Videos began to surface online. Shaky footage of lawnmowers running on turpentine and water, cars idling on cola. What followed was a spiral that would define the rest of Pantone's life. As the tension grew, so did pressure. He claimed he was being harassed, followed, and threatened. At one point, he alleged that corporations and government entities were deliberately sabotaging his work, ensuring it would never gain traction. The oil economy, after all, had no place for a device that made gasoline nearly obsolete. In a particularly grim turn, Pantone was later institutionalized in a psychiatric facility under murky circumstances. He claimed he was held against his will and that his inventions were stolen while he was confined. To some, this was proof that he had lost touch with reality. To others, it was evidence that he was silenced. The GET system became a fringe fascination. It lived on in the underground world of free energy believers, individuals and groups convinced that society had been denied access to technologies that could solve the energy crisis. Forums, YouTube videos, and improvised blueprints kept the GT flame alive. But mainstream science kept its distance. The lack of controlled studies and Pantone's erratic behavior made it easy to dismiss. Yet something about the GT story lingers. The design wasn't some arcane mess of wires and mystical jargon. It was mechanical, tangible. People had built it. They had seen it work. Or they believed they had. And that is perhaps the most haunting part of the GT saga. The uncertainty. Was it a miracle suppressed? or a myth believed too deeply. Pantone himself passed away in 2015. He died in relative obscurity, his name known only in circles where science meets paranoia and hope. His life had spiraled from invention to isolation, from innovation to institutionalization. The official record lists him as a fringe inventor, someone who believed too much in something that couldn't be. But for those who still experiment with his blueprints, who weld steel tubes in garages late into the night, Paul Pantone is something else entirely. He is a symbol of forbidden possibility, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous inventions are not the ones that don't work, but the ones that just might. And so, the GT fuel system remains in a strange limbo. It exists in grainy videos, second-hand testimonials, and obscure schematics passed through the cracks of the internet. It is not taught in schools. It is not studied in universities. It is not debated on television. It has, in every sense that matters, been erased. But the echoes are still there, for those who choose to listen. Victor Schauberger's implosion technology. In the vast theater of forgotten genius, few names echo with the haunting clarity of Victor Schauberger. An Austrian forester, naturalist, and inventor, he was no ordinary scientist. He did not see the world as a collection of equations or materials to be conquered. He believed the natural world followed a higher form of logic, one rooted in spiral flows, implosion, and the quiet intelligence of water. While most of 20th century science sprinted toward explosions, combustion engines, nuclear fission, and high-speed industrial growth, Schauberger looked in the opposite direction. He believed that nature did not explode. It imploded. It did not force movement through pressure and violence, but through suction, attraction, and harmony. He studied mountain streams obsessively, sometimes sitting for hours beside a single eddy, watching how water spiraled, twisted, and danced. He became convinced that water was not just a physical substance, it was alive or at least possessed a kind of memory, a will, and that by understanding its true behavior, humanity could unlock an energy source both limitless and peaceful. His experiments led him to develop a revolutionary concept, implosion technology. In essence, Schauberger's idea was deceptively simple. Instead of mimicking explosions like engines and turbines do, blasting force outward to generate movement, his machines would follow the path of implosion, pulling matter inward. He believed that by mimicking the inward spiraling vortexes seen in nature, in whirlpools, tornadoes, galaxies, one could tap into a cleaner, more potent form of energy. The implications were staggering. He built prototypes, metal cones and pipes, spiraling copper channels and bizarre egg-shaped engines, all designed to spin water or air inwards, faster and faster, until something changed. The energy output, he claimed, began to exceed the input, not because of magic, but because the machine was working with nature's flow, not against it. One such machine, called the Repulsine, allegedly achieved levitation by spinning air in high-velocity vortices. Some witnesses claimed it lifted slightly off the ground. Others whispered about its ability to bend gravity, though Schauberger never used such dramatic words himself. He always spoke in terms of natural energy, of frictionless movement, of harmony with the Earth's own pulse. But the world was not ready for Schauberger. His ideas were ridiculed by academics, many of whom viewed his theories as mystical nonsense. He refused to conform to the rigid structures of mainstream science. He had no formal physics training, no laboratory pedigree. What he offered was too strange, too poetic, and far too threatening to established energy systems. During World War II, the German military took notice. Schauberger was allegedly forced to work on secret projects under Nazi supervision. They were interested in his Repulsine and its supposed anti-gravity capabilities. Whether his work directly contributed to the legendary Nazi flying saucer myths is unknown, but the parallels are eerie. He later said that he was appalled by their intentions, that his technology was meant to heal, not to dominate. After the war, his story takes an even darker turn. In the 1950s, Schauberger was approached by American interests, individuals who promised him resources, laboratories, and a platform for his ideas. Desperate to see his vision realized, he traveled to the United States. But things did not go as planned. Shortly after arriving, He was pressured into signing over the rights to all his patents and documents. His machines were taken. He was allegedly isolated, interrogated, and manipulated. When he returned to Austria, he was a broken man, exhausted, disillusioned, and devastated. 5 days after returning home, Victor Schauberger died. No prototypes were returned. No blueprints released. His remaining notes were disorganized, scattered across journals and sketches, written in a mix of German, symbols, and metaphors few could interpret. His family tried to preserve what they could, but his most advanced work was lost or taken. What remains is a strange legacy. Implosion technology, as Schauberger envisioned it, is still not taught in schools. It sits outside the boundaries of accepted science, labeled as pseudoscience, mysticism, or delusion, and yet, it refuses to disappear. In the decades since his death, small groups of engineers and thinkers have tried to rebuild his devices. The repulsine has been recreated in various forms, spinning wildly on YouTube videos and forums dedicated to fringe science. Some claim to see results. Others dismiss them as illusions. But whether or not the machines ever truly worked misses the deeper truth. Schauberger's vision wasn't just about technology. It was about our relationship to nature. He believed that the violent systems we've built, combustion engines, mining, war, are symptoms of our spiritual disconnection from the world we inhabit. He warned that if we continued to force nature to serve us through violence, we would destroy ourselves. He saw a future of poisoned rivers, dead soil, and barren skies, a prophecy that grows more real with each passing year. He offered a different path, one where energy flowed like a mountain stream, cold, clean, and alive. One where machines did not scream, but hummed with the sound of water spiraling inward. And yet, we turned away. Today, Schauberger's name lives on in the margins. His writings are scattered across rare books and PDF scans. His machines gather dust in obscure museums or lie buried in basements. His reputation hovers between genius and madman, prophet and crank. But perhaps that's the fate of those who walk ahead of their time, to be misunderstood, ridiculed, and finally erased. Still, in the quiet, there are whispers of energy without destruction, of water with memory, of machines that breathe with the forest, and of a man who tried to show us how to listen. Hieronymus Machine. In 1949, the United States Patent Office granted a patent for a device that few people fully understood, and many still refuse to believe was real. The inventor, Thomas Galen Hieronymus, claimed that his creation could detect and analyze a previously unknown form of energy emitted by all living and non-living things. He called it alloptic energy, a blend of electric and optic, though he admitted that it was unlike any electromagnetic force known to physics. According to Hieronymus, every substance had its own unique alloptic signature, a subtle radiation that could be detected, analyzed, and potentially manipulated using a carefully arranged set of components. Copper coils, resistors, vacuum tubes, and most curiously, a flat metal stick plate that responded not to instruments, but to the human touch. His invention, now commonly referred to as the Hieronymus machine, was not a hoax or a performance art piece. It was designed and documented like any other electrical device of its time. The machine supposedly worked by tuning into the alloptic frequency of a sample placed in a chamber, for instance, a leaf or a rock, and allowing the operator to feel a response on the metal plate through subtle tactile feedback. When the tuning was correct, the operator would experience a specific, sticking sensation with their fingers, signaling a successful energetic lock onto the target material. There was no conventional explanation for how the device worked. The stick plate was not connected to any active current. The response depended entirely on human sensation, which made it impossible to standardize. Yet, despite this, Hieronymus demonstrated the device publicly. He claimed it could identify diseases in plants, determine the mineral content of rock samples, and even influence biological growth at a distance. These weren't rumors, they were documented demonstrations, sometimes witnessed by curious engineers or editors. In fact, the machine gained significant attention in the 1950s when John W. Campbell, editor of astounding science fiction and a vocal advocate for speculative science, became personally fascinated with Hieronymus's work. Campbell claimed that even a symbolic representation of the machine, a circuit diagram drawn in pencil on paper, was capable of producing the same results as the physical device. This suggestion pushed the machine even further outside the boundaries of conventional science. If true, it implied that the device did not function through electricity or materials, but through the structure of information or pattern itself. In other words, intention and form were enough. At this point, the machine became associated with a larger and even more controversial field: radionics, the use of devices to detect and treat disease through supposed energy fields that mainstream science does not recognize. The field had been marginalized even in the early 20th century, and Hieronymus's work, while technically distinct, was grouped with it. Despite the ridicule from established scientists, some agricultural researchers and independent experimenters began using variations of the Hieronymus machine for plant diagnostics, soil quality assessments, and in some cases, remote influence experiments. Hieronymus insisted that the energy he was working with was real, measurable, and natural, simply not yet accepted by mainstream physics. He argued that it was not mystical but simply unfamiliar. Skeptics criticized his lack of empirical data and reproducible experiments. The tactile nature of the stick plate response made blind testing difficult, and independent studies were few. The U.S. government never formally banned the device, but no institutional research followed. It was easier to dismiss the entire concept than to try to explain how a non-electric schematic drawn on paper could produce measurable results. Still, there were persistent rumors that various intelligence and military organizations had taken a quiet interest in the technology. During the Cold War, the CIA and other agencies were known to experiment with fringe sciences, including remote viewing, mind influence studies, and psychotronics. It was plausible that a device claiming to detect energy fields remotely would be examined at some level, even if only to determine whether foreign adversaries were pursuing similar paths. But nothing concrete ever surfaced. No files.
No trials. No debunking papers.
Just silence. For Hieronymus, this silence was both frustrating and telling. He believed that institutional science had grown too narrow, and that real breakthroughs were being suppressed or ignored because they didn't fit within established theories. He continued to work on his ideas, granting interviews and publishing limited writings, but by the 1980s, his name had largely faded from public view. He passed away in 1988, having never gained the recognition he felt his work deserved. Today, the Hieronymus machine is not part of scientific curricula. It is not studied in engineering programs or physics departments. It lives on in fragments, schematics on obscure websites, references in books about suppressed inventions, and the occasional homemade replica built by independent researchers. To mainstream science, it is a curiosity at best, a historical artifact of pseudoscience, misinterpretation, or placebo. Yet its existence is undeniable. A real patent was issued, demonstrations were conducted, claims were made, and never fully addressed or dismantled with data. It is a closed case but not a resolved one. The story of the Hieronymus machine raises uncomfortable questions. If a device like this were real, it would challenge the foundations of how we understand interaction between matter, energy, and consciousness. It would suggest that intent, form, and observation could play an active role in physical processes. That symbolic structures, not just materials, could affect outcomes. There is no place for that idea in today's scientific framework. And so, rather than being attacked or disproven, the device was quietly abandoned. Not banned, not destroyed, just left to disappear. Whether it ever worked as claimed may never be known. But the fact that it existed, patented, promoted, and replicated, is a reminder that science, at its edges, does not always progress by consensus. Sometimes it simply moves on and leaves the inconvenient pieces behind. The Hieronymus machine is one of those pieces. The Korea PAGD device. In the early 1990s, a pair of researchers from Canada quietly filed a series of patents for a device that, if real, could challenge the core assumptions of modern physics and energy production. Their names were Paulo N. Korea and Alexandra N. Korea, and the technology they presented was unlike anything being developed in mainstream laboratories. They called it the PAGD, or Pulsed Abnormal Glow Discharge Device. The Koreas were not amateur inventors. Paulo was a physicist and electrochemist, Alexandra a biophysicist. Their research was dense, highly technical, and supported by multiple patents issued by the United States Patent and Trademark Office. What they described was a system that produced anomalous energy output, in simple terms, more energy coming out than what was put in. And this wasn't a vague claim. They provided numbers, experimental setups, and performance data. The heart of the PAGD system lies in a particular behavior of electrical plasma inside a vacuum tube. Under normal conditions, when high voltage is applied to a gas-filled vacuum tube, the gas ionizes and produces a glow, a phenomenon well understood since the days of Nikola Tesla. But the Koreas found that under specific conditions, the glow discharge did something strange. It would spontaneously shift into what they called abnormal glow discharge, a pulsing, highly energetic state that produced sudden bursts of current far exceeding the input. This wasn't just a minor anomaly. According to their data, the system generated kinetic energy, heat, and electrical current in excess of what classical electrodynamics could account for. They weren't claiming a perpetual motion machine. Instead, they insisted they had found a way to tap into a previously unrecognized form of energy, one that might originate from the vacuum itself. They published their work through their company, Aurora Biophysics Research Institute, and quickly accumulated several patents between 1994 and 1997. These patents were not speculative. They were written in formal engineering language, complete with diagrams and detailed technical parameters. Reviewers at the patent office, typically conservative when it comes to over-unity claims, approved them. For many, this alone was disturbing. If the device was impossible, how did it pass scrutiny? If it worked, why wasn't it everywhere? The Koreas were careful. They never claimed to have built a free energy machine. Instead, they proposed that the PAGD device was tapping into a non-thermal, non-electromagnetic source of energy associated with quantum vacuum fluctuations or ether-like phenomena. They cited work from historical figures like Tesla, Reich, and Aspdin, and argued that conventional physics had ignored or mischaracterized subtle energetic phenomena present in vacuum systems. They also demonstrated that their device produced electromechanical motion. Their tests showed a rotating motor driven directly by the output of a PAGD reactor. That meant that the anomalous electrical output wasn't just theoretical voltage. It could be converted into actual work. According to them, this was measured, repeatable, and consistent. But there was a problem. No one else was replicating it. Whether due to the complexity of the setup, the lack of funding, or fear of professional risk, the scientific community remained silent. The Koreas continued publishing technical monographs, but their work was mostly ignored by academia. At best, it was dismissed as experimental error. At worst, it was labeled pseudoscience. Still, their work never vanished. Copies of their patents and research papers circulated among fringe physicists, independent engineers, and a growing community of energy researchers convinced that something fundamental had been hidden or overlooked by mainstream science. Then, quietly, the Koreas stopped publishing. Over time, their website went offline. The patents remained, but the researchers themselves disappeared from public view. No public demonstrations. No commercial applications. No refutations or confirmations. Just silence. To this day, there are no mainstream experiments designed to replicate the PAGD device under peer-reviewed conditions. No high-profile laboratory has ever attempted to test it in a controlled environment with third-party oversight. This absence of scrutiny is one of the most unsettling aspects of the story. If the claims were absurd, they should have been easily debunked. If they were valid, they should have been revolutionary. Instead, the reaction was inertia. Some researchers argue that the PAGD device threatens too many established systems, the energy industry, academic funding hierarchies, and the foundations of thermodynamics itself. To seriously consider such a machine would require re-examining Maxwell's equations, the limits of quantum field theory, and the assumptions baked into electrical engineering curricula across the globe. For that reason, they say it was easier to ignore. But ignoring a system doesn't erase it. The patents still exist. The diagrams still circulate. And the core idea, that certain types of plasma behavior can trigger non-classical energy events, is beginning to re-emerge in the fringes of modern research under new names. Vacuum energy extraction, zero-point energy, and non-equilibrium thermodynamics. It's unclear whether the Koreas abandoned their work, were pressured into silence, or chose isolation. What is clear is that no mainstream institution has ever taken on the task of verifying or disproving their claims in full. The scientific record is not a list of resolved questions. It is also a map of avoided ones. The PhD device remains one of them. Not proven, not refuted, just filed, described, and ignored. For a world on the edge of climate and energy collapse, the idea that a working energy technology may have been left behind, whether from institutional bias, political pressure, or simple disbelief, is hard to confront. It's easier to believe that such machines are myths, that the inventors were misguided, that the data was flawed, but the documents exist, and the silence that followed them is louder than denial. Joe Cell, the Australian hydrogen cell. In the mid-1990s, a man known only as Joe appeared in the pages of obscure Australian engineering magazines and alternative energy newsletters. His identity was intentionally kept vague. No full name, no academic background, no affiliation with any scientific institution. Just a first name, a quiet demeanor, and a device that, if his claims were true, could challenge the entire concept of how internal combustion engines function. Came to be known as the Joe Cell, and at first glance it didn't look like much. It was a small, cylindrical container made of concentric stainless steel tubes submerged in water. No moving parts, no fuel injectors, no pressurized tanks. Just water, usually distilled, and a 12-volt power supply. According to Joe, once the cell was properly constructed, tuned, and charged, it could power a standard gasoline engine without any conventional fuel. No gasoline, no diesel, not even hydrogen gas in the traditional sense. The cell, he said, didn't burn hydrogen. It didn't even produce significant quantities of measurable gas. Instead, it emitted a mysterious form of energy, one not fully understood or acknowledged by modern science. Joe claimed this energy was drawn not from chemical reactions, but from the Orgone field, a concept first proposed by Wilhelm Reich in the 1930s to describe a kind of universal life energy. Skeptics dismissed it immediately. The idea that water, pulsed with low-voltage current, could generate a non-fuel energy capable of powering a combustion engine made no sense according to any known laws of physics. Combustion requires a fuel-air mixture and a spark. The Joe Cell seemed to bypass all three, operating, allegedly, not by igniting a substance, but by facilitating an energetic field that caused the engine's internal combustion process to occur in an entirely new way. Despite the disbelief, something about the device drew attention. Alternative energy enthusiasts began building their own Joe Cells based on rough schematics and notes shared online. The construction was deceptively simple. A series of stainless steel cylinders nested inside one another, forming tubes within tubes, submerged in water. The outermost casing was usually an insulated plastic or acrylic container. When current was applied, the cell would begin to bubble slightly, but not at levels consistent with traditional electrolysis. That was the first anomaly. In standard electrolysis, water splits into hydrogen and oxygen gas, which can then be collected and burned. But Joe insisted his cell produce something else, a form of energetic charge, invisible and unmeasurable by conventional instruments, but detectable by its effects. He claimed it required a special alignment of materials, correct geometry, and, more strangely, a kind of energetic tuning. The water itself had to be conditioned over time, exposed to the natural environment, and never contaminated with synthetic chemicals. Some users even insisted the device worked better when kept in line with planetary magnetic fields. The second anomaly was even more provocative. Joe demonstrated a modified Carr engine running with the cell installed. According to reports and limited video evidence, the car operated with the fuel line disconnected. The spark plugs remained, but the engine ran with no gasoline in the tank. Witnesses claimed to have driven in the car. Some said it ran smoother, cooler, and quieter than normal. Others believed it was an elaborate hoax, with hidden fuel sources or sleight of hand. What made the Joe Cell different from typical water fuel claims was its complete lack of scientific explanation. Joe never claimed to be splitting hydrogen and burning it. He rejected conventional thermodynamics entirely. Instead, he framed the device in terms of resonance, field interaction, and bioenergetics, concepts borrowed from esoteric physics and fringe biology. To many, it sounded like pseudoscience. To others, it sounded like suppressed knowledge. Then came the familiar pattern. Joe claimed he was harassed. He reported being followed, threatened, and told to stop sharing his technology. Some associates claimed the same. Rumors spread that automotive and energy corporations were keeping a close eye on anyone experimenting with the cell. A few researchers claimed their equipment had been confiscated by customs or that strange men had arrived at their homes asking questions. At the same time, others tried to commercialize the cell, or at least replicate it under controlled conditions. Some experimenters claimed success, at least temporarily. Others could not get it to work. The instructions were often vague, and the activation process seemed inconsistent. Joe insisted that the key was intention. The cell would not work if built by someone who did not believe in the energy field. That statement alone destroyed any credibility among scientists. Machines should not care what their builders believe. But that was the essence of the Joe cell's mystery. It operated on the edge between matter and mind, machine and field. It claimed to draw from an energy source not taught in physics textbooks. Consciousness interacting with structured water and geometry. No academic institution ever tested the cell under controlled, blind conditions. No peer-reviewed studies examined its behavior. It remained underground, passed from hand to hand, rebuilt in garages, debated in forums, and whispered about in energy circles. Occasionally, it resurfaced in YouTube videos, often with poor audio and shaky camera angles, showing modified engines rumbling with no fuel lines connected. These clips fueled further speculation, but no concrete proof. Joe himself eventually disappeared from public view. Whether he chose anonymity or was pushed into silence is unclear. What remains is the blueprint of a device that, by every standard of known physics, should not work. And yet, enough people insist that it did to keep the story alive. Today, the Joe cell occupies a strange place in technological folklore. Not a scam, not a confirmed breakthrough, but something in between. It raises more questions than it answers. If it was a hoax, it was executed with a level of precision and longevity unusual for fraud. If it was real, it would represent a complete restructuring of how we understand energy, combustion, and perhaps even consciousness itself. And yet, no government bans were issued. No official takedowns. Just absence of funding, of institutional interest, of verification. As with so many forbidden inventions, the Joe cell wasn't publicly destroyed. It was simply never allowed to exist. David Hamill's anti-gravity craft. In a quiet town in Ontario, Canada, during the 1990s, an elderly man named David Hamill began to attract the attention of a very particular kind of audience. Those who believed that gravity could be overcome, that the laws of motion were not yet fully written, and that the future of transportation had already been discovered but kept hidden. Hamill was not a physicist. He had no academic credentials, no laboratory. What he had was conviction, and blueprints for a machine he claimed could defy gravity. Hamill's story began, as many fringe inventions do, with an alleged moment of revelation. He said that in the 1970s he experienced a direct contact with higher intelligence, not in the science fiction sense of aliens or UFOs, but as an informational download. A sudden understanding of how nature worked at its most fundamental level. He believed he had been given knowledge, not learned it, and with that knowledge he began building. What emerged over the next 2 decades was a series of strange, highly geometric devices made primarily from magnets, aluminum cones, and granite spheres. At first glance, his machines looked like abstract sculptures, combinations of rotating discs, nested cones, and magnetic fields arranged in symmetrical layers. But Hamill insisted they were not symbolic. They were functional. Their purpose, to tap into a natural energy, one he described as the spiraling life force of the Earth itself. Central to his design was the concept of spin, specifically, the interaction of magnetic fields in opposing rotational directions. He believed that when properly aligned, these opposing fields would create a form of resonant uplift, neutralizing gravity and creating an energetic vortex strong enough to lift an object off the ground without combustion, propulsion, or traditional thrust. It sounded impossible, And yet, Hamel was not vague. He provided drawings, mechanical breakdowns, and explanations for every component. He spoke about electromagnetic implosion, about zero-point energy, and structured motion within a vacuum. To scientists, it was gibberish. To others, it sounded like something just beyond current understanding, as if he were using the wrong vocabulary to describe something real. Hamel claimed that some of his prototypes had briefly levitated. He described incidents where the device would begin to shake, hum, and lift before violently falling apart. He blamed instability, poor materials, and the difficulty of controlling the forces at play. There were no videos, no peer-reviewed papers, no independent confirmations. But there were witnesses, tinkerers, engineers, and believers who visited him and saw the machines. Many left confused, but intrigued. He didn't sell kits. He didn't start a company. He simply built and shared what he believed to be the truth, that gravity was not a force to be resisted, but a condition to be bypassed through geometric and magnetic resonance. One of the most perplexing elements of his work was that it mirrored, almost accidentally, theories being explored in mainstream speculative physics, particularly ideas around zero-point energy and inertial mass reduction. While Hamel used non-academic terms, some researchers noted that his conceptual framework bore a strange resemblance to hypotheses about manipulating the quantum vacuum to achieve propulsion without mass expenditure. Despite this, no serious institution took notice. The complexity of his designs, combined with the unorthodox language he used to describe them, made his work virtually impossible to evaluate by traditional standards. He wasn't building from equations. He was building from intuition, from what he believed had been revealed to him directly by nature. And because of that, most dismissed him outright. But then there were the disappearances. Not of people, but of objects. Hamel claimed that, during certain tests, small metallic components had simply vanished inside the energized chamber of his machine. Not disintegrated. Not melted. Gone. He believed this was evidence of dimensional interference, that his device had created a localized field capable of partially exiting our observable spacetime. Again, unverifiable. Again, unprovable. But to those who followed his work, it was another piece of a larger puzzle. He eventually began constructing larger versions of the craft. These were often shaped like tapered drums or bell-like structures, with massive arrays of permanent magnets arranged in spirals. He spent years building them by hand, sometimes with the help of volunteers, and always in solitude, away from government agencies, corporations, or universities. He believed that his work would never be accepted, and that attempting to commercialize it would be dangerous. He may have been right. In the world of fringe energy research, there is a long-standing pattern. Those who claim too much, especially in the realm of anti-gravity, often find themselves silenced not by force, but by neglect.
No grants. No labs.
No peer review. Just the quiet exclusion that pushes inconvenient ideas to the edge of obscurity. Hamel lived in relative poverty, continuing his work into old age. He granted interviews, spoke at alternative science conferences, and invited people to examine his machines firsthand. But without formal support, his work never scaled beyond hand-built prototypes. When he died in 2004, his designs were archived by a small community of followers, but most of the devices themselves were lost, scrapped, or deteriorated. What remains is a trail of drawings, diagrams, and photographs, and a handful of individuals who still attempt to rebuild his work. Online, blueprints circulate among small engineering forums and alternative energy websites. Some claim partial replications. Others say it was all fantasy. No one knows for certain. Like many others on the edge of science, Hamel's story is not one of fraud or deception, but of deep isolation. He believed he was right. He believed the Earth itself held the key to flight, not through force but through resonance, through alignment, through understanding the spin of life and matter at its most elemental level. The academic world never replied. The media never covered his death.
No obituaries. No retrospectives.
Just silence. And maybe that's the most telling part. His work was never debunked. It was simply ignored, not because it was wrong, but because it could not be processed by the systems built to decide what counts as knowledge. And so, the question remains unanswered. Did David Hamill discover something real? Or did he build beautiful machines powered only by belief? Either way, the world never found out. The Philadelphia Experiment. In 1943, during the height of World War II, rumors began to circulate about a secret U.S. Navy experiment conducted at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. According to the story, the Navy was attempting to make a warship invisible not to radar but to the naked eye. The test allegedly involved the USS Eldridge, D-173, a destroyer escort, and the application of powerful electromagnetic fields. The result, if reports are to be believed, was not a successful cloaking event, but a catastrophic technological failure that injured or killed members of the crew and left lasting physical and psychological damage. The account did not originate from official sources. It emerged years later, in the 1950s, through a series of letters sent to UFO researcher Morris K. Jessup. The author of these letters, a man named Karl M. Allen, who also used the alias Carlos Allende, claimed to have witnessed the event from another ship in the harbor. His descriptions were vague, but alarming. He stated that the Eldridge disappeared in a greenish haze, reappeared several hundred kilometers away in Norfolk, Virginia, and then returned to Philadelphia, all within minutes. He also claimed that some sailors were physically embedded in the hull of the ship when it rematerialized. Jessup was disturbed enough to bring the letters to the attention of the U.S. Navy. They responded by printing a limited annotated edition of Jessup's book, The Case for the UFO, containing Allen's handwritten notes in the margins. This unusual step only intensified public interest. The Navy made no formal statement beyond denying that any such experiment had ever taken place. But the silence from official sources, combined with the strange nature of the correspondence, gave the story momentum. No hard evidence has ever surfaced to support the claim. The logs of the USS Eldridge show it was not in Philadelphia at the time of the alleged experiment. Naval officers involved with the ship have denied the story outright. But the narrative refuses to disappear, largely because it intersects with several areas of legitimate scientific inquiry, including electromagnetic field theory, general relativity, and stealth technology. At its core, the Philadelphia experiment story rests on the premise that the U.S. Navy was testing a form of electromagnetic field manipulation that could bend light around an object, effectively rendering it invisible. This is conceptually similar to modern metamaterial cloaking and theoretical gravitational lensing. The speculative part comes from the claim that the fields used were so intense they affected not only light, but space-time itself. Some versions of the story go further, alleging that the ship briefly entered another dimension, or a hyperspace bubble, during which time standard physics no longer applied. When the vessel returned, crew members were found partially fused with the ship's metal structure. Others were said to have disappeared entirely or gone insane. These reports were never substantiated, but they became central to the mythos. The scientific feasibility of such an experiment remains unconfirmed. Electromagnetic fields strong enough to affect spacetime would require levels of energy far beyond anything available in the 1940s. Even today, large-scale electromagnetic field generators, such as those used in particle accelerators, operate under extreme containment protocols and cannot manipulate matter in the ways described. Still, the idea of electromagnetic propulsion and invisibility through field distortion was not entirely fictional. Around the same time, prominent figures like Nikola Tesla and later, in theory, scientists like John von Neumann and Albert Einstein were exploring aspects of unified field theory, the attempt to mathematically link gravity, electromagnetism, and other fundamental forces. The Philadelphia experiment is often linked, without evidence, to these theoretical developments. Tesla, who died in January 1943, is sometimes cited as having contributed to the project, although no documentation exists. What is notable is how the story spread. It became part of a broader movement in the 1960s and 1970s, a mixture of conspiracy theory, suppressed technology, and Cold War secrecy. Books, documentaries, and interviews kept the narrative alive. In the 1980s, the story was fictionalized in a film titled The Philadelphia Experiment, which introduced the legend to a wider audience. From that point forward, the story became self-sustaining. For those who believe the experiment occurred, the lack of evidence is part of the proof. They argue that any successful manipulation of space-time or matter would have been immediately classified. Witnesses would have been silenced or discredited. Documentation would have been destroyed or fabricated. In this view, the truth is hidden not because it is false, but because it is too dangerous to acknowledge. Skeptics point out the inconsistencies in Allen's letters, the lack of credible eyewitnesses, and the impossibility of the physics described. They argue that the story is a fabrication, a misunderstanding, or a deliberate hoax, perhaps invented as a form of misinformation during wartime. The Navy's annotated reprint of Jessup's book is often cited as an oddity, but not necessarily proof. Even among researchers interested in advanced propulsion, few give serious attention to the Philadelphia experiment. The lack of replicable data and the reliance on anecdotal reports make it difficult to evaluate scientifically. Nevertheless, the story remains relevant, particularly in discussions of black projects, covert government programs operating outside public oversight. Some theorists suggest that the Philadelphia experiment narrative was intentionally planted to distract from real electromagnetic or propulsion experiments being conducted at the time, perhaps involving radar camouflage, degaussing systems, or early stealth research. If so, the legend served its purpose. It focused attention on the fantastical and away from the verifiable. What keeps the story alive is not the evidence, but the concept. The idea that governments might pursue technologies so advanced and so unstable that even those developing them do not fully understand the consequences. The possibility that, somewhere in the pursuit of advantage, something irreversible was triggered, hidden, and never discussed again. In the decades since, no other major experiment has been officially linked to the Philadelphia claims. No whistleblower has produced documents. No sailor has come forward with verifiable injuries or testimony. But the idea that electromagnetic fields could tear through the normal structure of reality remains in circulation. It is no longer about a single ship. It is about the possibility that there are things governments have tried, things that went wrong, and things that were buried not for national security, but because no one knew how to explain what happened. And perhaps they still don't. The Russian woodpecker, Duga radar. From the mid-1970s until the fall of the Soviet Union, a strange signal could be heard across the shortwave radio spectrum. It was repetitive, sharp, and rhythmic, a rapid tapping that resembled the sound of a woodpecker. Operators around the world noticed it, amateur radio enthusiasts, military analysts, and civilian broadcasters. The signal was powerful, pulsing at roughly 10 Hz, and it was impossible to ignore. It disrupted communications, spanned continents, and operated continuously. It became known as the Russian woodpecker. For over a decade, its origin was a mystery. Theories ranged from mind control experiments to weather manipulation to submarine communication systems. In reality, the signal originated from a massive over-the-horizon radar system known as Duga. Built by the Soviet military, the Duga radar was located near Chernobyl, Ukraine, and stood as one of the most powerful and imposing surveillance instruments of the Cold War era. The system was part of the Soviet Union's early warning infrastructure, designed to detect incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, from the United States. Unlike conventional radar, which is limited to line-of-sight detection, over-the-horizon OTH radar systems bounce high-frequency signals off the Earth's ionosphere, allowing them to scan thousands of kilometers beyond the horizon. The concept was sound, but the implementation was complex, requiring immense power, massive antennas, and highly sensitive receivers. The Duga radar array was monumental in scale. Its transmitting and receiving antennas stretched nearly 700 meters long and over 150 meters high. Built in secrecy in the forests near Pripyat, the installation consumed enormous amounts of electrical power, much of it drawn from the nearby Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Its construction was hidden from Western intelligence for years, despite its enormous physical footprint. When the system came online in 1976, it began transmitting the now infamous tapping signal. To those who didn't understand its origin, it was deeply unsettling. Some believed it was interfering intentionally with global communication systems. Others speculated it was an attempt at psychological warfare. A low-frequency signal meant to agitate populations or disrupt biological rhythms. Even after its military purpose was revealed, suspicions persisted. The secrecy of its development, the intensity of the signal, and its persistence all contributed to an atmosphere of paranoia. The radar worked, but not perfectly. The ionosphere is a dynamic and unpredictable medium. Solar activity, weather patterns, and electromagnetic noise all influenced signal clarity and reliability. The Duga system reportedly generated many false positives. Despite its power, its accuracy was limited, and its strategic usefulness questioned even within the Soviet command structure. Still, it operated for years, continuously broadcasting its signature sound, audible to anyone with a shortwave radio and enough curiosity. During this time, it disrupted civilian broadcasts, emergency channels, and even aviation communication. Complaints came from across the world, but the Soviet Union never acknowledged the signal. In the Western world, the mystery took on a life of its own. The lack of official information allowed conspiracy theories to flourish. Some claimed the woodpecker signal was a form of mind control technology, operating on frequencies close to the brain's natural rhythms. Others linked it to weather modification or HARP-style ionospheric experimentation, decades before such programs were publicly discussed. A few even claimed it was causing mass psychological effects or contributing to unknown biological illnesses. These theories were never substantiated. The truth, when it finally emerged, was more grounded but still unsettling. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, satellite imagery, defectors, and internal documents confirmed the Duga's existence. Western intelligence had long suspected it was an OTH radar installation, and this was ultimately proven correct. But the full details of its construction, cost, and performance remained classified or lost in the post-Soviet collapse. The final chapter of the Duga system came abruptly in April 1986. When reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded, it created the worst nuclear disaster in human history. The resulting radiation release contaminated the region, forcing the evacuation of Pripyat and the surrounding areas. The Duga radar complex, located just a few kilometers from the power plant, was abandoned. The highly radioactive environment made continued operation impossible. The Soviet Union shut down the program silently, without public announcement. What was left behind was a towering metal skeleton in the forest, a monument to Cold War ambition and secrecy. Today, the Duga radar still stands, decaying slowly in the exclusion zone. Its massive array rises above the treetops, rusted and overgrown. It has become a destination for explorers, researchers, and those drawn to the strange legacy of Soviet experimentation. The Russian woodpecker signal fell silent after the Chernobyl disaster. Its sudden disappearance only deepened the mystery for those unaware of the Duga radar's existence. In time, the name came to refer not just to the signal, but to the entire structure, a symbol of hidden technologies, military secrecy, and the unintended consequences of unchecked ambition. Although its true purpose is now known, the Duga radar remains surrounded by questions. Why was so much power devoted to a system with such limited accuracy? Why was it located so close to a nuclear power plant? Did it have secondary capabilities that remain classified? And what about the psychological impact? Even if the signal wasn't designed for mind control, it undeniably influenced the consciousness of those who heard it. Thousands of shortwave listeners, over many years, were exposed to its rhythmic tapping. In an age before the internet, it became one of the few globally shared audio phenomena, persistent and intrusive. No direct harm was ever proven. No laws were broken, but the sense of intrusion, of being monitored by something vast and unknown, left an impression. The Duga radar was not a weapon in the traditional sense. It was a listening ear, one so large and sensitive it had to shout to the entire planet just to hear something faint on the horizon. And in doing so, it revealed more than just military ambition. It exposed how little the public truly knew about what was happening behind closed borders, in closed systems with closed intentions. The Russian woodpecker was never intended to be heard. But for over a decade, it echoed across the globe anyway. And then, just as mysteriously as it began, it vanished. Lakhovsky Frost crystal power device. In the early 20th century, at the dawn of modern electrical science, an obscure report surfaced in the Scientific American supplement that would quietly vanish from mainstream history. It involved two scientists, Justin Lakhovsky and T.T. Frost, who, according to the brief publication, had stumbled upon a crystal-based technology that allegedly produced powerful, non-chemical energy reactions. Unlike anything known at the time or even today, their discovery implied that certain crystals, when processed under specific conditions, could interact with electromagnetic fields in a way that resulted in levitation and energy release. The article, dated April 1927, was titled Remarkable Electrical Phenomena in a Newly Discovered Crystal. It described how Lakhovsky and Frost, while working with high-pressure crystallization experiments, produced a synthetic material that did not behave like any conventional substance. The crystal, when subjected to a strong electric field, began to oscillate, glow, and eventually exhibit loss of weight, a term which in the 1920s was a polite way of describing levitation. They reported that a small platform, when placed over this energized crystal, would rise above it, unsupported, without magnetism or mechanical thrust. They claimed that the effect could be sustained, amplified, and even directed. The implications were staggering. If real, it suggested that the crystal was interacting with gravitational or inertial forces, bypassing known mechanics entirely. The article included a schematic and claimed that the phenomenon was reproducible. The authors stated they were working toward building a larger version of the device and intended to conduct public demonstrations. But after that publication, nothing. No follow-up article. No public demonstration. No technical papers. No further mention in scientific records. The report disappeared as quietly as it had appeared. What makes the Lakhovsky-Frost case particularly unsettling is the complete lack of historical trace. Unlike other fringe energy stories, this one originated in a mainstream scientific publication. Scientific American, even its supplements, was widely circulated and respected. The publication was not known for indulging pseudoscience. And yet, despite this early exposure, the names of the inventors, the crystal composition, and the experimental results vanished entirely from public discourse. Attempts to verify the identities of Lakhovsky and Frost lead nowhere. No academic records, no institutional affiliations, no patents. It's as if the article was written about ghosts. Skeptics argue that the entire thing may have been fictional, a filler article or speculative fiction published as science, which was not uncommon in the 1920s. However, there is no disclaimer, no satirical framing, no indicators of fictionality in the piece itself. It was written in the formal tone of a research summary, complete with technical observations and illustrations. If it was fiction, it was not marked as such. More disturbingly, independent researchers have attempted to reconstruct the device based on the original schematic. The materials described, dielectric plates, metallic contacts, and processed quartz crystals, are all well understood. Several experimenters in the fringe science community have reported anomalous behaviors when attempting similar configurations. Sudden voltage spikes, unexplained temperature drops, and, in rare claims, levitation of lightweight objects. None of these replications have been verified under controlled conditions. The scientific community has never formally addressed the Lakhovsky-Frost report. There are no official retractions or rebuttals. It simply stopped existing, not in the archival sense, but in cultural memory. Even among historians of science, the report is a footnote at best, if it is remembered at all. This is not the normal trajectory of flawed science. Typically, failed experiments are debated, criticized, and eventually discredited through repetition or peer review. But in this case, there was no debate, no repetition, no academic critique. Only silence. That silence has become part of the mystery. Some speculate that the energy generated by the crystal was not merely electromagnetic but involved subatomic structural resonance, a concept not recognized at the time and still not well understood today. In this theory, the crystal may have interacted with zero-point fields or vacuum energy fluctuations, phenomena now tentatively explored in quantum field theory. Others propose that the effect was a piezonuclear reaction, where mechanical pressure on certain crystals may induce low-level nuclear events. While this concept remains controversial, modern experiments with stressed crystalline structures have produced anomalies in neutron emission and energy shifts that challenge existing nuclear models. If Lakhovsky and Frost had stumbled upon such a reaction without understanding it, they might have created a non-chemical, non-radiative energy source, one capable of defying gravity, or at least interfering with inertial mass. In a world on the brink of industrialized warfare, such a technology, even poorly understood, would have been of immediate strategic interest. And that raises the inevitable question. Did someone intervene? Throughout the 20th century, many promising energy technologies disappeared under similar circumstances. Inventors would go silent, documents would vanish, experiments would become unrepeatable. In many cases, the explanation was simple. The science was flawed. But in a few, like this one, there was never enough information to evaluate the claim at all. If the Lakhovsky frost crystal was a hoax, it was executed in the least profitable way possible, published once and abandoned. If it was real, it was one of the earliest known references to what we now call exotic matter interactions, well before modern physics began to explore the edges of condensed matter and quantum fields. And if it was something else, something never meant to be known, then perhaps the silence that followed wasn't accidental. Today, the original Scientific American Supplement article still exists in microfilm archives. Researchers can read it, analyze it, but without names, samples, or further data, it remains frozen in time, a single anomaly in the record of science. A one-page account of something that should not have happened, and yet was printed as fact. No one has found the crystal, no one has found the men, and no one has explained why a published scientific breakthrough was never seen again. The Motionless Electromagnetic Generator by Tom Bearden. In the early 2000s, a retired U.S. Army lieutenant colonel named Thomas E. Bearden made a remarkable announcement. His team had developed a functioning over-unity energy device, one that could output more energy than it consumed. He called it the Motionless Electromagnetic Generator, or MEG. It had no moving parts, no fuel source, and no emissions. If true, it was a direct challenge to the most fundamental law of classical physics, the conservation of energy. The MEG was not presented as a vague concept or speculative theory. Bearden and his collaborators, including electrical engineer Stephen Patrick, filed a U.S. patent for the device in 2002, U.S. patent number 6,362,718, and it was granted. The patent described a system that utilized the nonlinear magnetic properties of certain materials, in combination with precise pulsing of magnetic fields, to extract usable energy from what Bearden described as the active vacuum, the zero-point energy field predicted by quantum theory. At its core, the MEG used a specially conditioned magnetic core surrounded by 4 electromagnetic coils. 2 of the coils pulsed energy into the core, while the other 2 extracted it. Unlike conventional transformers or generators, there was no physical motion. The term motionless referred to the fact that the system relied entirely on electromagnetic field dynamics, specifically the manipulation of potential energy gradients, rather than mechanical work. Bearden claimed the MEG could tap into the vacuum energy that exists everywhere in space, a field of fluctuating electromagnetic activity that, according to quantum electrodynamics, permeates all of existence. Mainstream physics acknowledges this vacuum energy theoretically, but no technology has ever been able to extract it in a controlled and sustained way. According to Bearden, that's exactly what the MEG was doing. He supported his claim with technical documentation, laboratory test data, and references to well-established but underexplored concepts in electromagnetic theory, particularly the work of James Clerk Maxwell, whose original 20-equation model was later simplified into the 4 equations used in standard engineering. Bearden argued that this simplification, done by Oliver Heaviside and others, had erased the underlying mechanisms for potential energy extraction from the vacuum. In other words, mainstream electrical engineering had mathematically deleted the free energy solution, not maliciously, but through an attempt to make Maxwell's theory more practical. Bearden believed the MEG exploited what had been left behind. The reaction from the scientific community was one of complete silence, followed by dismissal. The mainstream position is simple. Over-unity devices violate the first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created from nothing. Even quantum vacuum fluctuations, while real, are believed to be symmetrical and self-canceling, and therefore not exploitable in a classical energy system. But Bearden was not alone in his claims. Other researchers in fringe and alternative physics communities supported his interpretation. They pointed to emerging studies in Casimir effect, quantum tunneling, and zero-point field interactions as evidence that energy might exist in usable forms beyond conventional fuel sources. The MEG was tested in private labs. In 2003, Bearden claimed the device was producing over 100% energy efficiency, sometimes up to 500%, depending on the configuration. These results were never verified by independent peer-reviewed studies. Critics argued that any apparent gains could be explained by measurement errors, circuit feedback, or data misinterpretation. But unlike many free energy devices, the MEG had something rare: a granted patent. While the U.S. Patent Office generally rejects perpetual motion machines, Bearden's submission avoided that label by grounding itself in magnetic field theory and nonlinear materials, rather than overt claims of violating thermodynamics. The patent was not an endorsement, but it was a recognition of novelty, and that distinction mattered. Despite this, the MEG never reached production. Bearden announced multiple times that a commercial version of the device was being prepared. He stated that licensing agreements were signed with a European firm, and that within 2 years, the device would be made available to the public, capable of powering homes without connection to the grid. That announcement was made over 20 years ago. No commercial MEG ever materialized. No public demonstrations followed. And then silence. Supporters of Bearden argue that he was silenced or suppressed, that funding was pulled under pressure, that regulatory obstacles were used to stall development. Others say that the device worked, but that its behavior was inherently unstable, depending on field fluctuations too sensitive to reproduce consistently. Bearden himself often stated that the MEG was difficult to control, and that interference from ambient electromagnetic fields could collapse the vacuum alignment necessary for operation. Skeptics remain firm. If it worked, someone would have replicated it by now. But the blueprints, while public, are incomplete. The key lies in the magnetic materials, specially conditioned alloys with nonlinear properties, possibly proprietary or no longer manufactured. Without them, the MEG is just a diagram. Bearden continued to publish until his death in 2021. He wrote extensively about scalar energy, longitudinal waves, and electrogravitation. He believed that energy systems, as we know them, are built on incomplete foundations. In his view, the MEG was not just a machine, but a correction to a broken scientific framework. But time has passed. The world has largely forgotten the MEG. In scientific databases, it barely exists. In academic papers, it is ignored. And yet, in small communities, forums, archives, off-grid laboratories, the patent still circulates. The idea still lingers. What if energy does not need to be generated, only unlocked? What if the vacuum is not empty but full and we simply lack the tools to reach in? What if the MEG worked? Not forever, not perfectly, but just enough to prove the world operates on laws we don't fully understand. That possibility remains, unconfirmed, unrefuted, unexplored. The Black Knight satellite. High above Earth, in the realm of cold silence and orbital decay, a persistent rumor has followed human space activity for nearly a century, that an unknown artificial object has been orbiting the planet, not launched by any nation, not part of any known satellite constellation, and not accounted for in public space tracking data. It is known as the Black Knight satellite. The story is a complex mesh of documented observations, misunderstood signals, and decades of speculative reconstruction. At its core lies a simple but unsettling question. Is there something in orbit around Earth that predates our space age? And if so, who put it there? The origin of the Black Knight legend is not a single event, but a patchwork of incidents. The first threads trace back to the 1899 experiments of Nikola Tesla, who claimed to have detected a repeating extraterrestrial radio signal while working on wireless transmission from his Colorado Springs laboratory. Tesla believed the signals were not natural and suggested they were being sent intentionally from a distant intelligence. Mainstream science at the time dismissed this idea, attributing the phenomenon to Earth-based or atmospheric interference. Then, in the 1920s, Norwegian engineer Jørgen Hals also reported receiving long-delay echoes, radio signals that bounced back to his equipment several seconds after transmission. This behavior was unexplained and remains one of the more puzzling anomalies in early radio science. Theories ranged from signal reflection off distant layers of the ionosphere to interactions with unknown objects in space. In 1954, 3 years before Sputnik, and before any human-made satellite was ever launched, reports began to emerge in U.S. newspapers citing statements by Air Force personnel and defense contractors that a mysterious object was detected in Earth's orbit. These claims were vague and quickly dismissed, but they laid the groundwork for a persistent belief that an unidentified satellite was circling the planet. By the 1960s, the story escalated. In 1960, the U.S. Navy reported tracking a dark satellite in polar orbit, a feat not then achieved by the U.S. or the Soviet Union, as all known satellites were in equatorial orbits. Time magazine even published a brief article noting that this object was unexpected and not claimed by either superpower. The official explanation given later was that it was a piece of discarded space debris from a previous U.S. reconnaissance satellite, specifically a fragment of the Discoverer program, also known as Corona. The explanation satisfied many, but not all. In 1963, astronaut Gordon Cooper was reportedly conducting a solo mission aboard Mercury Atlas 9 when he claimed to see a greenish object pass near his capsule, one that was picked up on radar by ground control. NASA later denied the event occurred and attributed any unusual readings to equipment malfunction. Cooper, however, reportedly stood by his claim until his death. Then came the photographs. In 1998, during the STS-88 mission, the first shuttle mission to assemble the International Space Station, NASA released a series of photographs showing a dark, irregular object floating in space. The images, available in public archives, were quickly labeled by enthusiasts as visual confirmation of the Black Knight satellite. The object appears to have an asymmetric, almost sculptural form, with sharp edges and shadowed ridges. NASA explained it as thermal insulation blanket accidentally lost during an EVA, specifically from the shuttle Endeavour. But the explanation did not sit well with everyone. The object in the photos appeared large, unspinning, and distinctly non-reflective, traits not typical of drifting debris. Moreover, its geometry didn't match known insulation shapes. It was irregular yet stable, opaque yet oddly sculptural. While most experts accepted NASA's account, the images gave renewed life to the theory that there was something up there, and that space agencies were downplaying its existence. At this point, the Black Knight had moved from rumor to modern mythology. Conspiracy theorists claimed it had been in orbit for 13,000 years, citing decoded signals and supposed historical references. Some tied it to ancient civilizations, lost technologies, or pre-human intelligence. Others suggested it was a monitoring device, placed in orbit to observe human development. These interpretations, while dramatic, are supported more by narrative momentum than evidence. But buried beneath the layers of fiction lies a core anomaly. That multiple, credible anomalies across different decades and technologies, Tesla signals, long-delay echoes, early orbital sightings, unexplained tracking events, all seem to point to something unexplained occurring at the edge of our atmosphere. What makes the Black Knight satellite story compelling is not that it has clear, hard proof, but that it refuses to fully disappear. Every attempted debunking, from misidentified debris to misinterpreted signals, is accepted by the scientific community, but leaves behind unanswered residue. Not because the explanations are invalid, but because they are often insufficient or incomplete. More importantly, there is no confirmed catalog entry in global satellite tracking data for an object that matches the Black Knight's description: large, polar orbiting, non-reflective, and persistent over decades. NORAD and private tracking agencies monitor thousands of objects, yet nothing appears to match the shape or trajectory described in public sightings. If it exists outside the ledger of official space infrastructure. That's where the unease begins. Could such an object be deliberately unregistered? Yes. Classified military satellites are launched frequently under cover identities. Could the Black Knight be one of them? Possibly, but unlikely, given its earliest reported appearances before the space age. Could it be a combination of misunderstood phenomena, stitched together into a convenient myth? Absolutely. But then one must ask, why has this particular myth endured so consistently? Unlike typical UFO reports or urban legends, the Black Knight story intersects with technical data, frequency anomalies, radar signatures, orbital observations, and photographic evidence. That alone distinguishes it. Even today, the term Black Knight satellite evokes more than just mystery. It represents the possibility that we are not the first, or that we are being observed, or that our understanding of what orbits above us is incomplete. No agency has ever claimed it. No mission has ever been directed to retrieve it. And yet, the idea persists not because of what we know, but because of what we don't. In the vacuum of certainty, the Black Knight continues to orbit, perhaps physically, perhaps just in the collective consciousness. A cold, silent echo of something that never quite came into focus, but never quite went away. Tesla's earthquake machine. In the pantheon of forgotten technologies, few names evoke as much intrigue as Nikola Tesla. Brilliant, eccentric, and often decades ahead of his time, Tesla's contributions to modern electrical systems are undeniable. But among his more esoteric experiments lies a claim that continues to disturb. A device so simple in design, and yet so powerful in its potential, that even Tesla himself reportedly destroyed it after a single test. It has become known as Tesla's earthquake machine. According to Tesla's own accounts, in the late 1890s he constructed a small mechanical oscillator, a device roughly the size of a forearm, powered by compressed air or steam. It was intended to study mechanical resonance, the way in which vibrations, if matched to an object's natural frequency, could amplify into extreme oscillations. This is a well-understood principle in physics, and the same phenomenon that can shatter a wine glass with sound or cause a bridge to collapse under synchronized footfalls. Tesla believed that if this principle could be applied mechanically, rather than acoustically, it could have massive effects. Not metaphorical, but literal. He called it a vibrational transmitter, and according to his retelling, he built one and bolted it to the steel support beam of a building he was using as a lab in New York City. The result, he claimed, was catastrophic. He described how the device, once tuned to the natural frequency of the building, caused the entire structure to tremble. Workers several blocks away reported feeling the vibrations. Pipes burst. Windows cracked. The police were called. And Tesla, realizing he had created a runaway feedback loop, reportedly destroyed the device with a sledgehammer before it could do further damage. The story appeared in several retellings over Tesla's lifetime, some recounted by journalists, others by Tesla himself in interviews. The most cited source comes from an article in the New York World published in 1897, in which Tesla recounts his experiment in dramatic detail. He refers to the incident as the most tremendous experiment I ever performed. Skeptics dismiss it as self-mythologizing, an exaggeration by a man known for dramatic flair. They point out that no police records or structural reports corroborate such an event. They argue that a device that small could not, by any known engineering standard, produce such force. And yet, the principle of mechanical resonance is real. Under the right conditions, small inputs can result in massive oscillations if they align with the target's resonant frequency. Tesla's device reportedly operated at very specific low-frequency vibrations, somewhere in the range of 5 to 10 Hz, a range associated not only with building resonance but also with the resonant frequencies of human organs and geological formations. In modern structural engineering, seismic resonance is a critical concern. Entire buildings are designed to absorb or redirect vibrational energy from earthquakes to prevent collapse. The danger Tesla was playing with was not theoretical. Years later, Tesla stated that with a properly tuned oscillator, one could split the Earth like an apple. While that line is often interpreted as hyperbole, some physicists have taken the idea more seriously than one might expect. If a small oscillator could lock into the natural resonance of a larger structure and continue feeding energy into it without interruption, the effects could scale rapidly. Think of a child on a swing. The push is small, but when delivered at the exact right moment over and over, the motion increases. In Tesla's view, the same could be done with metal, bridges, buildings, even the ground itself. Decades later, military and industrial engineers began to explore vibration-based demolition technologies, using controlled resonance to collapse structures. Some of the most powerful mechanical pile drivers and rock crushers today operate not through brute force, but through focused oscillation. Tesla may have simply arrived at the same concept far earlier, and with far less containment. But what makes the earthquake machine story so unsettling isn't just the theoretical potential, it's the way it vanished. After the initial test, Tesla never demonstrated the device publicly again. He spoke of it occasionally, but no patents exist that directly describe the mechanism.
No surviving blueprints.
No confirmed reconstructions. What remains are scattered anecdotes, fragmented notes, and second-hand accounts, none of which offer enough technical specificity to fully replicate the machine. Yet attempts have been made. In the 20th and 21st centuries, hobbyists and engineers have tried to recreate the earthquake machine using Tesla's rough descriptions. Most efforts yield only modest vibrational effects, but a few claim that under certain conditions, particularly when connected to metal beams or structural supports, the device exhibits nonlinear amplification, producing localized tremors disproportionate to the device's input energy. None of these claims have been independently verified. No replication has reached mainstream recognition. But the idea persists, especially in fringe scientific communities and experimental engineering circles. There's also a strategic dimension to the earthquake machine, one that elevates the stakes. If such a device could truly destabilize structures, it would be portable, silent, and destructive, a potential weapon with no visible attack vector. Imagine an unmarked vehicle parked near a targeted building, deploying a low-frequency oscillator that causes imperceptible, building-wide resonance.
No explosives. No projectiles.
Just vibration, tuned and focused. Sounds like science fiction. But under Tesla's model, it was entirely mechanical. This possibility, whether real or speculative, has led some to suggest that Tesla's oscillator was not suppressed because it didn't work, but because it did. That the experiment in New York was a proof of concept, and that its implications were too unstable, too uncontrollable, or too dangerous to pursue further. Whether Tesla self-censored out of fear, or whether outside forces silenced him, remains unknown. What is known is that the oscillator never became part of his official legacy. Unlike his work on alternating current, radio, or wireless energy transmission, the earthquake machine was relegated to anecdote. No university studied it. No defense contractor licensed it. It became part of the mythos surrounding Tesla, one of many inventions whispered about but never seen. And perhaps that's exactly where it belongs. Because if Tesla truly discovered a way to tap into the resonant frequencies of the Earth itself, to vibrate matter into instability with nothing but rhythm and timing, then he had stumbled onto a force of nature, not unlike electricity or magnetism, but far less forgiving. It's one thing to channel power. It's another to shake the world apart with it. Ending. What if some inventions were never meant to exist? What if the ideas we buried in classified vaults, forgotten patents, or erased archives were not failures but threats? Not to governments, not to markets, but to control. How many devices were silenced not because they didn't work, but because they worked too well? And what if the real danger wasn't the machines themselves, but what they revealed? That energy might be infinite, that gravity might be manipulated, that the very structure of reality is more flexible than we're told. Ask yourself, what other technologies were hidden before we even knew to look? And more importantly, what have we already erased? That could have changed everything. If this video made you think, or doubt, or wonder, leave a comment below. Tell us what you believe should have never been built, or what should have never been destroyed. And if you want more stories like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon so you don't miss what comes next. Because the past doesn't always stay buried. And some inventions, no matter how deep you hide them, have a way of resurfacing. Share this with someone who thinks everything in history is accounted for. Because sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't what we invent, it's what we try to forget.